your boy Roy Jones Jr. and right now you tune into World Combat Sports. It's your boy Roy Jones Jr. and right now you tune into World.
Hello once again. Thanks for tuning in. You're listening to World Combat Sports. Hey, salute to each and every one of you on another successful fight week. And for those of you that's tuning in that support World Combat Sports, it's much appreciated each and every time I see you in the live chat, man. We got a lot to talk about. You know what I'm saying? It's been a busy week. I can't apologize for not being here because, I was out at another fight card and then some, man. I'm not going to lie. I'm a bit tired. You know what I'm saying? But, it's going to go on regardless. I want to see what the hardcore fight fans has to say about the fight week. You feel me? I just put this up here first. Peter Yan and Aljamain Sterling, just so y'all can get a glance at a fight, in my opinion, that would have went in favor of Peter Yan if the knee didn't land. That was one of the most controversial fights this weekend, to be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest. It was one of the most controversial fights in the bantamweight division because you had a ebb and flow in the action, and then as the rounds go on, you're talking about 5 rounds, 5 minutes each. Fighters make adjustments, and it just seems like Peter Yan was coming on in the fourth. I mean, he was still carrying that momentum on from the third round into the fourth. And this is where it gets weird. All right. I know it was a main event. I'm gonna get to Amanda Nunes. I'm gonna get to Juan Blachowicz. Congrats to both, right? This is where it gets a little weird with MMA, especially when it comes to the. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a minute. See, this where it get weird. Because if you look at the first round, they gave it to Peter Yan. 2 refs. But the next ref gave it to Aljamain Sterling. Derek Cleary and Sal D'Amato gave the first round to Peter Yan. And then the second round, Derek McCleary and Sal D'Amato gave the second round to Aljamain Sterling. And it's clear across the board with Ron McCarthy, who was a bit different in the first round. All across the board, they gave Sterling the second round definitively, right? This is where the tide shifts back to Peter Yan, because in the third, all the judges gave him the third round, and he carried that over into the fourth round. And this is what gets weird. They come up with all these grounded, not grounded. When I was coming up, watching Pride, watching Valetudo, watching all these organizations that allow strikes on the ground, it didn't matter if you had 2 feet, a knee, 2 hands, 10 fingers, 5 fingers. You was on the ground, you was able to get kicked in the head. It didn't matter. What's going on, Jay Blues in the building? Tone Brown, what's good, fellas? And I agree. Said Jay Blue say, what up, WCS? UFC 259 was straight fire. Yeah, man. It's some fights on there that I was happy to see some people win, but I'm about to get to that after this one. I just want to take care of the most controversial one first. So if you're taking everything in consideration about all these changes, like the 12-6 elbow that ended up getting John Jones disqualified. You know what I'm saying? And now the grounded shit, this grounded rule has changed so much that it's affecting the sport, because every other, 6 months they come up with something about grounded. If the fighter have one hand on the canvas, he's considered grounded. Initially, if a fighter has two hands on the canvas, they're grounded. If a fighter has a finger, this is going to have to come to a better, and I know the UFC is going to do something about it. This is going to have to come to a better understanding when the fighters are receiving their instructions. You know what I'm saying? When the fighters are receiving their instructions, that's when they need to ensure that everyone understands what a grounded opponent is. Peter Yan acted like he didn't quite understand what a grounded opponent consisted of. He was more so thinking just as the hands. And as long as you're a champion, I don't buy it that you was just talking about, the referee was talking strictly about the hands of ground. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying it, because as a champion, your team should have provided you a more depth instruction if you wasn't sure what a grounded opponent is. Now, some of you are probably saying, like, what's so different about it? Well, being that the rule continues to change, you may get some confusion as to what is considered grounded. In boxing, a knockdown is considered any part of the body outside of the soles of the foot that touches the canvas. In mixed martial arts, that is not the case. You can get knocked down, you know what I'm saying? And you can post and you can look like you aware of what's going on, and the referee won't, count it as a knockdown. There's no standing 8 shit. You know what I'm saying? You can get knocked down, you can get wobble, stun, all that shit. You still provide the opportunity to recover the best way you know how at the referee's discretion. The weird thing about mixed martial arts is that you can be lying on your back and your opponent can kick the shit out of you, as long as they don't kick you in the head. From the neck, I would say from the shoulders down, they can kick the shit out of you, but not the head though. Not the head. Shoulders on down, they can kick the shit out of you. If a fighter is on their knees, and let's just say they're in the least dominant position, and their opposition has a seatbelt on them, and they're maintaining control. You know what I'm saying? They might have partial back control, but the opposition is on their knees, the one that's receiving the punishment. The opposition can land knees once again to the shoulders on down, no problem. They can send that knee back, thrust it towards their opponent, and land it in the ribs, or whatever the case. They can stand up on their feet and ram that knee into the rib cage as best as they know how. That's all legal until they knee them in the head while their opponent is on their knee and their hands touching the canvas. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, it's too many rules out there that continue to change to protect the fighter's head, so to speak. But yet there has to be some type of contradiction when it comes to landing shin kicks to the head. You know what I'm saying? What is going to do more damage? Being kicked in the head. Just say a fighter is standing on both feet and they're kicked in the head, just like Aljamain Sterling was against Marlon Moraes. Aljamain was standing up. Moraes switch kicked, hit him with the left kick in the head, froze him up, knocked him out stiff. But his head is only a mere foot off the canvas. But the one thing that made the kick legal is that his hands wasn't on the canvas. His knees wasn't on the canvas. So he was able to get kicked in the head, even though he was damn near in the same position that he would be if he had a knee or a hand on the canvas. I hope it changes sometime in the near future. Seriously, because Aljamain Sterling, man, he was all emotional and shit. Some people may get upset about this, but this is combat sports, right? And when the rules was in effect where you can get kneed in the head back in the day, fighters protected themselves because of the potential of getting kneed in the head. Fighters that was kneed in the head and may have been stunned, they try to work themselves out of that trouble and to the point where they had their opponent at 6 o'clock to try to work for a better position to recover. Aljamain Sterling was a bit, in my opinion, Sterling acted a bit much for me. It takes me back, seeing Aljamain Sterling act the way he did. It just took me back so many times where fighters who are considered elite fighters, they're struck in the head, which is only illegal. It's not like it doesn't happen in sparring. It's not like it never happened in combat sports, but it's fighters that are tough that totally understand that this may happen in sparring. This may happen in a fight. But when you get kneed in the head and you fall all back like you never experienced before, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just seems like it was a bit more acting than usual, because if it came down to it and knees was legal, you'll find a way to recover from that knee. You'll find a way. This is for the championship, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is to defeat Petr Yan. In my opinion, I think Yan was coming back. Yan would have won this fourth round. It would have been tough because it looked like Sterling was slowing down a bit. You know what I'm saying? His punches wasn't that effective. Jay Blues say he was throwing axe kicks to Aljo's body on the ground. Petr trained under Pride rules. Okay, let me just touch on that. Okay. So axe kicks to a down opponent is absolutely, this is another facet for which I say is very contradicting. Just what Jay Blues just mentioned. When your opponent is lying flat on their back and you execute an axe kick, that means you bring your leg up and you try to drive that heel down into your opponent, wherever it may be. If your opponent is standing, is kickboxing, and the heel may land in the shoulder area, on your head, your forehead, wherever it lands, it don't matter. But in mixed martial arts, rather, if you have a down opponent, you can absolutely utilize the same movement in the axe kick to inflict damage on your opponent who's laying on the ground. Now you're saying to yourself, well, isn't the 12-6 elbows illegal? Isn't legs considered a more powerful striking limb than the arms? It is, right? So if you deliver an axe kick to a downed opponent, they feel like you're not going to be able to generate enough power with the heel of your foot, you know what I'm saying, with the heel of your foot to do any damage, which you can. I mean, you can absolutely destroy a person's body if you land enough of those kicks. I'm talking about breaking bones. But yet they look at it like, man, they have to thrust that kick so far up in the air. It's according to what type of, skill set you got. And then they have to bring it down and maybe it lands. To stop an axe kick, you can break a wrist, forearm, if the person hits you hard enough. But that's a legal kick. Just like I said before, you can use side kicks, you can use any type of thrust kicks as long as you don't kick them in the head while the opponent is down. I'm talking about on their back. But if opponent is on their knee with a hand down, you cannot kick them in the head and you cannot knee them in the head. But guess what you can do? You can change levels and get to that opponent's level. You can be on your knee and you can execute an elbow strike, a hook, whatever you choose to do. You can hit them with a fist, an elbow, or whatever you choose to do. if you're on their level. You can be planning on both of your feet and go over there and hit them in the head with an elbow while they're grounded, and it's a legal strike. You can punch them in the head while they're grounded, and it's a legal strike. J8 in the building, salute to you. I blame the rule more than Jan, but he still knew the rule set he was fighting under. I agree, man. Peter Yan knew better as a champion. I mean, come on, man. You just don't. It's just like people saying, go play, just shut up and dribble type shit. That's just like me telling, Jan's team telling him, shut up and just fight. That's not the case. Peter Yan totally understands what the rule set is. They're just not telling Peter Yan to go in there and say, okay, shut up and fight. You talking too much. Shut up and fight. That's not the case. I believe handedly that Aljamain Sterling was handed a gift. He was given a gift because at the end of the day, when we started off, the mixed martial arts of the past time, those guys used to fight by way tougher rules. And it even happened in the gym. I've seen it where these guys are fighting one another. And even though it's with headgear, some of them, you still get hit in the head by illegal strikes. That's something you wouldn't see in a sanctioned fight. And they get up and they continue to fight. They say, "Oh, okay, I'm good. Don't worry about it." But in a fight, Peter Yan lands this kick, and Aljamain Sterling's like flopping all back, like, "Oh shit!" And I always frown upon this. It don't matter who it is. I always frown upon it, man. Especially if a title's at stake. I do. I frown upon it because these fighters have taken knees to the head like that. They have. They've taken knees to the head in practice where they're fully aware of how to recover. Just off instinct alone, they are trained on how to recover if you ever get kneed in the head. Now, some knees to the head, it's not going to do anything for you. You're going to be knocked out cold, right? It's legal too. And this is the weird part about Sterling. Sterling was damn near at the same height as Ben Askren when he was knocked out by Jorge Masvidal. Ben Askren has changed levels, all right, to meet Jorge Masvidal's momentum because Masvidal came charging in at him. He was at the same level as Aljamain Sterling was when Peter Yan kneed him. The only thing that's different is that Aljamain Sterling's hand was on the canvas. Ben Askren's hands were bracing for a body lock to stop the impediment of Jorge Masvidal, to stop the rush, to stop the blitz. We're talking about contact. It's no demarcation lines. We're talking about contacts on whether a strike is legal or not. Just the contact of a hand being on the canvas. It's too much, man. Jade in the building, what's good? Dana said they will run it back ASAP. Well, of course, Dana is going to say, in the controversy of it all, they're going to run it back because now it has a backstory to it and people are going to tune into it. Well, I really thought, the momentum was going in Peter Yan's way. I really wasn't sold on Petri Yan or whatever they call him, Petri Yan, until last night. He, like I said before, early in my post, my live, I say he has pretty decent takedown defense. I truly thought that Aljamain's BJJ was much better. His wrestling was much better. But the one thing that equalized all of that, people, is when your opponent starts to fatigue. The takedown attempts become slower. And then if they are able to get you on a body lock, their strength is not there. You know what I'm saying? They don't have that strength to try to get you, take you down. It's according to how good Petrie Young's takedown defense was to make Sterling work that much harder. And we found out he has solid takedown defense. Like I mentioned, he's a pretty solid mixed martial artist. Petrie Young, he is. He's a pretty solid dude. Aljamain Sterling is a pretty solid dude. But when you're going into those championship rounds, within this case, it's the fourth and fifth round, you got to have that cardio. And it looked like Sterling punches was getting a little weak. He was digressing from his power strikes. When that happened, you have to have a backup, B and C. So what was his backup? His kicks were like telegraph. Jan's seen them easily. I mean, it's just like when they say in boxing, you gotta work behind the jab until you figure it out. You know what I'm saying? It just seems like Jan was coming on in the fourth round. If he wouldn't have landed the knee, he would have won that round. So them running it back, kudos, whatever. I'll see it. King Mitch in the building. What's good? Need the shit out of that boy head. Also wasn't acting. Ref told him, don't get up. Look. Look there, J8. I'm talking about when it comes down to you telling the referee, I'm able to fight. I could go on. Hey, referee, I'm good. I'm good. The referee told him not to get up there, J8, because you have a certain time limit for recovery. If you are the recipient of an illegal strike, let's say an eye poke or illegal strike, you have a certain time limit to get up. The ref didn't want him to get up too early. He wanted him to use his time, gather himself, so the fight can go on. That is the entire portion of, the referee being in control of the fight. They wanted Aljamain Sterling to take the amount of time allotted to him to recover. And then at that point in time, let's just say Sterling hasn't fully recovered and it was from an illegal strike. Then the fight will be called and then they would go to the cards. But Aljamain Sterling, he was so emotional, man. Like sometimes people who's in moments like that, they just get emotional because they want to sell it to the crowd. They want to sell it to the crowd, J8. You know what I'm saying? Peter, Jose Camacho. Okay. Haven't seen you in a while there, Jose. But look, I've heard Petrie. I've heard Peter. I've heard Pedor. But when it comes down to it, y'all know who I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? And give it up to Camacho showing up after a 7-year hiatus. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jose Camacho for showing up after 7 years. God dang, it's been a minute, ain't it? You know what I'm saying? I get a champ purse bonus and an immediate rematch to a fight I was losing. No, I mean, when it comes down to the mixed martial arts fan, man, some of them don't like that shit. Check this out. How this is a rare occasion there, Jose. He was the first one to ever get awarded a championship fight, a championship belt in the history of the UFC off of disqualification. Yeah, Aljamain Sterling. He was the first recipient. Do you want that on your credential? Do you want that on your credential? To be the first fighter in the organization's history to be awarded a championship fight off a DQ. Do you want that? You don't want that. You don't want people to be saying, oh man, he won that belt off a DQ, but yeah, he could have gotten up. TJ Dillashaw, of all people, is whining and complaining about this. Listen, if there's anything I can praise TJ Dillashaw for, it's the fact that he's been in some wars and he is motherfucking tried to fight. I'm not gonna from the time I seen him enter into the UFC on the Ultimate Fighter finale against John Dodson, and John Dodson hurt him, and he tried his damnedest to stand up and fight through it. He's saying that Aljamain Sterling was acting. Of course, he's trying to put himself back into the equation because he was suspended for drug use. He was knocked out. Not only was he knocked out, he popped for EPO, and he admitted that he was doing it. But I respect who he is as a fighter because he's a tough mixed martial artist. If you was to take TJ Dillashaw in this particular case, vice Aljamain Sterling, TJ would have tried to get up. Dominique Cruz would have tried to get up. Period. Seriously. Look, I'm not saying that Aljamain is a quitter. I'm just saying you're in combat sports and this shit happens in practice. Those of you that actually go to the gym and watch the fighters, it happens in practice. It does. It happens in practice, man. And you with a sparring partner that may be in your weight class or higher. It may be a top name, but you want to prove your toughness. So you keep going. Young would have won the fight. Sterling better come back better next time. He has to, J8. When it comes down to it, man, his cardio was pretty much lacking when it comes down to it. You know, I don't know what was going on. The adrenaline dump, the stage, the bright lights. He's been there before. Like you went in there against Corey Sandhagen, who they've had so much hype behind. I mean, they was boosting Sandhagen up, to the high end. And man, Sterling went in there and dusted him. But with Peter, with Jan, he proved that he's a different type of dude. He's a pretty solid mixed martial artist, man. I got to give him his credit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just can't sit up here. I thought Sterling would have a better go at Jan than how it played out. He still got the bonus for that. Like his next fight, he's gonna have to get a champ bonus. I mean, I don't like it, but the UFC gives these fighters incentives to do things. I'm looking for a way out and got one. Timothy Allen said Aljo was looking for a way out and got one. See, what Timothy just said, I can't really sit up here and disagree with him because sometimes a fighter look for a way out. Seriously. Sometimes they look for a way out, man. All the crying and shit. Why are you crying? Why are you so emotional? Like you're a fighter, man. And I'm not sure about all the bonuses that's being mentioned, the incentives. I could care less about that. It's not like I'm receiving it. But when it comes down to heart and determination, Sterling has never been a champion. So I believe within my heart of hearts and stand fair to my integrity. I'm telling you that Sterling felt the tide shifting in this fight. He did. He felt that Jan was in better condition and he had ran out of options. Not only has he ran out of options, but his body was telling him no. His body was telling him no, y'all. He was looking for something else. His body was telling him, nope, I don't have it. Some fighters have it, some don't. But, you know, these fighters is in mixed martial arts, man. When they look for a way out, and it's just not enough action. Like, people consider you to be tougher than this. They're going to criticize you. Aljamain Sterling is going to, you know, he probably going to get some of that hate that Timothy Bradley got from, you know, when he received the win over Pacquiao. Because, you know, his compeers are going to say, you know what, you could have won that. I mean, you could have got up from that fight, but you was looking for a way out, like Timothy said, you know, and you took it. Seriously, you took the way out, bro. I like Sterling too, man. But I gotta give a salute to Peter Yan, I have to give it to him. Him crying and throwing the belt was a part of the act. Man, look, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you where I was at watching this shit. I'm going off 2 hours of sleep, right? So it's All-Star weekend down here. So I'm in one of Don King's mansions, right? And shout out to Sean 808 for setting this up. I'm in one of Don King's mansion down here in the A. It's really packed, but you know, learning the lay of the land and everything about how the itinerary works, you know, being in one of these damn parties and shit. I'm seeing this play out, and it's amazing how many people don't know about mixed martial arts like that. But being that it was one of the bigger shows on this weekend, you had people watching it. And I just happened to be standing around, you know, seeing this play out. And I just felt like, okay, I'm in the South, right? So it's a lot of people might say, well, you know, I don't know who the white fighter is, but the black fighter, you know, I think my boy mentioned him, you know, and they start talking about the fight like that. Oh, my boy watching, look at him. And they really didn't know. I didn't say nothing. I'm just looking at the damn fight. I ain't here trying to explain shit that they don't want to hear. They say the brother need to do this. The brother need to do that. Man, they just talking and shit. It was hilarious. But I was saying to myself, I was like, shit, Sterling is running out of gas, man. He's running out of fucking gas. I said, he's in trouble. When you're in the fourth round, which is considered the championship round, fourth and fifth round, it's all bad when you cannot allow your punches to get in. You're wearing 4-ounce gloves. And plus, his strongest point was his wrestling. He's much more fatigued now, so he's going to be hesitant about changing levels and getting in close. That's more energy he has to use. I mean, it just comes down to, like, you're really beating yourself up. Like, what do I do next? I don't know what to fucking do. This guy's pretty good. He's better than what I thought. That's what Aljamain Sterling was saying to himself. Tony Boswell in the building. Salute to you, my brother. What's good? See, this is why I subscribe to WCS. We agree to disagree, but he is always keeping it 100. Much respect. I don't always comment, but always smash the button and show support. Appreciate you, Tony. Same to you, bro. Jose say, think about this. Aljo was the wrestler. Peter was supposed to be the striker. In the fight, Peter had 100% takedown success. Sterling had 1 of 17 success. This is what I mentioned with that dynamic, you know, the pros and cons of their fighting. When I did a live days ago, I basically said the only way to negate an individual like a BJJ practitioner or a wrestler is to have takedown defense, solid takedown defense. Now, when it comes down to it, this is where, let's just say, for instance, Peter was good through rounds 1 through 3, and he was able to stop the takedowns of Aljamain Sterling. Let's just say, for instance, it started working out like this. So 1, 2, 3, he was able to stop the takedowns, and then fatigue set in, and Peter Yan had been stopping these takedowns. A perfect a juxtapose, okay, a side-by-side comparison would be how Khabib Nurmagomedov implements his game plan in changing levels. It didn't play out like this in the Yan and Sterling fight, but let me just give an example. So what if you go into the fourth round and Sterling, who initially had problems with getting the takedown, now Peter's a little bit fatigued, he's able to get the takedown. That's the only way I've seen this fight happening. But when I seen Sterling was a bit fatigued, heading in the fourth, I say takedowns are out of the question. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to gain any momentum. Where's he going to use his kicks, his hands, his punches, he's in trouble. And then to combat Aljamain Sterling wrestling, I said Peter Yan will have to have solid takedown defense, which looking at the numbers even before this fight, Peter Yan had solid takedown defense. Aljamain Sterling knew this, and his team was probably working on continuous takedown. Well, I would say this. His team was more so working on him getting in close, pushing him up against the cage and wearing him down. So if his takedown defense, let's just say his takedown defense was 100, right? Just like Jose said, his takedown defense was 100. But fatigue, if Aljamain had the lungs to do it, the gas tank, kept pressing him up against the cage, he would be able to get that takedown. It was a point in time where there was plenty of people that hadn't been taken down in the course of their career. It was a point in time where Israel Adesanya has not been taken down in his career of mixed martial arts. It was a point in time that John Jones hasn't been taken down in their career. But it gets to that point with age, wear and tear on your body, whether you're in there with an injury and the gas tank of your opponent, it pretty much negate all that with fatigue. It negates all that. Sterling couldn't take Yan's power. Just keeping 100. That's why he kept trying to take it to the ground. See, it's up. That's why they call it. It's up to the fighter to be well-rounded. It's called mixed martial arts. And the crazy thing about Peter Yan's game, he's really not praised for being a BJJ practitioner. So his opponent, according to how his team mapped out the landscape of the bantamweight division, they may have started to work on his takedown defense because they're looking at all the practitioners that's in there. And it's like, okay, we don't have too many strong BJJ or ground specialists in this. So let's work on the wrestlers. We have Aljamain Sterling as a wrestler. We have TJ Dillashaw as a wrestler. We have Henry Cejudo as a wrestler. You know what I'm saying? We have Dominic Cruz who can wrestle. The 135-pound division has wrestlers. But like I said before, if you get a fighter who works on takedown defense, that's a way you can negate an individual who loves changing levels or trying to get in close and get you to the ground for a submission. You work on your takedown defense. Does it work for everybody? Hell no. But it is effective when you totally understand how to apply it, especially if you can, your cardio is respectful. You know what I'm saying? Your cardio is absolutely A1. And you know that your opponent is going to try to get in. You have total confidence in your striking, not to overly commit so they can go, get in deep on your hips and get the takedown. I mean, Peter Yan has good, solid hips, man. So when he's landing those strikes on Sterling, he's not really worried about Sterling, slipping underneath and getting in close and deep on his hips and taking him down because he's confident in his takedown defense. Sterling has some work to do, man. He'll go down in the books as becoming the first champion to win a belt via disqualification, but the respect will never be there unless he's able to defend it. Remember, I told you that. He will never get the respect he deserves unless he goes in there and defeat Peter Yan. Everybody know out of these two individuals, Peter Yan was the better fighter tonight. He was the better fighter, period. Sterling may not like to hear that, but he's going to hear it. He's going to hear it. Because I thought for sure it'll be a much more competitive fight than what I seen. And that just wasn't the case. The momentum was shifting, and Peter Yan could have very well carried this fight out in the fourth and the fifth and earned a unanimous decision. Jay Blue said, I honestly thought Aljo was going to get knocked out in the last round. Gassing hard, throwing everything but landing nothing. Knee fucked the fight up. I will keep it as honest as I can with this too, Jay Blues. It is up to the striker who's in the moment. You know, the more dominant striker at the time, which is Peter Young, right? It is up to him to maintain focus and discipline during the process where he's gaining all this momentum and he's winning the exchanges. It's up to him to sustain that focus. You just can't sit up there and lose your mind and forget about the rules, and you have an opponent that's down on one knee, and you've been in the sport long enough. This is the first time that Jan has lost in the UFC, y'all. This is the first time he's lost in the UFC. Seriously. Just like Israel Adesanya. It was the first time he took a loss in the UFC. Let's get to my boy, man. Let's get to my boy, because I have to get to my boy. Y'all remember me talking about Israel Adesanya, y'all? Let me pull up the scorecards. Let me pull up the scorecards. I want to show you something. I'm going to go back to the picture. Listen, look at these scorecards, y'all. Juan Blachowicz. We have Derek Cleary once again. Sal D'Amato. And Junchiro. I don't know. I'm not going to fuck up his name like I just did. But check this out, though. I just want to give you an overlay. Across the board, all three judges had Juan Blachowicz winning at least 4 rounds. Minimal 4 rounds, y'all. Minimal 4 rounds. They gave one to Israel Adesanya. All right. Minimal 4 rounds. This is a 5-round championship fight. Y'all tell me what you think about Israel Adesanya, because I know some of the people that's on here right now are not some of the same people that was here when I was actually speaking about this fight. So therefore, you know, you might have the Israel Adesanya fans that's not really understanding where I was going with it to begin with. Israel Adesanya is one of those guys who I said that wouldn't win a championship. He would take a loss before he get a championship fight. I was wrong. It almost came to fruition. It did in a way, but it didn't. And my thought process of Israel Adesanya and how he carries himself and how he selectively chooses some tough fights. Like, he was doing just enough with the right people and the right styles to win those fights, right? But I told you, this fight right here with Juan Blachowicz was indeed the biggest fight of the night when it comes to legacy. This was the fight. If he would have defeated Juan Blachowicz, it would have set up a fight with him and John Jones, because both of those guys had never been defeated inside the cage. You take a fighter like Blachowicz, who has 8 losses, and this is why I always encourage boxing fans to tune in to mixed martial arts, because you can have individuals multiple losses that still pick up a validated, a legitimate, official world title. They can have multiple losses and still get a title shot. That's mixed martial arts. When it came down to me seeing him stepping there with Robert Whitaker, I said to myself, Adesanya can be beat, man. He can be beat. I saw it with Kevin Gastelum just a little bit. And then I saw it with Robert Whitaker. And then Yoel Romero, man, a freak of nature who he is, one of the most, athletically gifted individuals in the sport. It was one of the most boring fights ever. And Yoel Romero is one of those guys that have losses to some of the best in the game. Seriously. He has losses to some of the best in the game, man. And then the deal with Paulo Costa. This is what sealed it for me. That John Jones was his alpha. Seriously. You may look at this shit as being weird and awkward, but if you're a grown-ass man, if you're a true man to yourself, you would understand where I'm going with this, right? So Yoel Romero, man, he barely wanted to strike because now he's in there with the guy who has a threat with wrestling. What did Blachowicz, what did he have success with? Getting a takedown. He changed it up. People was like looking at Adesanya. He barely has any takedown. Individuals, his opponents, is barely able to take him down in a fight. But I'm saying to myself, it's there though. It's there. So he played it cautiously and tapped into the gas tank of these individuals. Like Yoel Romero, who is very, very sporadic in his striking. And then Paulo Costa. The Paulo Costa fight told me one thing about Adesanya. It kind of told me that deep down in Adesanya's warrior space, so to speak, his space where he has all that warrior spirit, he can indeed fight. I get it. But Adesanya has that little ounce of something. I don't want to call it bitch assness, but he has this one speck. You know how you someone tell you, okay, what's that dot on your face? And you say, I don't know. And come to find out it's a dot, it's cancerous or whatever. And you didn't think nothing of it. Him doing Paulo Costa the way he did. It just tells me Adesanya, when it came down to John Jones, he would get fucked up even worse. Something told me about Adesanya heading to this fight with Juan Blachowicz that if his rangefinders wasn't working and he wasn't able to land his punches and kicks and have complete success, he would have a problem on the ground. Because look, if you remember to the build up to this fight, he was trying to convince people that his jiu-jitsu game came a long ways. When I knew he was in trouble, people, because I'm looking at the small shit, I knew he was in trouble with this Juan Blachowicz fight is when he weighed in at 200 pounds. He weighed in at 200 pounds. Juan Blachowicz was going to be the bigger fighter, period. And also Adesanya, I don't know if his ego, his arrogance or whatever, for him to have such a quick turnaround in his fight, to step in there with a Juan Blachowicz. I was curious to know, it was more so Israel Adesanya or Dana White. Who's pushing this kid to fast track and come off a victory and step in there with Juan Blachowicz? Who's pushing this? Is it truly Israel Adesanya or Dana White? Because I say this is a tough fight. Juan Blachowicz has had his ups and downs, but right now he can look. He defeated a legitimate competitor in Dominique Reyes, who I thought defeated John Jones 3-2. So when he coming in here, I'm like, okay, I'm looking at this shit. I say, okay, he weigh in at 200 pounds. a part of me saying, okay, he want to stay a little bit light so he can work the outside of the ring and use his striking. But Juan Blachowicz, man, the one thing you remember what he did to Luke Rockhold. Luke Rockhold was a pretty decent striker, but he got in close. He ended up landing the punch. Now, a lot of you going to say, oh, that's a poor example for you to use. Luke Rockhold, you know, his chin has been suspect for a long time. Just ask McGruff the crime dog. He found that out. You know, I'm saying, listen, if you didn't see his defense and you kind of pin that to an issue that Israel Adesanya was going to have, then you weren't paying attention. And that's what ultimately worked out in this fight. He really wasn't worried about the power of Adesanya. We've seen it with the Kevin Gastelum. We've seen it with the Robert Whittaker. We've seen it with Paulo Costa. Shit, Juan Blachowicz say, no, there's no way this dude's knocking me out. There's no way. There's no way this dude's knocking me out, period. I'm good. What he did to Paulo Costa by gyrating to act like he was fucking him in the ass, right? I say something's internally, you know, miswired in Adesanya's shit. You know, the thing that, you know, the shit that he had on his IG, I believe, where he was grabbing his dog's motherfucking schlong or whatever. I said, this guy's trying to prove it might be shit that they do in their own country. But I always had an issue with what he did to Paulo Costa, because I'm saying to myself, like, why would you attempt to not only to pretend like you're violating Paulo Costa in the ring, but violate yourself in the process? Because I just didn't understand what it had to do with fight. When your ultimate goal is to fight John Jones, you just pay attention to who you have in front of you. If Juan Blachowicz was going to be your next opponent, pay attention to what he has going on. Because look, do that shit to Khabib. See, they pick and choose who they want to do that shit with. If he would have been in Brazil, he wouldn't have did that shit he did to Paulo Costa. Did Paulo Costa deserve that? No, I would say he didn't. But do that shit in Brazil. Do it to Khabib. Khabib's people would have jumped over that cage and commenced the goddamn whooping Adesanya ass. It's certain individuals. Do it to the Diaz brothers, and you would have got that Jason Miller motherfucking treatment. Seriously, it's certain people that you wouldn't do that shit to. And I said to myself, when it comes to the bigger fights with John Jones and shit, he's gonna have a problem. And I'm thinking to myself, he's gonna have a problem with getting past Juan Blachowicz weighing in at 200 pounds. But see, because Juan Blachowicz had to drop down to get to that weight, Adesanya had to build up to get to 200 pounds. He's not going to be the stronger fighter, and he wasn't. And I like the way he changed it up, man, and got in close after he put a couple of rounds away. He said, let me get in close, man. Shit, fuck it. I don't feel no danger with this dude's strength. Let me get in close on this cat. Let me take him down. And then to get the full mount in the fifth, it's just showed Adesanya has work to do. He ain't ready for John Jones. That fight is out the window, people. That could potentially be one of the biggest fights. And what Israel Adesanya has to say is that I don't mind losing to a classy guy like Juan. Listen, brothers, let's be honest. I'm really sick and tired of the brothers always talking about a classy guy. A classy guy. Motherfucker, a loss is a loss. If you're trying to sit up here and talk about, oh, well, I don't mind losing to a classy guy like Blachowicz, but yet you would frown upon it if it was John Jones. John Jones would have made you look like he's doing now on Twitter, just the same way, but worse. Just imagine Adesanya was attempting to try to fight John Jones at July. He was attempting to want to fight John Jones in July. This dude was delusional. And then he changed it to the end of the year because people was probably telling him, man, are you sure you want to face John Jones right now? Dude is incredibly big right now. And with that size, you're going to have to deal with his wrestling because John Jones can wrestle. And you have to deal with his motherfucking striking ability. Your strikes are not going to hurt John Jones. You're moving up in weight, so you're going to be the much slower fighter there, Adesanya. Your body has not had time to acclimate to the weight gain. So you're fucked right now. Your mind is telling you you can do all this shit, but Juan Blachowicz proved that nah, you're still light in the ass, man, and you need to stay yourself in middleweight. I'm happy for Juan Blachowicz to pull this out the way he did because it leaves no fucking question that he's legitimized as a light heavyweight champion. No question at all, man. He'll be back, though. Timothy said, I was hoping Jan would win with the hopes of him fighting the featherweight champion. That's if he chose to, do that or not. I don't think, that would have been so much far down the road. Like Davison Figueiredo, who's the 125-pound featherweight champion. I'll take that back, Timothy. I'll take that back. Alexander Volkanovski, in my opinion, is too much for Peter Yan right now. Striking wise, both of these guys are strikers. And here we go again. Alexander Volkanovski, he has pretty decent takedown defense. So does Peter Yan. So that fight right there would be a stand-up battle, which both of these guys have pretty decent cardio. So I agree with you saying, you was hoping that he will fight the featherweight champion, but I don't think he's ready for Alexander Volkanovski. Right? I think Volkanovski is a better striker than Yan, to be honest. You're talking about a guy who defeated Max Holloway twice, man. And you saw what Max Holloway just did to his last opponent, Calvin Kattar. He made him look amateurish. He made him look like a neophyte. Tony said, I bet 200 and Johnny Boy chat made a killing. I knew Juan would take Izzy punch. Reyes damn near put Jones down. Juan ate them. And the only one who took Juan ate them. I'm the only one who took Yan. Damn. Out of one, Adesanya. I just gave a breakdown of it. Juan had 8 losses, but yet he was on a little bit of a winning streak or whatever. And I don't think I ever really picked a winner. Stylebender won the 3rd round only. 1st and 2nd were close. 4th and 5th were obvious. True words, true words. Came into the fight salivating. Jones Adesanya and left lamenting we never got Juan Blachowicz. We never got Jones Blachowicz. I look at it like this, though. It's two different styles when it comes to the fighters. Their body competition is somewhat similar, but John Jones fighting Juan Blachowicz means that he has to drop down to 205 again after gaining all that muscle. I'm really not sure after this that he's willing to do that just to get his belt back. I think he truly wants to be a 2-division champion, and he's going to stick to the bigger money fight. The winner of Stipe Miocic and Francis Ngannou is a bigger money fight than him fighting Blachowicz. You know what I'm saying? After all the layers that he's packed on muscle-wise, he has a bigger money fight for the winner of Miocic Ngannou. And, the older he gets, the harder it is going to be for him to lose that weight, man. So if Juan Blachowicz wants to try to move up the heavyweight and face John Jones, I think that would be more of a fight that we may see in the future, and John Jones coming back down to light heavyweight. If I was John Jones, I'd just let Juan Blachowicz have his belt and be done with it. You know what it is, WCS. You can tell Adesanya is a little insecure and too emotion involved. You can tell he was bullied as a kid. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's one of those guys, man. I think a lot of us, went to a point where we might have been bullied, but I can't tell. Like you're talking about a guy who's from born in another country, but he resides in New Zealand. So, he might have went through some shit over there, but gyrating a man and act like you fucking him, in the middle of the cage, I think it demasculized not only Israel Adesanya, his attempt to do it to Paulo Costa, but it demasculized Israel Adesanya also. I think that's some homo shit. And I think deep down inside, if you all about the women, then you stick with shit that men would do for women. You know what I'm saying? Just like Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor said, it's red panties night. Tell your wife to come home. It's red panties night. You made it big. Tell her Conor McGregor gave you an opportunity. We did it, baby. Do some shit like that. Do some Conor McGregor type bravado type shit. Tell the wife to put on the red panties. You did it. You got to fight with the cash cow. Do some shit like that. But when I see individuals like Adesanya doing that to Paulo Costa and giving people that raw, vivid imagination on TV, that may provide that darker side of Adesanya and what he truly may be involved in his own personal life. Seriously. Because if the man is already beaten, then guess what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone, bro. Simon, what's good? Salute to you. Adesanya moved up in weight class and lost to the champion. I respect that. I would feel the same if Blachowicz moved up to heavyweight and lost to Miocic. I would still respect the risk that was taken. Simon, what you just said, I can check the box on where you going with it. All right, I can check the box on that. Real talk. I can check the box in you saying them taking risks. Salute. I said the same thing about Conor. I wasn't a Conor McGregor fan. I never would have thought he would have walked in there and knocked out Jose Aldo in 13 seconds. I never would have thought that after he knocked out Jose Aldo, he will move up 2 weight classes and fight Nate Diaz at welterweight. So what you saying, I respect that. I respect the risk taking. I do. But along with the risk taking, right? Certain people have did it well. First of all, Conor McGregor was the first to do it. He did it damn good. Legendary type shit. Even though he looked like shit in his recent fight, he did it legendary shit. He went from 45 to 70 back down to 45. Legendary type shit. And not only that, after he went over here and fought Floyd Money Mayweather and made millions. All right. And then I got to give a shout out to another one who did it damn good. That was Amanda Nunes. Another person who did it the way it was supposed to be done was DC, Daniel Cormier. Legendary type shit. DC of all people coming out the Strikeforce tournament, fighting at a damn light heavyweight division because his boy Cain Velasquez was contending at the heavyweight. Not only for him to suck himself down at the light heavyweight division when he was full of Popeye's chicken, he chose to move up and fight Stipe Miocic, who's legitimized heavyweight champion, and he knocked him out in 1 round. Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. He knocked Stipe Miocic out in the first fucking round out the clinch. It's legendary shit. And then look at Henry Cejudo now. If I said the one who did it the prettiest, I ain't gonna lie. I have to go with Triple C. I have to go with bend the knee. Seriously, I have to. He came back damn near after 2 years, finally defeated Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson, who's considered the motherfucking 125-pound GOAT. One of the GOATs in mixed martial arts, because he's still motherfucking winning. And not only that, people, he's saying, you know what? I'm an Olympic gold medal wrestler. I'm a flyweight world champion, defended my title 11 times. Now, Dana White is talking about the bantamweight division. Because no one beat Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson at flyweight division until Henry Cejudo. His other loss was to Dominique Cruz, right? So when he talked himself out of a contract, you know, we're moving up the bantamweight division, Dana White, I guess he became a little perturbed. He said, you know what? This the fuck gonna happen. I'm going to send TJ Dillashaw down to the lightweight division to close this shit out. Because Dana was putting it out there like he was firing motherfuckers from the flyweight division. He said, I'm going to get rid of this division once for all. And people actually thought there was about to be a 165-pound division. So TJ Dillashaw, of course, said, you know what, Dwayne, can we do this, Dwayne? We can? Okay. Yeah, Dan, we can do it. So he moved down to the 125-pound division, dirty. Gets knocked out in the first round. He gets knocked out. Like, where did this shit come from Henry Cejudo? Henry Cejudo knocks him out. This is how I say Henry Cejudo did it the smoothest. He knocks out TJ Dillashaw that came down to take his motherfucking title at flyweight division. TJ Dillashaw had the opportunity to become the champ. It imploded because not only did he get knocked out, but he was stripped of his title because he popped dirty. Then Henry Cejudo moves up to 135 and fight Marlon Moraes. The way he changed up the game plan midway through the fight and started digging to the body and stopped him, that shit right there, people. Look, that shit right there, to me, it supersedes just a little bit of what Conor McGregor was able to do. The reason why I say that, because you're looking at it like, okay, Conor McGregor knocked out Jose Aldo in 13 seconds, and he stopped Eddie Alvarez with punches after coming back down from the welterweight. I truly understand where you're getting at. But look at this. TJ Dillashaw was considered one of the best bantamweights in the sport. One of the best. TJ Dillashaw came down there with the momentum, with somebody like Cejudo, who would absolutely rebound from taking some loss. He had already lost to Demetrius Johnson. He came back full circle and ended up winning. And he looked damn good doing it. And then to knock out TJ Dillashaw in one round. And then to go up there and stop the bantamweight champion, Marlon Moraes. And not only that, but to defend his title against the other legitimized bantamweight champion in the sport, Dominique Cruz, and stop him. That's 3 motherfucking knockouts, y'all. This is from a wrestler. This is from a wrestler, y'all, whose term is to bend the knee. I'm just saying. Good point there, Simon. Michael Lewis in the building. What's good? P. Scott, yeah, last night was interesting for sure. I'm not surprised Izzy lost, but still, damn, I thought he would have done better. I would assume he would do a bit better than what he did. But that's Adesanya, man. There's something else about this kid. Like Simon just mentioned, man. You know, commend him for taking the risk. But then you look at what Jose said. He might have some inner demons about being bullied as a kid. Listen, for those of you that follow the sport, did y'all see when Adesanya had his hair dyed pink He was on this shit and he had his hair dyed all the way pink. And I said to myself, what the fuck am I watching? Like, who told you, being a dark-skinned brother, that dyeing your hair pink was what it is? Once again, he's showing you something that's inside. I don't know, man. It's not for me to find out. I'm not a psychologist, bro. I'm really not a psychologist, and I'm not about to go up here and put some heavy assumptions on Adesanya's sexuality or whatever. I'm not gonna do it, but he's did some questionable shit. I don't know, man. Jay Blues say Izzy timing and accuracy was way off. One had too much determination and adjusted better. Izzy could have done a lot more. I don't think he could have did it, Jay Blues. Like, when it comes to Izzy putting on that weight, he went from 85 to attempt to move up to 205. He was only able to successfully put on 15 pounds. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. That 15 pounds for Izzy, it might have had him feeling like a slug. Seriously. I mean, you know, he was up there eating that steak and all that shit, and he probably felt good in sparring, but when he got in there after those first couple of rounds, he's like, damn, you know, this is a whole nother damn beast. Like Blachowicz, he's a true 205er. Not only that, Blachowicz was probably weighing 215 easy, 210, 215 easy. Adesanya was outmatched when it came to strength. We seen that once he took him to the ground, making adjustments, man. I salute one for doing that. Sound adjustments, man. But something's going on in Adesanya, and like I said before, he could have been a part of the biggest UFC fight ever in history. But also, I always say this: there's levels to this fight game. What looked good for some doesn't mean it's going to be the same for others, and that proved last night with a lot of people hyping up Israel Adesanya as a next John Jones. But he's not. He's not the next John Jones. John Jones is on his motherfucking neck, y'all. You want to hear some of the tweets that John Jones put out about Israel Adesanya? Y'all want to hear what he had to say about Israel Adesanya, y'all? This dude has been going in. And listen, that's what John Jones do. John Jones says, seems like everyone worried about me can't get past what's in front of them. Weird. Talking about Izzy. Excuse me for enjoying them a little too much. Enjoying this a little too much. These cartoon fans been talking crazy. So it's a picture of Juan Blachowicz landing the right hand, overhand right on Izzy. John Jones said, the greatest striking MMA has ever seen? ? This shit needs to stop already. People so quick to jump on a hype train. That's true. That's true. And then he shows the scene from Friday. And John Jones is motherfucking savage on this Twitter, dog. He goes on to say, if you ever wrote me talking shit about Izzy beating me, slap yourself. Great job, Juan. There's 2 minutes left in the fight, but Izzy is on bottom. Great win. Definitely not expecting any surprises. Yeah, never mind. That's not even worth my time. Can't wait to make this bitch eat his words. I mean, John Jones was going in heavy, and you know what? That's only the beginning of it. Real talk. HOD in the building. Salute to you. Denise Wars, what is good? Salute. Boxing Queen in the building. Izzy toolbox skills was shown to me extremely limited to only having a high level striking and defense. Has no wrestling and jiu-jitsu skills. John Bones Jones would have destroyed him. This is what I have to say about that, HOD. Like, he was making a big thing about enhancing his BJJ skills. Because a lot of people saying like, okay, what are you going to do in the clinch? You know, is Juan going to be able to take you down? Because Juan has pretty good takedown defense himself. And with a lighter fighter that's coming up that really doesn't execute takedowns, it will have to be a stand-up game, which to many was going to favor Israel Adesanya because that's what he does. He strikes with his hands and feet, and he probably felt within himself he can break down Juan Blachowicz over time. But that's not the case, because if him and his team would have did their research properly, they would have found out that Juan has a pretty decent gas tank, man. He stopped Dominique Reyes, y'all. So I'm saying to myself, like, okay, they put this video out with him rolling with Andre Gavallo, one of the most well-respected BJJ world champions there is, right? But then I'm looking at certain people don't know the belt system. You know what I'm saying? Just the white and blue. White and blue, you have killers at the white and blue. The belt system is white, blue, purple, brown, black. So from my understanding, I'm believing that Israel Adesanya is a blue belt. It depends on who is raising that particular BJJ practitioner, where the respect comes in. Because if you are a blue belt per se, that's strictly training in the gym, then your competitive skill set when it comes to submission game is going to be a little bit less than those who actually compete. Seriously. So let's just say Israel Adesanya, like some of these mixed martial artists, they compete in grappling tournaments, but they don't do it full time. So I'm just talking in general with BJJ practitioners that they're different levels, even to the belt system. You know, you have a blue belt that trains in the gym and is raised, their professor raises them up, you know, from fighting inside the cage and in the gym, cool. But also you have the blue belts that strictly compete in BJJ tournaments all the time. And they're lethal. They're pretty much lethal, man. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think Adesanya has made it there yet to be respected as a ground practitioner, to be respected as a threat, a BJJ threat for his BJJ game. Obviously, to the below average type of practitioner, his game might be respected in a sense. It's not like he doesn't know what he's doing, but when you get a monster in front of you like Juan Blachowicz, and you weak, you got that slender frame, and you ain't lifting weights. Just look at this picture right here. Look how thick and big Juan Blachowicz is, all the way from his shoulders to his fist. Look at the twigs that Adesanya has. Come on, bro. Like, come on. I'm just saying. Adesanya is a good 185er, but he's not a 205er. And when Blachowicz put that weight on top of him and he couldn't do shit about it, then he pretty much felt what the 205 division is like. Then we sit up here and appreciate what John Jones was able to do when he was in the division. Israel Adesanya is not John Jones. He's not John Jones. And you can go back in my lives. I was like, I'm not really sold on Adesanya because the people that he's fighting, either they don't have decent cardio or motherfuckers, they don't have that threat, you know, to get in and press Adesanya like Khabib has on his opposition. You know what I'm saying? They don't present that shit. Even Kevin Gastelum, who I thought for sure would be able to get in a bit closer and challenge Adesanya, you know, wrestling and his takedown defense, you know, just press him hard, deplete some of that energy and strength that he has. He couldn't get it done. And then Robert Whittaker, I thought that was the worst game plan he could have used. and rushing in on the Lone Ranger striker, a former kickboxer in Adesanya. It was. I was really questioning his decision making, Robert Whittaker, and I like him. I like Robert Whittaker when he was reigning champion. I was like, does he have some personal issues going on? Is his knee fucked up still? I didn't know why he just recklessly went in there and got close and got knocked out. But anyway, just to caveat what HOD said. He has jiu-jitsu, man, but I don't know about his wrestling. He has. I've watched several of his BJJ tapes. I spun the reel plenty of times. Adesanya has some jiu-jitsu. Now, jiu-jitsu being the muddy flats, man, it's a lot of levels to jiu-jitsu. So I would say he has some, but I don't know to what depth. Because from my understanding, I'm assuming he's a blue belt. Any higher than a blue belt is some bullshit. Zabel, what's good? Salute. He said Juan was patient and technical last night. Yeah, Juan is a patient fighter. He's a patient fighter, Zabel. You correct. Andrew in the building. Salute, my brother. Salute World Combat Sports. Salute to you, man. Michael Lewis said, yeah, John Jones has been getting petty on social media for years, but in his defense, he is hardly wrong. That is. Hey, look, Mike. I can't say nothing in caveat to that. He's hardly wrong when it comes to Israel Adesanya, dog. And furthermore, people was pretty much comparing Israel Adesanya to the successor of John Jones. Look, I said I even had doubt that he will make it to championship status before getting beat, because I just saw so many holes in his game, and he just had this niche about him that I say, it's something wrong with this dude, right? It just came a little bit further. He picked up the championship, but it came to last night to fruition. This is what I always believed in opposition that could withstand his outside striking game and had pretty decent defense. Juan Blachowicz. You talking about the guy who went the distance with Marvin Vettori and also Brad Tavares? You know, I mean, it wasn't like he was a knockout artist. He only became, getting those knockouts when the individuals wasn't patient. They weren't patient. Juan Blachowicz was patient, and he had tight defense, y'all. That's why he had success. Because it wasn't a plan B and C for Adesanya. It wasn't. He's 21 right now. The greatest middleweight versus greatest fighter of all time. There's levels to the fight game. Can you be a bit more specific in what you're saying, Jose? The greatest middleweight versus the greatest fighter of all time. Juan Blachowicz is the greatest fighter. He just started winning. He came in here losing. Like, are you seriously calling him the? Are you talking about John Jones? I'm not sure, but he has won in the record books. If you're talking about Israel Adesanya being the greatest middleweight, he has won in the record books. But Anderson Silva has some pretty good opposition. Can you clarify that below, man? I'm not sure what you're saying. It took me a while to get to your comment. I'm not sure what you mean. The greatest middleweight versus the greatest fighter of all time. We all know Juan Blachowicz is not the greatest fighter of all time. So if you're talking about John Jones, cool. But Adesanya being the greatest middleweight, you know what I'm saying? Like, how is that though? Because his competition, Israel Adesanya competition, really didn't start to really get to the top names now. Let's just say you can't start with Anderson Silva, people. Come on, Anderson Silva had multiple losses. He had like 8 losses when he fought him, right? Kevin Gaston was one of those guys who picked up the interim title, man. Robert Whittaker was the champ. So I have to start right here with Robert Whittaker. So you take one fighter in Robert Whittaker, exclude Yoel Romero, because Yoel has been known. He went in there with 4 losses. He was 0 for championship. 0 for championships. So that was one of the most boringest fights ever. So exclude Yoel Romero. Okay, we give a win over Paulo Costa, who was undefeated, who was 13-0, but Paulo Costa wasn't considered no great fighter. Just because he beat Yoel Romero, who enjoys losing and coming second. So the only fighter I can put on Adesanya's resume of notoriety and history making skills, the record books, is Robert Whittaker. You can't put a Brad Tavares. You can't put a Derek Brunson. How many times is Derek? Come on now. Come on now. How many times Derek Brunson been knocked out? Come on, Jose. You know I do this, Jose. Just like, man, come on now. You have to be more, you have to provide clarification, bro. Israel Adesanya, his legitimate competition that can be, I'm talking about top notch is Robert Whittaker. We can't put, man, people have to stop putting these over the hill, antiquated fighters on here. Even though I have mad respect for Anderson Spider Silva, mad respect. But we all know he was past his prime. We're talking about an Anderson Silva who broke his shin from having his kick checked by Chris Weidman. And before that, Chris Weidman had knocked him out. I mean, he's been in some wars, man. What Adesanya was able to do is nothing special, man, because we didn't get the prime Anderson Silva, bro. Style been a bit getting away with athleticism and supreme striking. Didn't work last night. I salute you on that comment. True. See, the difference between what Mitch just said is he's been getting away with athleticism. See, Yoel Romero couldn't get away with his athleticism because he used strictly his hands. Adesanya was able to mesh his athleticism together from his kickboxing pedigree. He was able to use his angles with his legs and his hands and use that kickboxing pedigree to be a range, how you put it, a range striker. You know what I'm saying? He know how to gauge distance really nice. But when you seen him get into exchanges with some of these top names like a Kevin Gastelum and a Robert Whittaker, he got touched. He was touched for real. I'm surprised Juan Blachowicz wasn't able to knock him out, to be honest. Seriously, I seriously thought, looking back on that Luke Rockhold, I still think to this day he has, if he would have really pushed it, I think he could have stopped Adesanya. I think he just played it the way what was comfortable for him and his team, didn't overly react and put himself in trouble, and he got the win. I give Izzy his respect on 2 factors in this fight. He dared and risked to be great and took the loss like a man in true sportsmanship manner. He did all of what you just said. He took the risk and he dared to be great. He did, but he came up short. And it was only a matter of time before he came up short. I'm telling you, it was only a matter of time before he stepped up in competition stylistically where it became a challenge for him. And this was it. Juan Blachowicz. He was able to be the one that can take Izzy's freaking punching power and how he sets up his kicks. He was able to get through that. He had solid defense. He was a much bigger fighter. So it just kind of exposed Izzy for not having true dynamic power at 205, especially when you're moving up in weight and you're 200. But people are going to say, well, they wearing 4-ounce gloves. Anything can change the game. You're right. But Israel Adesanya is not a power puncher. He is what you call a dynamic striker. He has kickboxing pedigree combined with mixed martial arts he's been working on. So if you take the skills that he used in kickboxing, which is his punches and his kicks, and you combine that to individuals that's able to change levels and take them down, wrestling, BJJ, spinning techniques, elbows, ground and pound, all that shit. It didn't happen in this fight. Kickboxing is a stand-up sport. Mixed martial arts is all around, period. You have to train all areas to be on your feet and on your back. I really think most people overlook One's win over Reyes. Reyes, in my opinion, is the only fighter to beat John Jones or come close with Gus, DC, and Shell, who were competitive against Jones. I look at it like this, Mike. Solid point, but Reyes, in my opinion, is one of the only ones who came close to beating John Jones without taking punishment. I'm talking about clear cut. Like with the first Alexander Gustafsson fight, you're spot on with that, bro. Because that was one of John Jones' toughest fights when he went in there against a fighter like Gustafsson, who's height for height, reach for reach. I mean, size for size was there. But Reyes, in my opinion, he was first. Inside, outside calf kicks, man. Getting his punches off. He never allowed John Jones to dictate the momentum. I like what I was seeing with Reyes. And even at one point, he had John Jones retreating. You know, because Dominic Reyes was showing that, you know what, I'm not afraid to be right here in front of you. I'm good. And then at the end of the third round, when John Jones attempted the takedown but did no damage, I said, oh, shit. Okay. Reyes, he did pretty well right there. So since he wasn't able to do any damage to conclude that third round, head into the fourth and the fifth, John was able to get takedowns. But I just felt that he gave up the first 3 rounds. Seriously. I thought he did. But those are all solid names, man. Gus, DC, Chael. I can't really put DC in there because DC was taking some punishment, dog. And DC put himself in the rhythm the same way he did with Stipe there, Mike. And this is how he did with Stipe. I don't know if you've seen the fight, but he was trying to walk Stipe Miocic down and break him with punches, right? He did the same thing with John Jones. He wanted to prove to the people that he can break John Jones down with punches, even though he has that solid wrestling pedigree. So he's telling the people, I don't have to use my wrestling for John Jones. So John was able to catalog his rhythm and his forward pressure. And he would send those mid-level kicks to DC's body. And DC tried to, you know, play it off like they weren't hurting, but they were. Even when he covered up, you know, that shin kick off the arm hurts, right? And then John Jones being the astute that he is, man. The freaking striking genius he is. He was able to get DC comfortable with blocking those body kicks. Pop, 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 pop. Until he unleashed that body kick on DC's right side. And DC braced for that body kick. But John Jones went over the top and clipped him in the head. Boop. Stun him. He just took his time walking over to the cage to finish it. I mean, that's just genius by John Jones. That just goes to show you how much of a striker, a high-level striker John Jones is. Because DC felt that, once again, you're talking about a dude who barely throws any kicks. John Jones throws kicks and strikes. Dominic Reyes throws kicks and strikes with hands. He uses hands and his feet. DC, mostly his hands. So basically, a fighter can get you into a rhythm. So what Dominic Reyes was able to do is take away John Jones' rhythm and do what John Jones is used to doing to people. Use his kicks to disrupt the rhythm. leading with his kicks, leading with his hands. And Dominique Reyes was able to stifle John Jones for 3 rounds and get it done. Trick Noty in the building. Salute to you. What's good, man? He said, good afternoon to the chat. HLD said, Izzy versus Usman would have been a much better fight to have been made. Looking at the fight last night, what are some of the dilemmas that you see with Israel Adesanya facing Kamaru Usman, y'all? You're talking about a dude who has much better wrestling. The only thing he would have to worry about is not stand on the outside, being a little shorter fighter with shorter reach, in my opinion, of Israel Adesanya. But then again, I feel that Kamaru Usman has no problem with getting in close. Like, this is a fighter, once again, who used to say 30%. That's 30%. I'm a problem. I'm only going 30%. And I was like, man, you trash. Like, man, you one of the most boringest fighters, man. I'm serious, man. I'm not eating no crow with Kamaru Usman. I'm just saying, I was the one that said, man, you boring as shit. Then he defeated Tyron Woodley, man. I said, okay. All right. Then he defeated Kobe Covington. I was like, oh, shit. Defeated Jorge Masvidal. And then just went in there. Oh, my God. He demolished freaking Gilbert Burns, man. The Ringo. That'd be a good fight. That'd be a good fight, dude, for real. That'd be a good fight. If we can make this Kamaru Usman, that'd be a good fight. But Kamaru will have to move up to 185, which I don't think will be a problem. But once again, the dilemma is going to be, HLD, is Izzy Adesanya able to handle the wrestling of Kamaru Usman? Kamaru Usman, in my opinion, is one of the better wrestlers in mixed martial arts right now. Now, once again, I have to do a juxtapose because I just got to give the comparison. A lot of people are going to say Michael Chandler, Kamaru Usman. You know what I'm saying? 2 different weight classes, but Michael Chandler has some damn good, solid wrestling, y'all. Kamaru Usman has solid motherfucking wrestling. That'd be a good fight. D-Ray in the building. Salute WCS in the chat and fan. What's good? Major Key in the building. What up, Scott in the chat? What's good? Thanks for calling my government name. Hey, I think on social media, this is the most anyone has ever called my government my name, man, for real. Mike said, yes, Scott. For most of that fight, Reyes was legitimate whooping John ass. DC in the first fight, and Jones had him on the fence in the second. John was in trouble. Yeah, man. Dominique Reyes, in my opinion, a former football player, did a damn good job with controlling John Jones. Seriously, I have to give him the utmost respect for coming close. I thought for sure he would be a world champion right now. But seeing his interview with Ariel Helwani and the look that he had on his face when, yeah, they trying to call me on 3 weeks' notice to take this fight. And basically he was saying he wasn't ready. So he went in there with Juan Blachowicz and he didn't look good at all. That wasn't the same Dominique Reyes we saw in there with John Jones, man. I was like, oh my God, dog. I was going for Dominique Reyes. I said for sure Dominique Reyes is going to defeat Juan Blachowicz, hands down. But I always remember what Juan Blachowicz has did in his most recent fights, and also what he did to Luke Rockhold. He's one of those big, scary fighters who has some losses, in the UFC early on. He's corrected himself, and he has decent power and skill to become a champion. And he proved that with Dominic Reyes, man. DC said himself, he has problems with guys who kick. Look, Trick, DC has a problem because he don't choose to use his kicks. DC has short legs. DC is an enigma in itself when it comes to mixed martial arts. The reason why I say that is that, first of all, look at his body composition. DC was a motherfucking beast at Strikeforce. A beast. This dude came over to the UFC undefeated. He came over here and fought in a division just because of Cain Velasquez as a heavyweight. Nobody was really fucking with DC until he fought John Jones. And then come to find out John Jones was his alpha. He was better than DC's, nothing he can do. So DC choosing to have a high-level wrestling pedigree and also working on his motherfucking boxing was a choice of his own. Why? Because he has short legs, dog. So what he improved in? Boxing. What did Gilbert Burns improve in? Boxing. We're talking about a multi-time, 3-time ADCC BJJ world champion, Gilbert Burns. He worked on his boxing. That's how he was able to go in there and drop Tyron Woodley. But once again, you're going in there with a guy with pretty decent boxing, Kamaru Usman, this, that, and the other. DC could have worked on his fucking kicks. He could have worked on that low calf kicks that seems to be a priority in mixed martial arts right now. And it would have proved him justice. But DC was infatuated with knocking motherfuckers out. And I can see how I can get that. Because he knocked out Stipe Miocic in one fucking round out the clinch. It was weird. Like, you talking about a chubby dude that I used to look at DC. I say this dude is soft in the mix session, but why nobody never get in and soften it up even more to see if any motherfucking Popeye biscuits is sitting in there whole. See if they can goddamn knock out some red beans and rice over the canvas. See if any whole chicken wings is in there. You know, he want to do Popeye's commercial making fun of the fact that he is that soft guy. But DC's a legend at the end of the day, man. He's a motherfucking beast. It's just people figure him out. The sport evolved. You had a team that was willing to look at film, and John Jones and Stipe Miocic figured it out. You can't say nothing more than that, man. I mean, less than that. Good point there, Trick. Real good point. King says Stylebender was gracious after one put that big body on him. When asked about John Jones in the post presser, he said, "Fuck that nigga. I wasn't feeling that shit at all." Listen, Mitch. You know what it is. You know what it is with us. Like, listen. How you gonna tell John Jones, right? How you gonna say fuck that nigga, right? Just because you don't like him. Like DC didn't like him. But at the end of the day, Mitch, what he had to do, respect him. You had to respect him. You didn't have to like him. This is combat sports. You didn't have to like him, but you had to respect him. When Joe Rogan interviewed DC at the end of the fight and say, talk about this, well, you know, I guess it's not a trilogy if you lost 2 times. You're right. You have to motherfucking respect how good John Jones really is. Just like Adesanya. You have to respect the fact that you're not as good as the hype train they was trying to do. Let me show you the history, y'all, of how they was trying to build these fighters. These African fighters, especially. Because Rashad Evans did that shit. Like, Rashad Evans made it look easy. Like, people don't give Sugar his credit, but what he was able to do with Brad Imes when they initially fought to determine the Ultimate Fighter, shit like that. I always say this about weight. It's mental. When you're fighting bigger dudes, it's mental, people. If you have the mindset to make changes, you can make it happen. Anyway, they had this shit going on with Kamaru Usman, Israel Adesanya, and Francis Ngannou. They had the trio that was supposed to take over the sport. And for a moment, it has. Okay? Israel Adesanya was able to pick up the middleweight championship. Kamal Usman was able to defeat Tyron Woodley, which Dana White didn't like in the first place. And then, you had Francis Ngannou, who lost to Stipe Miocic. But check this out. John Jones was one of those fighters who was in and out of the sport. But yet no one has never beat him in a cage. So when Israel Adesanya started to win and he increased his competition, he became champion, defeating Robert Whittaker. Then they started trying to talk to compare Israel Adesanya and John Jones. If you're ever going to be a fighter and get compared to John Jones, you better be willing to go all the way to hell. Seriously, you better be prepared to go so deep into hell and understand how dark it really is down there with a dude like John Jones. He's that good. DNA wise, to have two brothers who play in professional, the National Football League, and have John Jones being the only fighter out of his family. John Jones is a motherfucking beast for anybody. He will explain to you he's a grimy dude. He's an unsavory character. He said that shit. But when it comes down to this striking game, do you respect his resume? Do you respect that he stepped in there twice with DC? Do you respect the fact he stepped in there twice with Alexander Gustafsson? Do you respect all the Stephen Bonner, who's a Hall of Famer? Stephen Bonner, the same one who fought the first true sanction freaking UFC fight with Forrest Griffin. The work that he put in. Vitor Belfort being locked in with an arm bar, damn near having his hand snapped, getting up out of there. I mean, John Jones is a different type of dude. For Israel Adesanya to say, fuck that nigga, you can't do shit about it. Because if John Jones was in your radar, look, if John Jones felt you can make heavyweight there, Izzy, he'll say, come on up to heavyweight, I'll fight you. But he's not coming down. I remember the first time Adesanya say, John Jones have to come see him. I said, nigga, you out your motherfucking mind. John Jones ought to come down there to see you. He's the motherfucking man. Who gets suspended from the sport and come back for a title fight and gets it? John Jones. Trick Note said, Major Key, it's all you, fam. Good afternoon. Michael Lewis said, King Mitch, yeah, that was pretty petty as fuck on Izzy part. Look, Izzy Adesanya is a petty ass dude. He's a petty dude. Just like I go back like to what was said earlier, man. He might have some damn interpersonal issues, some insecurities about him, but he took up fighting like a lot of people did. You know what I'm saying? When they was bullied and shit, a lot of people took up fighting to defend themselves. You know what I'm saying? A lot of black people, my people, think calling motherfuckers, fuck that nigga, bitch ass. They think that's just a culminating moment to basically gather some type of empowerment. And it's just isn't like that. It doesn't matter if you say fuck that nigga. John Jones, like, okay, fuck me up then. Prove it. If John Jones and Adesanya was to meet right now in a hotel lobby, I guarantee you Adesanya is not going to have that energy. John Jones is that dude. Just look at the press conference between him and DC. DC came in there and pressed his forehead up against John Jones, and all hell broke loose. And the one that was goddamn causing the shit was John Jones. Man, you ain't gonna fuck with John Jones in a hotel lobby. You ain't gonna roll up here on the street and think he gonna have different type of energy. That'll be the most fucked up place you can ever meet up with John Jones outside the cage, is in the street, because that is that dude. So Adesanya's gonna have to go back to the damn. I wouldn't even say the drawing board. He's gonna have to go back down to the middleweight division and find out what the fuck he chooses to do. Because right now you fucked up. Don't nobody want to see a rematch. You basically lost 4 rounds to 1. We ain't trying to see a rematch with you and 1. So you got to figure something else out. I know someone mentioned earlier, Kamaru Usman. What if Kamaru Usman decides to step up and say, I'm going up to damn middleweight to challenge Adesanya after that poor performance? Come on now. You're talking about the welterweight champion right now moving up to fight the middleweight champion. Hey, it might happen. Word, that shit whack. Michael Lewis, she was kind of funny though. Shit was kind of funny. I mean, hey, look, we have to understand what some one-liners, one-liners, man, fuck that nigga, fuck that bitch ass nigga, all this shit we hear all the time. But listen, does it really matter? Does it have any sentiment to it anymore? You know what I'm saying? Does it have fire to that motherfucker? Are you really gonna fuck with John Jones? You ain't. You better catch him without his dog. This John Jones, man, he a different type of dude. Shit, that dog he got, you ain't gonna find over here in America. That's one of the smartest dogs you can get as far as guard dogs. I forgot the name of it, but I remember seeing them in the military overseas, man. Them motherfuckers are smart and they vicious, dog. They vicious. JJ Romano in the building. Salute to you. Usman versus Masvidal rematch happening. Okay. It's a little bit off topic, but from my understanding, they're trying to set this up. They're trying to set it up. That's the only thing I can say about that, Romano. They're trying to set up the Kamaru Usman and Jorge George or Jorge Masvidal. You know what I'm saying? Masvidal is pretty much saying that he need a full camp. It's going to be a different outcome. We'll see. Because Masvidal may be good enough to be a Nick Diaz, to be a Nate Diaz. You know what I'm saying? Uriah Faber, a Cowboy Cerrone. He might be good enough never to win a belt in the UFC. Trick Note said, WCS, what are your thoughts on Kevin Holland and his future in the UFC? Kevin Holland is another guy who has holes in his game. I like him as far as his variety of strikes. Like, he ain't scared. Like, he looked a little bit shaky, in some of his recent fights. I like his flashiness, man. You know what I'm saying? I like that he has the body structure. He's kind of tall and rangy. But then again, he's been touched up. And we just have to see how he's improved as he go along in the sport. The jury's not out on him yet, but he really needs to switch it up. He really needs to stay consistent with going in there and having some lopsided wins. You know what I'm saying? Going in there and have some dominating performances. That's what he needs to do. And he might be a future. The one thing I like about the Muddy Flats, right, which I call the Muddy Flats, the mixed martial arts, is the fact that you can earn multiple losses in the sport. But you can have the opportunity to turn around, a quick turnaround, and come back in there and fight somebody else and continue to stay active. With mixed martial arts, you can have several losses and then turn back around and get a title shot up the road. Especially if you're cleaning out the underlayer in the ranking system, you can find yourself right back in title contention. We're talking about 5 rounds for a championship fight. So the preservation for your body in a 3-round fight is tremendous if you don't take an extremely amount of punishment. Not every fighter in mixed martial arts take extreme amount of punishment where they walking up out of there looking like freaking Diego the Nightmare Sanchez, looking like freaking Nate Diaz. You know what I'm saying? Looking like Roy McDonald and Robbie Lawler in that legendary fight. That's when shit takes, like that fight right there with Roy McDonald and Robbie Lawler took some years off their life, bro. But that was one of the most legendary fights in mixed martial arts, period. The only time I ever rooted for Usman was against Covington. But that was 98% of blackness won. Yeah. He said won that white boy to get Peter rolled for real, for real. Hey, man, I think a lot of us was going for Kamaru Usman in that fight. I think really for a lot of mixed martial arts fans there, Michael, they chose that fight to jump on the Kamaru Usman support team. Serious. I think that was the fight because Covington was going for this Donald Trump and, you know, he was up there wearing the MAGA hat and doing all this shit. And I think that fight, he gained him a lot of fans. I think that was the turning point in his fight. Real talk. I mean, his fight career. It was the turning point for Kamaru Usman's fight career when he defeated Colby Covington. Real talk. That was the fight. Perfectly said right there by Michael. You know, hey, I agree. That was the fight. Because before that, I mean, the fight he had with Tyron Woodley, man, that shit wasn't all that exciting. And then the back and forth history of the stain that him and Colby Covington had in the what airport and shit. I say, man, this fight's gonna be good, and it was. That shit was absolutely entertaining, very entertaining. Who's going to challenge Amanda Nunes besides Valentina? This woman is a light years ahead of her skills than the competition. Absolutely. Look, it's not enough women in either mixed martial arts or boxing to be a super threat. Like mixed martial arts, in my opinion, has more women in the ranking systems to challenge, but falls a step below. They have to constantly evolve to be that woman, right? In mixed martial arts, the only names that comes up to challenge Amanda Nunes, the only name, so to speak, is what HLD just mentioned. That's Valentina Shevchenko, the Bullet. She fought Amanda Nunes twice already, and I thought she won the rematch, right? I don't know if Valentina is going to step up again and attempt to take on her at 135. You know, just to, you know, say, I know I can beat her. I know I can. And you're talking about wrestling. You're talking about someone who's all around on the same level as Amanda Nunes. It's only one, in my opinion, that's close enough in the weight class to do that. That's the Bullet. It's no other name out there. There's nobody else left at 45. I told you all, heading into this fight, man, Megan Anderson had nothing for Amanda Nunes. Did you see? It's just like walking in the BJJ class for the first time. And you don't even have a belt on. You got some motherfucking champion damn basketball shorts and a white tee. And they say, hey, you're going to face that guy over there. You know, just roll with him a little bit. And you turn to the instructor like, roll? What do you mean roll? They'll show you over there. I mean, Megan, what were you thinking? What the fuck? How do you get put in an inverted triangle and an armbar as big as you fucking are? It took me back. Oh my God. I try to tell people that Megan Anderson didn't have nothing for Amanda Nunes. But just like HLG just mentioned, it's not enough females. Who's going to challenge Amanda Nunes now in the featherweight? They might as well close out the featherweight division. They might as well close it out because some of the women that's in featherweight used to be in damn bantamweight. So they need to close out the featherweight division and just keep the women's bantamweight. They just need to motherfucking put a temporary motherfucking closure on that shit until they gather more competition, because not a lot of women are walking around at 145 pounds. Not every woman is Amanda Nunes who's able to compete at that weight, balance the scales, and still go in there and get it in. There's only one name, Valentina Shevchenko. Let's see if it happened. I don't see Zhang Weili moving up there anytime soon to bantamweight the challenge. I don't think she'll skip over Valentina Shevchenko. You know, she's at 115. So it all depends, man. I can't tell you, bro. I can't tell you who's there. They was talking about, listen, if I get into this shit and I haven't started talking about Carissa Shields yet, okay, I'm gonna get off on something totally different. And if you Carissa Shields fans, you're gonna have to take a deep breath, okay? Because I'm just telling you what it is, that she'll never be ready for Amanda Nunes, ever. Like in a cage, ever. I don't care if you train with Holly Holmes, John Jones, never be ready for Amanda Nunes. She just levels above right now. There's no way, no how Carissa Shields would ever defeat Amanda Nunes in a cage. You got women who's been trained in mixed martial arts for years and can't fuck with Amanda. To answer your question, I don't know. Father Time will be the only one to beat Nunes. It's not going to be Father Time, man. I truly think she'll retire. There, Mike. I think she'll retire, to be honest with you. What's your opinion on the new UFC Maida, the calf kick? I talked about this several times, man, already, on how the sport has continued to change. Right? I still remember when the only competitor walked into UFC 1 with a gi on, and people was like, "Damn, why are you using the gi?" But they didn't know it was a measure for submissions. You know what I'm saying? It was actually a weapon of choice, which was the attire. People wasn't really turned on, trained to be aware of how crucial a gi could be in a fight if you get your opponent down and choke them out with a gi. I remember when people was introduced to freaking Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu back then, and they just didn't know what to do with it. But back then, it wasn't too many athletes that was training BJJ. So they really didn't have to worry about it. It's just kept evolving and evolving and evolving, right? So then I remember like certain striking techniques that came to be like important, a priority. You know, as the sport became regulated, and you seen certain things. Wrestling was a big deal. You'll see the wrestlers, have their control and dominance, getting a takedown and land on top of their opponent and punch them in the face. But they attempted hardly any submissions at all. They just did the Yoel Romero, take you down and try to ground and pound you. And then years went on, you start seeing fighters take the fight to the ground and start actually looking for submissions, which primarily was the arm bar. That was one of Ronda Rousey's specialties. She had a pedigree in judoka, and she would get in close, hip toss, a hip throw, right? Hold on to that one arm. If she's throwing you on her left side, she's going to hold on to your left arm. And once you hit the ground, it's already set up for her to work for a better position from there. And then as the sport continued to evolve from the arm bars, you seem to see fighters working for back control, Kimuras, key locks, headlocks, all this shit. Now, if you listen to anything I just said, that's mostly ground game, right? When it came down to the striking aspect of it, it wasn't too many people that was using an incredible amount of boxing that you could just look at and admire, because they had on 4-ounce gloves. So they figured if they boxed a lot, they would hurt their hands. It's 4-ounce gloves. So that's when the kicks start coming into play. Okay, which is tougher, my knuckles or my shin? Your shin is much tougher, right? So they start using these kicks. And they say, hey, check this out. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, he had one of these crazy karate styles and everything. And people was like, damn, Wonderboy, he's incredible. And then he ran into a guy like Tyrone Woodley, who had wrestling background, and it really wasn't that effective. So they say, you know what? High kicks set you up for the takedown. That's how the sport was evolving. High kicks set you up to be taken down. So they lower the kick to the body. So you start seeing cats kicking to the body, to the mid body. And then the reason why a lot of people didn't really go for the calf kick per se is because you're talking about bone on bone. I mean, the calf doesn't have that much cushion to it at all. And if someone checks your kick, like Chris Weidman did Anderson Silva, it can fuck you up. It can really fuck you up. We're talking about the evolution of the sport. You're going for a thigh kick. You know, it was a point in time where you couldn't even see fighters kicking on the inside, outside. Inside calf kick, outside calf kick. But now it is involved because that is a point where the nerves on fighters are different when it comes to these kicks. A lot of fighters wasn't really focusing on bone-to-bone kicks because you really have to have some cojones. You really have to be that guy who's a girl who's been doing this for years and years and you don't feel anything. You know what I'm saying? Not until recently, I would say last year, to be honest. I would say last year that fighters really started to focus on the low calf kick because it's brutal. This is how it's brutal, people. The shin in itself has a lot of nerves in it, believe it or not. It has a lot of nerves in it. But the calf is considered a muscle. You need your Achilles and your calf muscles to walk. So if you're delivering these calf kicks to these individuals, you really don't have to check them like that. Like the calf is a motherfucking muscle. So the one thing is going to slow down is your movement, if anything. That's just say if you condition for calf kicks, it's just going to slow down your movement and you're going to start to see some swelling around your shin and shit like that. Perfect example. All right. If you look at Douglas Lima is a fighter who is a 4-time welterweight champion outside of the UFC. But his fight with Rory McDonald, he continued to land that kick. And Rory's freaking calf had one of the largest hematomas that you would ever see, or contusions that you would ever see on a fighter's calf. Because to a fighter, a low calf kick, you really don't have to check like that. You know, that calf kick is a muscle. And it's just amazing now that fighters are starting to go to the low calf kick. But the low calf kick is not for everybody. It can break your motherfucking leg. Seriously, you can crack bones, you can break your ankle, you can break your foot if it's done incorrectly. You can shatter your shin. You know what I'm saying? It's the difference between a thigh kick and a low calf kick. And just like Jose Camacho just said, it's coming around full circle and being utilized a lot right now. It's just another layer of evolution in mixed martial arts that you need to be concerned about. Not everybody's going to use it because it's not the most comfortable kick to use. Like, look at Justin Gaethje, for instance. Justin Gaethje isn't considered a high-level kicker when it's talking about elevation. He doesn't kick to the head like that. You're not going to see him executing Vitor Belfort spinning heel kicks like he did on Luke Rockhold. You're not going to see that. It's easier for a fighter to kick lower than higher. It keeps them out of danger, period. It keeps the fighter out of danger to execute a low kick, the mid-level kick, then a high kick to the head. A lot of times the fighter has to be set up perfectly for a kick to the head. You know, your opponent, can be dazed, confused, tired, and shit like that, and you can catch them at the right time. But this low calf kick, it can come out of nowhere over and over again. Inside, outside, inside, outside, inside, outside. I mean, the shit becomes repetitive. And before you know it, your opponent is looking like Conor McGregor. No, keep the red panties at home. My shit, my leg is killing me. Dustin Poirier had Conor McGregor limping out of the motherfucking arena. Limping. That's how brutal them low calf kicks can be. You need an Achilles. You need your calf to walk. Kick the shit out of them and cause inflammation, cause swelling, bruising, damage, and you're going to slow your opposition down. It's once again, it's just another dynamic to mixed martial arts, the Muddy Flats, that's saying, you know what? Let's work on this shit because it basically slows the opponent down enough for you to be able to work more surgical strikes, more effective strikes to someone who's not moving. Clarissa needs, let me see. I respect Clarissa, but she won't have a chance against the female Nunes. There's no way. See, once again, I got into a situation where anyone who thinks the GOAT is ready for Nunes need to be taken out back. I see you using that shit. Michael said Carissa needs to stay the fuck away from Octagon, let alone try to see Nunes. And you know, congratulations to Carissa Shields for another unification of the fight, because people get on here and say you didn't talk enough and all that. Listen, I don't have to kiss nobody's ass. You know, it's several times that I try to reach out and support Carissa, but I'm not kissing her ass about anything. You know, I congratulate her on what she's been able to accomplish. Real talk. But I said this too. In order for Carissa Shields to really establish what she's trying to do, she's gonna have to lead the sport of boxing. I can't tell her that, and she does it, and I clown her for it. You know, I can do that, but I'm just saying, you ain't ready for no Amanda Nunes who you called out previously. You're not ready for her. Don't ever think just because you're changing over to mixed martial arts that you're gonna step in there with Amanda Nunes and get that win. It's not happening. It's not happening. Period. Y'all saw the fight this weekend. Like I said, congrats to Carissa Shields, but you saw the fight with her and Marie Dakar. Moving on. Did y'all see the fight against Anderson Silva and Weidman? You can check a kick with the knee and break someone's shin. Kicking is scary. The one thing about that particular kick was the fact that the kick was being delivered to the thigh. They still deliver kicks to the thighs according to who you are as a fighter. Like Jose Aldo at one point in time had some brutal kicks. Jose Aldo will kick you to the thigh and kick you to the shin. You know what I'm saying? What's going to hurt you more? The kick to the shin. You know, we're talking about bone to bone. It's very little meat. You know, very little cushion when you kick somebody down low. Justin Gaethje, for instance, I forgot to finish this point, but he himself would get in close with his punches, and before you know it, he's distracting with the punches, and he kicked the shit out of your leg, your lower calf. He's not a very high-level kicker, but it's easy for him to, you know, work on his low kicks to slow his opponent down. I spoke with Mark Too Sharp. He mentioned getting in contact with me and told him, let me see, that's irrelevant to what I got to say. Remember playing Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat and someone kept hitting the low kick button? The low kick is in the house, man. You know, Dion Washington, all right, 2.5 hours on MMA. Oh shit, my fault, man. I totally forgot. You know how it is with when I start talking MMA that Dion, you know what I'm saying? he said 2.5 hours. Hey man, it was the biggest fight card that Dion. You know what I'm saying? It was the biggest fight card. And then I had some people on here that actually, you know, was able to engage in mixed martial arts, you know what I'm saying? Jose Camacho said, I'm hesitant to give these female fighters a compliments too much credit. because oftentimes the divisions are so poor. I mean, that can go on both sides of the spectrum. You know what I'm saying? And it just comes down to this right here. We're seeing the accomplishment from Carissa Shields, and we salute her. I salute her for that. Because when at the end of the day, if it was so easy, why haven't anyone else did it before her? Period. Gold standard Olympian, all this, and 2 division unified, undisputed, 3 divisions, unified. You got to give her a props. But as far as the depth of competition, I agree with Camacho and what he said. I agree with that. The depth is very shallow, but I can say this, there, Camacho, when it comes to mixed martial arts over in UFC, their depth of competition is a bit deeper than boxing. It is. It's a bit deeper. Like, you have some legitimate names. I would say from 35 to 15. Some legitimate names. Like, I mean, we got to understand the Thug Rose Nunes, the Jessica Andres, the Joanna Jędrzejczyks. Man, you have to really put forth all of that interest in those names down there. Claudia Cordelia. You know what I'm saying? The 125-pound division gets a little shaky, especially when a fighter is clearing out the division. Dana White, at one point in time, I do believe he's going to try to make a Valentina Shevchenko and Amanda Nunes. You know what I'm saying? Probably. But that's a good deal, man. We'll see. This is my point with Carissa Shields, right? If she chooses to, at any given time, if she chooses to take the opportunity to jump in the PFL mixed martial arts fight, because my understanding, she's going to fight 3 times this year. So she had her boxing match, and next should be mixed martial arts. I'm just curious to know how her first opponent is. I'm just so curious to see who her first opponent is. I'm serious. I'm really curious to know who they're going to throw in there. Because what I do understand about Dana White is he wouldn't do this. This is what I mean. In boxing, you can build up a fighter's resume, and it's going to be some dudes straight off the controller, straight in front of the PS5, straight off the couch. You know what I'm saying? Straight off the street. And they can get approved for professional license, right? But in mixed martial arts, it's very difficult to come in mixed martial arts with a record of 15 and 20 and 0 to build your record up like that. It's not going to happen. It's not. It's not going to happen. It can happen in boxing, but it's not going to happen in mixed martial arts. So the one thing I know for sure about Dana White, he's not going to allow a soft touch to come in here and fight Carissa Shields if that was the case. Point proven, James Toney came over here and fight Randy Couture, one of the legends of the sport. Randy Couture, a legend in mixed martial arts. James Toney, a legend in boxing. We saw how that fight went. Randy wasn't going to stand up and trade. Boom, out. CM Punk. I mean, the list goes on and on. Carissa Shields chose the PFL because Dana White wasn't going to sit up here and coddle. It was a point in time where Dana White said, we'll never have women fighting in the UFC, ever. And what he do? The first division he brought on deck was a solid name in Ronda Rousey, and the rest is what it was. You know what I'm saying? He had to have a pretty face, but talented enough to sell the women's division, and that's what Ronda Rousey provided. She provided the villain, but people at first liked her because her grappling, her boxing sucked, but it was basically masked by her judoka. And until Holly Holmes, who had a kickboxing background, wrestling, and primarily her multi-time as a boxing world champion. So she was able to use that defense and shut that shit down. Carissa, on the other hand, she chose to go to the PFL because the PFL may be a little bit more lenient in finding her an opponent. And also, they're taking Carissa's name and pretty much using it to their advantage to bring more notoriety to their organization. I'm just curious if they're going to bring a female up in there that barely knows how to kick, barely knows any BJJ, and very limited in her boxing skills so that Carissa can get her win. Dana White didn't give a fuck about none of that. He put CM Punk in there with Mickey Gall. Mickey Gall subbed him out in one round, dog. So, like I said before, I'm just very, very curious on what the PFL choosing to do. If you're going to bring a big name over here from boxing as Shields with all her accolades, you can't put her in there with a fighter out of Toys R Us. You can't do that. Somebody who just left the car wash. Oh, this could be my largest paycheck. God damn it, those tips wasn't adding up. Who am I fighting again, Carissa? That's that chick from boxing? Oh, okay. When y'all need me to be ready? Because I'm gonna take some yoga classes and stretch out a little bit. So I won't pull nothing. Because after that fight, I'm gonna have to come back to the car wash. I don't think they're gonna do that shit, bro. Ernesto Hoops only had kicks, man. Ernesto Hoops was one of the best in kickboxing. But what else is his game? He wasn't that good off his back. His entire career was strictly kicks. So the way to get around kicks is what? You can check a kick, you can keep proper distance, or you can get in close and use your punching ability. Ernesto Hoops, man, if anybody know who Ernesto Hoops is, that's a legend in itself. Like, to be honest with you, if he would have practiced on his all-around game, he would have did probably damn good if he would have did it from the beginning. If you would have did it from the beginning, you can't be that high level and not be able to work on anything else. I would have said, hey, if he would have worked on something else, it would have been great. We saw how super bad Estrada did Atkins. I'm going to drop the link in here, people. I'm going to drop the link over here. If any one of you all want to speak on anything, you know, you're more than welcome. If you're talking about something that's worth talking about, of course, I'll just drop the link in there. And yeah, Ernesto Hoops, man, I watched him. I seen him several times over in Japan. Several times. You know what I'm saying? Super bad hit her with the Ronda hand speed combo. Super bad hit her with the Ronda hand speed combo. Who was super bad hit who? You talking about Holly Holmes? Holly Holmes hurt Ronda Rousey. Yeah, at first with a punch, but kicked her in the head. You know, she kicked her with a left high kick that did the damage. You know what I'm saying? She did the motherfucking damage on that. What else? Shout out to my boy Dominique Cruz, DC. Motherfucking getting the job done, man. He went in there against Casey Kenner, I believe his name was. He was on the prelims, and everybody's making shit about that. Salute to Dominique Cruz getting that victory. He's a true competitor, man. He's one of the best to ever do it. What were some other fights that was in here? Islam. He came in here and put it on Drew Dober. Hey, a lot of talk is going on about Islam, man. That fighter. He subbed him out. And I'm looking forward to see if he's the next big fighter here, you know, when it comes down to it. He's got a lot of hype behind him, of course. A lot of people looking for the next Khabib since Khabib is out the sport. So they're looking for the next Khabib. So keep your eyes in tuned, zoomed in for that. So let me go over here. Hold on for a second. Let me. I must have. But yeah, Carissa Shields in a nutshell, man. The only thing you can do is congratulate her for what she's been able to do in the sport. Multi-division champion, two-time gold standard Olympian. But yet people are always going to criticize her for her depth of competition. But I truly believe that Carissa Shields. Let me figure this out before I say it. I truly believe that Carissa Shields should be on the top pound for pound list. I truly believe, listen, I truly believe she should be on the pound for pound list. I'm serious. I ain't talking about the female pound for pound list. I'm talking about the male pound for pound list. If you're saying she's doing something no male or female has ever done, shouldn't she be the first to be on the pound for pound list like that? Seriously, man, come on now. I know some controversy behind how they did the WBA title at 154. I'm serious. And I'm not really putting this out there for controversy, but what she's been able to accomplish in 11 fights, shouldn't she be on the pound for pound list, multi-division champion? I mean, shouldn't she? I mean, we have so many people out here advocating for Carissa, I think her attitude sucks, but when it comes down to boxing in general, I have to give her that salute, because if it was so easy, why is she the first to do it? She's a two-time gold standard. And she's a multi-division champion, dog. Come on already. You have to really take that in consideration. What y'all think? Y'all tell me. Or y'all don't care? Y'all tell me or y'all don't care? D-Ray said, let me see if I'm reading this correctly. I gotta make sure I read this correctly. D-Ray have said, I have Shields number 2 pound for pound. I don't know if I have her that high, man. But you're talking about a woman who's a 4-belt. A 4-belt. Let's get this clarification. A 4-belt undisputed champion in 2 divisions. And unified in even more. 4-belt. Shouldn't we take the consideration that she might need to be on the pound for pound list? I don't know. Nobody's really dropping comments in there. And that's bad. Y'all mustn't have. Why are you showing love for Carissa? Y'all can't relate or what? Anyway. I'm looking to see what's next with who else was on there? Who else was on there that did well? Oh man, my boy Joseph Benavidez, man. He lost unanimous decision. Damn, that's 3 losses in a row for him, man. Jesus Christ. He's on a slide. He lost 2 to Davison Figueiredo, and then he comes back and he loses unanimous decision. Maybe time for him to just take some time off. Every time I say it's time for a fighter in mixed martial arts to retire, they take some time off and come back, and they go on a winning streak. You know what I'm saying? Who else, man? Hold on for a second. Who else should I be? Damn, Dion, I thought you would get on, bro. I mean, I was waiting on you to jump in. You know what I'm saying? I was waiting on you to jump on. And Yes, sir. I was waiting. I'm trying to. Okay. I think his name Islam Mahakshev. Makshev. I just call him Islam. He defeated Drew Dober, who was all smiles and shit, leading up. But he defeated him pretty good, man. Via submission. He subbed him out in round 3. Drew Dober, man, he's not over. He's a young dude. He's not over. His career's not over. Thiago Santos faced another loss. Alexander Rocket. He'll end up defeating in 3 rounds. You know what I'm saying? Unanimous decision loss. As I mentioned, Dominic Cruz defeated Casey Kenny. Split decision. Joseph Benavidez lost to this unanimous decision. Tim Elliott, man. Look, anybody know who Tim Elliott is? This dude has been in some motherfucking wars. He had his ups and downs, but dude is 17-11. You know what I'm saying? He went in there against Jordan Espinosa and won a decision, unanimous decision. And Trevin Jones, that's the other fight. Mario Bautista. Trevin Jones got the job done, man. Not only did he get the job done, he stopped him in round 2. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yep. So you change your mind, Dion? Oh, switching browsers. Yeah, I'll check that out, man. I'll check that out. Alexander in the building, salute to you. He said, I had GOAT number 9 on my pound for pound list before Saturday. I have her number 9 right now. Number 9 and number 8. You know what I'm saying? I have her number 8, number 9. I don't have her any higher than that due to her competition. But still, I look at it like, damn, what more can she accomplish? The first ever. When you say the first ever, that's like Teofimo Lopez, like he's the first ever to do this. So it's a big deal. Carissa, on the other hand, is the same, the first ever. But people are going to look at her competition is much less than the men's side of the house. But still, she's able to do it. I said this. I might have been one of the only ones to say this first, bro. I said she's accomplished so much early in her boxing career, she's going to have to go over the mixed martial arts. But you can't play mixed martial arts like that. You can't say, well, I'm going to step over here and do boxing and MMA in a year and face top tier opposition. If you're trying to tell me she's competing in the same division as Kayla Harrison, already a tournament winner, and you're trying to say you're going to try to link up a Carissa Shields and Kayla Harrison to fight, it's no way. It's no way possible that you're going to link up a mixed martial arts, a regulated mixed martial, a sanctioned mixed martial arts fight, and have Harrison in there at 155 versus Carissa, and Carissa wins. No way. It's fixed. There's no fucking way. I don't know what this mixed martial arts is going for. Shields is something she needs to do. It's good for her to learn other striking techniques, which is going to help her in the ring. But then if she feels that to be recognized as one of the best women fighters ever at 25 years old, she needs to switch over to mixed martial arts. Okay, cool. But then again, I look at it like, well, this is my issue. Are you willing to face the top competition? Even in PFL, are you willing to jump into a damn tournament in 2022 and fight top competition? Is it going to be legit? is the PFL is going to allow Carissa to jump in competition the right way and compete. That's my only issue with that. Dion, you gonna join or what? I give you some time, man. Else I'm about to bounce. I'm not sure. I mean, I was waiting for you to jump in the live chat, bro. You said 2+ hours on MMA. That's what it is with the biggest card is mixed martial arts. The biggest card of the weekend is mixed martial arts, man. A lot of shit was settled today. No one can fuck with Amanda Nunes. She's the female GOAT of mixed martial arts to a point. The reason why I say to a point is because Chris Cyborg, in my opinion, she's been a champion in every organization. Amanda Nunes is considered one of the top level fighters in the UFC. But when you're talking about in life, in the world, you have to consider Chris Cyborg still. Come on, you have to consider Chris Cyborg as one of the top premier champions ever. Dion, what's good with you, my brother? Salute. Can you hear me? Dion, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. What's going on?
Oh, okay. What's good with you, my brother? How you feeling?
No, man. Look, I came on to start some shit today. Excuse my language. So, how much stock are we gonna put into this Brandon Adams win, man?
Well, him coming back and getting that brutal knockout. He looked like he looked a little subpar early on. Go ahead.
I feel it, but I already know what's finna come down the pipe. I already know what's finna come down the pipe. That's why I asked, because I already know everybody's gonna be like, they're gonna be trying to shit on the win just not to give Carlo any credit. That's why I asked you about it.
Why they not gonna give Charlo any credit? It's two different fights.
I know they're two different fights, but you know how YouTube box community is, man. They're just trying to use it to discredit the fighter, man. I just wanted to get your thoughts on it for real.
Man, that's boxing, man. Every style is different. Brandon was down in the fight, obviously. You know what I'm saying? He was coming from behind. Now you can't dog Brandon out and say it's a knock on Charlo for having a worthy opponent when we've seen other fighters look bad in fights too. You know, we've seen Sean Porter look average in some of these fights. I'm not saying he was behind like that, but we've seen him look bad in some fights. I can mention several other names in that division that looked okay, but why you think they're gonna come at Charlo just because he was fighting from behind in that fight?
Yeah, man. It's just I just know how certain people on this YouTube mechanism like to change the narrative and stuff like that. I was just trying to get your thoughts on it because you know it's coming.
Yeah.
You know,
it's definitely going to come because I don't think it's a YouTube boxing community first and foremost because it has no structure to that acronym. But okay. I understand where you're coming from with, you know, Charlo name being out there right now, and him having a fight with Brandon Adams, and people not thinking that Brandon Adams had any identity to begin with. Like a lot of people saying, "Who is this dude? Who is that? We don't even know that guy."
Yeah.
But he went in there with the distance though. Huh?
I said I just knew you could articulate it a little better than me. That's why I was trying to get you to talk about it. But
Yeah, you know they want. Go ahead, bro.
No, it's just
What's
funny
your thing? What's your thoughts on it, man?
Well, it's just funny to me, like how they always talk about, well, who has he fought? Who has he fought? They were bringing Brandon Adams in to boost up the Ukraine guy who's supposed to have 18 wins by 18 knockouts, and it was a cherry pick went bad, but they're still gonna try and justify that. That is an incredible name on Charles' resume. You know how they like, how they like to compare resumes all the time. So that's where I was. Yeah, what's going on, King Mitch? Mr. Stay on Code.
Yo, Mr. Stay on Code in the building. You need to goddamn get a shirt made with Mr. Stay on Code.
I might have to.
Cause goddamn it, I ain't heard nobody else goddamn say that all the time when it comes to boxing. Stay on code.
Stay on code, man. But
so so with Brandon Adams looking the way he did, why do you think the YouTube community will now bring it up after Charlo has already had some fights way past Brandon Adams? But you seen it already, or you just speculate?
Nah, I've seen some of it already.
Oh, okay,
I've seen some of it already, and I'm not just speculating. I wouldn't bring none of your channel in speculation. I just already seen it, and I just wanted to go ahead and get your thoughts on it first. That's the only reason I brought it up. And then what you thought about Tony Yoka?
I mean, he came back, man, because his opponent obviously. Once again, you're talking about two individuals who was similar to match. A lot of people don't know too much about, but before he got knocked out, though, I actually thought he was, gonna come. He was gonna have some momentum shift. You know what I'm saying? I felt that okay, get off the ropes. He took the punch pretty good, and he kind of gave the signal like, okay, that wasn't shit. So he got hit again. And he turned his back on him. I was like, damn, you was just waving him in like, oh, that ain't shit. But then you turn around, you get smacked up again, and you turn your back and quit. I didn't think the punch was that freaking hard. But once again, I'm not in the ring like that. I don't know. I really need to look at that fight again because I don't know. Did you think his nose was broke or something? I mean, what excuse can we give this dude for quitting?
He was moving up from cruiserweight and picked one that was too big.
Oh, so you think he wasn't ready? His body wasn't ready for the punching power. So the punching power may have been more serious than it looked on TV.
Yeah, I think so, man. Because I mean, dude was taking some of his best shots though, but at the same time, moving up, those extra 20, 30 pounds matter, man. Even though because we talk about how slow and how lethargic Joe Joyce is, but obviously those jabs were doing something to Dubois. You feel me? Even though he had a 25, 30 pound weight advantage over him. They didn't look like much, but he was depositing it and putting it in the bank. Same thing. I mean, you agree or not?
I'm looking at Joe. I mean, I'm looking at Daniel Dubois though. He would stay. He would sustain his range with distance, stay on line, and he was just there to be hit. It was like the mannequin challenge when it comes down to Joe Joyce landing his shots. I mean, that's different because Joe Joyce had an easy inline target, man, to keep on smacking this dude.
Yeah,
I don't put it too much with Joe Joyce. I don't know. It was just an easy freaking inline target for him to hit Dubois, man. Even when his eye started to swell up and his corner's telling him, dude, move your fucking head, do something. He went back in there. It's almost like he was just a deer in headlights stuck. And Joe was like, okay, pop, 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 pop. That I just started, hey, it might be time for you to move there, Daniel. I can't see shit.
Yeah, he was puffing up.
And they was hyping up Daniel Dubois. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said he was puffing up pretty good though. And yeah, they were hyping him up.
So what was your assessment on the fight and Yoka? You know, what do you think? Is he going to be a promising riser, or what?
I mean, yeah, he is. Just because he's over there, he's still gonna have to come over and get some of this USA pedigree. But you know, after how it went for Anthony Joshua, it's not too many people that want to come over here now, especially when they're on the up and coming.
Yeah.
I mean, you still got to come see these U.S. heavyweights, bro. Whether you like Trevor Bryan or not, whether you like Jared Big Baby Anderson or not, you know, you still got to come across the pond and see these U.S. heavyweights if you don't do anything as far as talking about the heavyweight division. Yeah, all the titles might be in the UK right now, but as far as getting a name and everything, you got to come see these U.S. heavyweights. There's no way around it.
So what else? Do you think this heavyweight undisputed bout that they keep on talking about agreed? You think it's any closer to happening?
No.
And that's what people need to understand.
That's just to keep the buzz around the fight, man.
There you go.
That's all. Just to keep the buzz around the fight.
And it's doing that too, there, Dion, because even people yesterday was talking, was like, yeah, I just can't wait this Joshua Fury fight. I say, you see, they scheduled? Yeah. Aaron said it's closed. It's close. I said, do you see it officially being promoted? Do you see it on the box rec? Any of that shit?
Well, I'll give you one further. Do you see anybody outside of the UK? I mean, anybody outside of ESPN promoting it?
Absolutely
in the USA?
Not. Nope.
Because they know that's their only money fight left. They can't get nothing out of. They can't get nothing out of Crawford. They let Teofimo go to Triller. Lomachenko, that cash cow, not what he used to be. You just got Valdez and Burchell. Shakur's still on the upcoming. I'm trying to go down the whole roster. Jared Big Baby Anderson is creating more buzz on ESPN than a lot of those guys with belts. And I know that from casual guys that I listen to. I mean that I talk to on the regular. Hey man, I like that Jared Big Baby Anderson guy, man. You know, what you think about it? Yeah, you know I like him. And these are casuals. They're not talking about those other guys. They're not talking about Carl Frampton, Jamel Herring. The only money fight that ESPN has on the book right now is hopefully they get Fury Joshua. So they got buzz around the fight.
Yeah, that's the only outside of the US, that's the only news platform or media platform that's been speaking on it just to keep the buzz going. I mean, you said it perfectly. You all need to understand that, yes, this is a big fight. The magnitude of this fight, if by chance they're able to push it, you know, to an all UK affair, cool. But y'all need to understand, stop saying the contract is signed. Stop making it seem like it's official. Stop saying Deontay Wilder is out of the sport. He ain't coming back. You know what I'm saying? They're still in court for a reason. They're just keeping buzz out there with little fishing points. Clickbait. That's all they're saying. They just throwing some shit out there for you all to damn pick up, put it on your tongue and shit, taste it, and just give you a little damn you know, a little sugar hit until the next time. The shit gonna wear down, and they're gonna give you another one. It's going into what, April? I mean, we're in March already. We heading to April, and you don't see shit on Box Rec. Period. You don't see nothing. And also, you seen Tyson Fury get up here, and he was all emotional and crying. To my, I just want. I don't know when I'm gonna fight and all this other bullshit. Nah, motherfucker, take what you getting.
Yeah, man. And then at the same time, you know, what else does ESPN have left? What else can they give us that we're waiting for and salivating for? You know, the Andre Ward ring video got more buzz out of me than the Wilder than the Fury Joshua fight. What you think about that?
Hold on for a second. Keep cooking. I gotta check some right quick, bro.
Yeah, man. What y'all think about that in the chat, man? Andre Ward in his IG video with the shadow boxing and everything. Y'all think that's real? You think he'll come back for Canelo at 75, King Mitch? You know, I love to see it. I'll be honest with you. I want to see SOG come back and knock Canelo off. Maybe Canelo might accept the challenge that GGD that Triple G didn't want. That's enough buzz right there to make it happen. Because I don't see him coming back at heavyweight. I don't know, man. I mean, you know, that pay-per-view model hasn't been, you know, been doing too hot, King Mitch. What's the last pay-per-view fight that they had? What? Amir Khan, Terrence Crawford? I'll be hesitant to throw him on pay-per-view too.
Yeah, that's gonna be it has that needs a proper planning for them to put some big names on there. Because listen, that Terrence Crawford, Amir Khan, first of all, the promo was limited promo, and then Amir Khan quit. Period. So, and I think you had Teofimo Lopez, Edis Tatley on there. You know, it wasn't a huge lineup on that motherfucker. And then, you know, with Terrence Crawford, we already know Terrence Crawford, he needs better self-promotion. He needs to become a larger mouthpiece, a more vocal mouthpiece, rather. And at this point in his career, it might be a little bit too late. But like you said, can Jared Anderson carry the U.S. heavyweight? I mean, we just had Trevor Bryant going in and defeat Bermane Stavern after a hiatus. Can Jared Anderson be the next big star? That's a big question. I don't know yet. I know people was talking about Andre Ward. Is Andre Ward planning on returning? If so, would you watch him face somebody like Canelo Alvarez? Would you think Canelo Alvarez would be somebody like that?
I'll be the first person to press buy.
Okay.
I'll be the first person to press buy on the pay-per-view.
Okay.
Because if Canelo Alvarez can make Andre Ward look like he's doing Abney Yildirim, Callum Smith, Rocky Fielding, and all these other guys since Iris Landon Lara, I finally give him credit. I stay on code with that. If he even an Andre Ward off the couch, if he can make an Andre Ward off the couch look like he's been making those guys, I'll finally give him credit.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I know you're very critical of Canelo Alvarez, at the end of the day, in my opinion, like I always say, if it's so easy, why is he the only one doing it? You gotta have other fighters taking risks. If the black fighters are all chasing Canelo Alvarez in a sense, and we're gonna have Errol Spence and Jamal Charlo calling out Canelo Alvarez, then we need for those same fighters to be able to take risks too. Mal Charlo, yeah, you're a 2-division champion, but take some risks. Go challenge a David Benavidez if you want that fight with Canelo. You know, put him in the spotlight. Show us that, hey, I can go up there and defeat David Benavidez. Because at the end of the day, Benavidez lost his title, not by in the ring performance, but out the ring situation.
For the second
time. So therefore, for the second time, and I criticize him for that.
Okay,
you know, being a dope head, being a dope head. Yeah, being a dope head, and not being disciplined with his weight coming in. Like, well, he came in 3 pounds over. He came in 3 pounds over, right? So, you know, he did the shit just like Gervonta Davis did. But the one thing about it, Gervonta Davis has since moved on and returned back to the weight class, made weight and stuff like that. I mean, he's did what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, presiding over 2 weight classes makes you, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So if they want to all call out Canelo Alvarez, I only suggest this: take the risk, like he's doing. Move up and face somebody at the super middleweight division if that's where you plan on going. That's all I want. Don't just chase Canelo. We have enough of that going. We got people chasing Teofimo Lopez. We got cats chasing Canelo Alvarez. You know, we really don't have no damn 140 pounders doing too much of that. But when it comes to the 147 pound, you know, we still don't know what's going to happen between Spence and Crawford. We don't know what's going to happen at the 154 pound division after Jamel Charlo faced Brian Castano. We don't know.
Hey, Mitch, I highly disagree with that. I'm just gonna be honest with you, King Mitch. I highly disagree with that. Canelo getting the hell out of there. He fight Andre Ward. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You think Andre Ward can stop him? Damn.
Yeah, Andre Ward stopped Canelo. Andre Ward stopped Canelo, bro.
That's a bold statement there, Dion.
It's not even close. Andre Ward stopped Canelo.
Damn. That's a bold statement, dog.
Andre Ward stopped Canelo, bro. I mean, come on, make sure we know who we're talking about. We're talking about Andre Ward. We're talking about Andre Ward now. It's not like we're talking about a novice fighter now. We're talking about the inside game master, and he's the bigger man. I mean, let's make sure
it's 2017 though, Dion.
I'm telling you, still, we said the same thing when he got off the couch and got whatchamacallit out of there. Well, you acting like Andre Ward hasn't gotten off the couch and got guys out of there before.
But none of them was in the position of Canelo.
Well, all right. We talk about the same little Canelo Alvarez now. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not saying it's impossible. It's impossible.
Okay.
I'm just saying right now, Canelo Alvarez is moving up, shifting weight divisions, and he has, you know, I wouldn't dare mention no Yildirim, but I'm talking about, you know, he was able to do the Rocky Fielding, the Sergeys, and go back and fight Callum Smith, and now he's about to head in there and fight Billy Joe Saunders. If it's so easy, why he the only one doing it?
Yeah, I feel that, but Scotty, how many people really tried to go in there and mug Canelo Alvarez though? That's all I'm saying. Everybody
But
came.
see, I ain't making excuses. I don't give a damn why they.
I know you're not, but I'm just being devil's advocate as well now.
Mm-hmm.
We know Andre Ward gonna come in and set up the inside game first, and then once he gets the inside game right, it's whatever Andre Ward wants to do after that. I'm just giving you the compare and the contrast. Yes, Canelo Alvarez slips and misses on the inside, but we're talking about a natural light heavyweight too.
True. He's a natural light heavyweight. Yep.
That's all I'm saying. We're not talking about a blown up light heavyweight. We're talking about a comfortable, natural light heavyweight with just as much slickness, but can stand there and make you miss as well. On top of the bully inside game. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm not saying he's gonna take the fight from the street king, Mitch. Of course, he'll get one or two tune-ups, but out of those one or two tune-ups, he'll be ready when he does face Canelo Alvarez. Man, that's a fight that's big enough for him to come back. If any other fight would give Andre Ward the drive to come back and put Virgil through it too, it would be Canelo Alvarez. Because he doesn't do it without Virgil. Don't you agree, Scott?
That'll be over 4 years, big homie. Damn.
I'm there. I promise you I'm there. I believe you.
Let's just say he come back. He get one tune-up fight. That'll still be over 4.5 years if he chooses to fight sometime soon. I mean, like, who would be his tune-up, first of all? I mean, come on, man. In June of this year, he'll be out the ring 4 solid years. He's not even in training camp right now, Dion.
I mean, I feel that, but you know, that fight wouldn't materialize until sometime this time next year, though.
But who would be a worthy opponent for him to step back in the ring with?
I mean, 75. Okay, let's look at the landscape at 75. Of course, he would take one of those champions and probably the second one. But just to shake the cobwebs off. Let's see.
And you believe he need 2 instead of 1?
Yeah, he's gonna need 2. Because he needed 2 for Kovalev the first fight.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like he needed 2 for Kovalev, but man, he's much older now, and he's been out the ring, sitting down, commentating. Who would be Badu? No, not Badu Jack.
Mind sharp though, bro. Mind sharp. I think he can old man Alvarez out of there.
Damn.
He'll old man Canelo, man. You know we see them old. Hey, just like Michael Moore thought he had Foreman like that.
I know who would be a good one. Anthony Yard.
Yeah, he'll fuck Yard up.
Yeah, he'll fuck Yard up. That'd be a nice little tune-up.
You know, they might. I don't know, man. Top Rank might throw him Jesse Hart.
That'd be too much, man.
Joe Smith Jr. Give him Joe Smith Jr. You don't agree with Joe Smith Jr.?
I think he'd be too much for Ward, man. I'm serious, bro.
Come on, man. This ain't B-Hop we talking about now. Come on, baby.
You're right. You're right. This ain't B-Hop. You're absolutely right on that. A part of me, a big part of me saying, man, I don't even want to see Andre get fucked up like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you tripping. You tripping. Come on, Scotty.
I'm trying to stay on code.
I'm staying on
code. I'm trying to stay on code, man. Joe Smith will fuck Andre Ward up, dog.
Nah, man. Nah.
Man, I have to see him get back in here and see what his performance grade look like.
Huh?
What now?
The construction worker Joe Smith Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Nah,
yep.
I don't see it.
He gonna bring the dog out of Ward. Ward got that commentating energy right now. That lax, that motherfucking euphoric of just knowing you showing up to work dressed to impress. You know what I'm saying? It's less intensive than going into fight camp. When you do that over and over again, your body is used to it. Your mind is used to it. Now you got to jump back in training camp. You got to take all that calmness and peace and serenity away and get back into fight camp. You got to, Dion, he has to get back in fight camp. Not only that, he has to prepare for Joe Smith, the rugged blue-collar worker.
I can see it, bro. I can see that. I'm telling you, I can see that.
Damn. That means he would be coming back, fight Joe Smith, who possibly may be a WBO champion soon.
That's the beauty of it. He comes back. He knocks out Joe Smith Jr. and then he beats Canelo Alvarez at 175. If that doesn't cement his legacy, I don't know what would.
No, if you putting it like that now, defeating Joe Smith on his comeback and then Canelo Alvarez, of course that does more than cement his legacy. I mean, come on, man. If you putting it out there like that, that's different. That's a huge motherfucking two-way you got right there. You're talking about step one, you got Joe Smith, and then step two, you got Canelo Alvarez, the pound for pound best right now, man. That's a huge motherfucking step.
But you acting like that ain't something that I'm just saying. That's something that I think that Canelo would come. I mean, Andre Ward will come back for. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, he'll come back for it.
Huh?
Yeah, Andre Ward will come back for that. Absolutely. But we was talking about, does he need a tune-up? Like, who will he fight in the tune-up though?
Oh yeah. I mean, you don't agree with a Joe Smith Jr.? You really think Joe Smith too much for Andre Ward?
Just off the layoff, bro.
Man.
How old is Andre Ward now?
What, 34?
So, okay. Let's just say his body's preserved just a little bit, you know. But still, coming in there with a rugged fighter like Joe Smith, man. He rugged.
Oh, no. Andre, he's 37. He's a little too over the hill. Yeah, that's a little too much. I thought he was still
What's going on, King Mitch?
My bad, King Mitch. Go ahead.
Combat. What up, fool?
What's good?
Hey, I'm trying to stay on
cold with Dion.
Dion's all cold saying that shit, man.
Nah,
hey, like I said in chat, look, I fuck with Andre Ward, but he ain't coming off the street knocking nobody the fuck out. Not Joe Smith, damn sure not Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Hell no. I ain't even really seen Canelo hurt. So I can't say that, even though I like Andre Ward, like I said, Andre Ward with a couple tune-ups, a fresh tuned Andre Ward, I would pick him to possibly beat Canelo, but stopping him, knocking him out, no way. No way. Even at 175, no way. No way.
Well, Dion, Well, I mean, come on now, don't be quiet now.
I ain't gonna be quiet, man. Look, hey, I just gave you the keys to victory. Andre Ward, that inside game. I think that's too much for Canelo, bro.
He 37 now. Would it be 39 by the time he fight Canelo?
Yeah, I mean,
come on, man.
I didn't know.
Hey, honestly, I don't think his body can make it through a training camp.
Yeah,
damn.
I agree.
That's why he retired.
Yeah.
People think it's his shoulders, it's his knees.
And he's gonna need
I
those.
like Ward, man.
He's gonna need all those knees to face Canelo.
I'm corrected, but prime Andre Ward, you know, yeah. I thought he was still like 34 though. I ain't know he's 37.
He been gone a while too.
I know he's 37.
Yeah, shit, nah, man. I wish Dion was right, man. But
I just thought we were right around the same age. That's why you know, 34, 35, yeah. But yeah, not 37 though.
People say what they want about Canelo, man. Canelo is the favorite against any and everybody in boxing right now. Except maybe Better Be It might even it out a little bit at 175, but he old too. He getting old too. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. But at the same time, you know, we want to see him fight some of these guys that we don't have to tune in and say, yeah, we already know what's going to happen. We want some suspense behind this shit.
But who though? Who aside from Benavidez, Charlo? Plant didn't really look that good, man. Plant, I like Plant. He got some slick shit to him, but you know what I'm saying? Power, stamina, big question marks. Big question marks, man. He damn near gassed out against Uskantagi. His corner was like, yo, slow down. This a hell of a pace you got here, son. He did it. He did his thing in that fight, but that may have been his best fight. That may have been his J-Rock versus Hurd. You know what I'm saying?
But he was pressing too, man. He was coming forward. So, you know, Caleb Plant had to refute it. You know, he had to set the respect boundaries. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna bully me in here.
Yeah, he looked good. He looked damn good that fight too, though. He looked damn good.
He did. I was surprised.
He looked like his last couple ones, though.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, and then I just want to see him. I don't know, man. Let's get some good let's get some 50-50 fights in here, not no 99.1 fights. That's all I'm saying.
But that's my question to you. Who's 50-50 with Canelo right now?
Is Jamal Charlo 50-50?
I can't say that because he at 160. He ain't even fought at 168 yet, so I can't do that.
But when it's Canelo Alvarez moving up to 175 and 168 for the first time, people say he's gonna win. So why not the same, you know, energy for Jamal Charlo moving up from 60 to 68?
Because I thought Kovalev was washed up. That's why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? We got to take everything into account.
What about when he moved up to 68 first? Rocky Fielding, he was just a soft touch.
We all know that. You know what I'm saying? We all know that.
Hey, I'm just saying, man. Like, you know,
extremely soft touch.
Yeah, Canelo moving. Like, I got respect for how Canelo moving. Like, people don't like how he moving, but just the fact that he going up and he at least getting champs. You know what I'm saying? He getting champs. We know he said he wanted to clear out a division before, and he really didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? He left some stones unturned at 160 and 154, but it seemed like he got a good path to do what he want to do at 168 at least. He already got 2 of the belt, so it's looking like he might fuck around and get it done. But we want him to fight better people, but I can't get mad. He fighting champs. He about to whoop Blowjob. He about to whoop him real good. So,
I mean, okay.
Shit.
I don't know, man. Because Muggs was trashing Floyd for fighting Guerrero in him. That's all I'm saying, man. So
I mean, that's them. Like I ain't trashing nobody who getting busy in the ring. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Floyd is a different case. He on a whole different level. We know what Floyd was doing. Floyd was picking the fighters who gonna get a draw so he could get that bag. You know what I'm saying? Floyd wanted the fight to make sense. We all understood that.
Yeah.
So I was never mad at that. You know what I'm saying? Canelo is on some. He getting a bag regardless of who he fights. So he's in a sweet spot right now. He just in a sweet spot. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people mad at Tank too I'm not mad at Tank. People are mad at Tank, but I already know it's Mayweather, it's TNT, and LRB. They move them how they want to. So
I feel that, but at least Tank getting guys on that you know, outside of my man, the Cuban. Dang, we saw him in Atlanta. Who Devin Haney just fought, man. His name be slipping my mind.
Gamboa.
Outside of Gamboa, man, you got to give him credit for taking Leo, because Leo was top 5 pound for pound.
I wouldn't say top 5, but he might have been number 10. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, Leo was top 5 on a lot of people's list now.
I couldn't put him there. You know what I'm saying? I would put Mikey ahead of Leo before he fought Spence. I would put Mikey at 9 before he fought Spence. I would put Leo at about 9, 10 before he fought Tank. But we knew Leo was a smaller guy. Everybody knew he was going to get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Credit to him for getting in there. He actually did okay for the rounds that he lasted. Shit.
Yeah, he did all right.
You know what I mean? Like, these fighters out here, they be trashing these dudes. They want to move like these dudes are being moved. You know what I'm saying? They want to move like Canelo. They want to move how Tank is moved and get this money and be a big figure in the game. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of jealousy, a lot of shit plays into how these people be dissing these other fighters. You know what I'm saying? I just look at it as a boxing game. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even on some. People be on that bullshit like, we want this fight, that fight, this fight. Motherfuckers talk till they turn blue on YouTube, man. When the fight is announced, when the fight happens, I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna let you know what I think before and after. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't catch Canelo live, man. I can't even lie to you. I watched it when it hit YouTube.
You ain't want to see that shit. That last fight. Who was that last fight he fought?
I mean, but I told Scotty that was my plan I told World Combat that was the plan from the jump.
I remember. I was with you. That he was on cold with that. You know what I'm saying? We gotta respect that.
Nah, I wasn't doing it.
But goddamn, what that boy quit after 2 rounds, after 3 rounds?
Mm-hmm.
2. Going into the 3rd.
Man.
It just seemed like his face, his facial expression, he was just happy to be there. You know what I'm saying? He was just, sharing the stage with probably a fighter that he idolized at the end of the day. And it really wasn't no effort, because he knew his corner was going to save him anyway. So he was just going to stick with the high guard, take a little punishment until his corner threw in the towel and shit. Easy payday.
Yeah.
Easy $2.5 million.
Yeah, and I wanted to get to that too. Okay. Muggs can't be mad at Sean Porter for asking for $2.5 million if Yildirim going in there putting up displays like that now.
But listen, Sean Porter has the right to ask for what he wants to, but he ain't fighting Canelo. He fighting Crawford. Crawford is not Canelo.
I agree. Crawford ain't Canelo, man.
It's when we talk about this money thing. You know what I'm saying? Crawford a bad motherfucker, but he ain't. It's levels to this money game. You know what I'm saying? So 2.5 might be what he actually gets. You know what I'm saying? He could say that 1 and 2 mil is a slap in the face, but he'd be lucky to get 2.5 especially from Bob. Shit. See, if
Sean Porter, when they would be able to do just one accomplishment or achievement like Jamel Charlo, even with the Ramirez brothers, Ramirez and Josh Taylor fight for the undisputed. Anything along those lines. You know what I'm saying? Teofimo Lopez. Who else is up there? I don't want to say Canelo, but Canelo's in there too. If Sean Porter would have just been able to unify something close to undisputed, then he might have a leg to stand on when it comes to negotiation with Crawford. But Crawford is a 3 division. How many divisions is Sean Porter?
One. Two-time champ. 2 times.
Yeah, he's a 2-time champ in a single division though, but yet he's lost to Kell Brook, lost to Keith Thurman, lost to Errol Spence. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the same shit I say about Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia's lost to the big names. He hasn't even defeated a single champ at welterweight yet. He never defeated a single champ in a championship fight at welterweight. He fought Robert Guerrero for the damn vacant.
We all think Danny was better at 140. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when you lose to a top guy, like that's why the welterweight rankings are so. People look at it and be like, God damn, it's the same guys. But shit, if you lose to the best guy and it's a close fight, what you want us to drop the guy out of the fucking top 10? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit. I do think it's crazy that Porter he beat Formella and was goddamn #1 in damn near every sanctioning body. That shit was kind of crazy.
I know, right? Like,
but he did push Spence though. He did push Spence. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I guess they give credit to those close fights. You know what I mean? Shit,
it's almost like he's setting a different standard, though. It's almost like Sean Porter setting a different standard because we know what he has in his repertoire. We know he can be a dog, a grimy ass motherfucking silverback in that motherfucker, right? But then when you see him fight Yordenis Ugas, and it's just like a marginal performance, and then he goes in there and move around with Sebastian Formella, though. Come on, you trying to tell me you couldn't give him that Spence energy to get him up out of there? I mean, bro.
Yeah, I think he tried, bro. I watched that fight. I thought he was trying.
Man, I thought he performed to the level of his opposition, to be honest, that Mitch. Like, he was just giving that motherfucker a good old nice, move around sessions, not to damn make him look crazy and get up out of there, bro.
But I don't think that's Sean. It ain't really in Sean's DNA to get a guy out of there. Like, he got Berto out of there, but he was headbutting him, and Berto was just like fucked up. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was going at Berto. You know what I mean? But he didn't really have that. He didn't have that in the Formella fight. You know what I mean? It would have had to be too clean, and he's not a clean guy to get nobody out of there. He gonna have to get you out of there with that ugly shit. You know what I'm saying? And I was looking at it like, God damn, they say Devin Haney can't punch. I'm looking at Sean like, what the fuck, man?
See, Sean Porter, he not only punches with his fist, but he punched with his forehead too.
Man, he was fucking Berto up, bro.
I mean, Sean Porter give you the forehead work, and what you can't see coming when he punches you. I mean, that's what Sean Porter does, man.
Yeah.
But what do you think about Errol Spence? Do you think he'll ever fight Canelo?
Yeah.
I mean, if he keeps winning, he'll get a chance. Canelo looking at it like, yeah, that's a big fight. Canelo has acknowledged that's a big fight. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. I think Canelo really think he's sweet just because he's smaller. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's out of everybody. I've seen Canelo acknowledge that even more than the Charlos because he understands that plays to his favor. He's the bigger guy. You know what I'm saying? He's more accomplished. He's more known. So everything's in it for Spence if he can get up there and pull it off. But he got some work to do before he can get there. He's got at least three more fights before Canelo was a real thing. But shit,
he got to knock Crawford out for it to be a real thing.
At 160, I would give Spence a chance just because Canelo has been at 168 for a little while now, and coming down in weight that shit ain't easy, man.
Yeah, 160 for Canelo right now, it'll be a bit tougher for him to do, but I don't see Spence
in another year or two, though. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think Canelo is going to overstay his boxing career. I don't think he's going to overstay that. I think he's making a tremendous amount of money right now. He's going to get the fuck out the sport.
Think so?
I mean, he's making more than enough money to get out the sport, man. Like, look, the dude just bought Oscar Valdez this black stallion. Did you see that horse he bought him?
I ain't see it, but I heard about it.
Man, that motherfucker buying shit. Shit, come on now.
But okay, if he does that, what do you put him though?
If he does what?
If he gets out the game without making some of those fights.
He can get out without making a Spence fight. I'm not really. I wouldn't hold that against. Oh, you didn't fight Earl Spence. I wouldn't hold that against.
No, I'm just saying. You know,
Spence still has a ways to go for him to be considered great. Spence is not great just from a two-time world champion. Like just from defeating Sean Porter, bro, and Kell Brook, he's great. He ain't great, man.
I think Spence is a great welterweight, and he's on his way for greatness. But, you know, I mean, if you're talking about divisions and everything, yeah, for sure, he's got a lot to do. But I think he can get some shit done at 154, though.
How much do you think he can get done at 54?
At least a championship, at least a world title at 154. For sure. For sure. I think Crawford can go up there and snatch one. Shit.
Yeah. Okay, then.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, it ain't no Spence is the man shit over here. I just respect his fight game, but I respect other people's fight game too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just capping for Spence, but yeah, once Jermell move up or vacate a few of them belts, hell, you crazy if you don't think PBC gonna have one of them belts in line for Spence. You crazy.
I just want to see the fight happen.
What Spence and Crawford?
Yeah, because he's the one that's been pushing for undisputed, man. I just want to see the fight happen. You know, I mean, he's been pushing, saying he's on the verge of unifying the division. He wants to, you know, become undisputed welterweight before moving up to 54. I want to see all that. I want to see the fight happen. I mean, because he's not considered a great fighter right now, in my opinion. You know, just because he's fought Kell Brook and Sean Porter for titles. Definitely not Danny Garcia. I mean, come on, man. Like, he has a lot of work left, and he's getting older. So I truly think he needs to step in there and get this fight with Crawford out the way. I
think him and Crawford are I think they bullshitting the game because they know if they were to fight now, that bag ain't gonna be what neither one of them consider that fight to be worth. That's just me looking at it, because I don't think there's no real like beef, no real animosity between the two, aside from just the typical boxing shit. You can't fuck with me, you can't fuck with me, that type of thing. But I really think they looking at it like, man, they ain't gonna pay us, then shit, fuck it. We'll keep egging it on and everything, but I don't think they gonna really make that fight unless they both getting paid straight up. And it has kind of gone quiet on both sides. So when shit go quiet on both sides, that's when them boys behind the curtain talking. So hopefully that's what's happening, man. Hopefully that's what's going on. But it's just, I hate the way they split it up because the fan base is, you know what I'm saying, two Black American fighters. That shit is just split, and it's fucked up. It's fucking up the game. You know what I'm saying? They kind of pulling from the same pool as far as the fan base. You know what I'm saying? Two Black American fighters. So it's tough, man. They're in a tough position because Bob definitely ain't trying to pay nobody nothing for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like Dollar Bill, pay no country boy nothing. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I think that's where
this is what we're gonna have to look at there, Mitch. We're gonna have to look at the point where the 140-pound division is about to have a unification this year. Canelo may potentially unify if Caleb Plant doesn't hold out for his hand. He may potentially unify a 168-pound division, right? Jermell Charlo fighting Brian Castano, he may potentially unify a division. You're gonna have all the Teofimo Lopez, you know, even if looking at him now, he was able to fight the top 2 pound for pound guy in the sport. So that's multi divisions, but yet we still waiting on welterweight for money.
Because the thing is, I feel you on that. You 100% correct, but there's not two guys that are at the top like those two guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? Castano beat Teixeira, so we know that Jermell probably gonna whoop him. You know what I'm saying?
Probably.
Teofimo really got that fight with Loma because motherfuckers thought he was gonna lose. That's why he got that fight.
He dealt with it though.
He did, and that's to his credit. You know what I'm saying? He worked his way up. You know what I'm saying? He took a different route. He got there and he did it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, in Canelo, he's the golden goose, so he get to do what the fuck he wants. He get to fight for 3 belts in a row like it ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? That don't really happen. So these are rare cases that's going on. But I understand you. You damn sure right. Like we get everything but the one we really want. But shit, the fighters got to get what they want too. You know what I'm saying? I think give both of them 10 million. I think they can make the fight right now, and that's light.
Nah, 10 ain't gonna make it, bro.
You might be right. I mean, like I said, 10 is light.
10
you know what I'm saying?
What's gonna make it then, Dion? If
ain't neither one of them got 10 before though. You know what I'm saying? So it's tough to say that won't do it.
But at the same time, bro,
who else they gonna get 10 to fight?
It's gonna take Wilder Fury. It's gonna take Wilder Fury money to make that happen, bro.
No. It ain't gonna happen then.
I'm telling you, it's gonna take Wilder Fury money to make that happen, bro.
Wilder Fury money ain't there.
Oh hell no, that shit ain't gonna never happen.
Money ain't there for Wilder Fury. Goddamn it.
Well, I know for a fact Wilder Fury made more than 10 apiece.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna take Wilder Fury money to make that happen, bro. Especially being at Dallas Cowboys Stadium, especially being at AT&T, because that fight nowhere other than AT&T.
So you're looking at minimum 30 million a piece or something like that.
My God,
you looking somewhere near that, bro.
God, no way.
I don't think that's gonna happen, bro.
Bob and them gonna want theirs, bro.
I don't think 30 million a piece for welterweights. I mean, they can make that happen, cool, but I doubt it, bro. I think Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin made 15 a piece, right? Canelo made 15 and 15, didn't he? For they fight.
That's what I'm saying. The money that we all think that fight is worth, no one else thinks that fight is worth that. That's why we're not really close to getting it. You know what I'm saying? We acknowledging that these are two good fucking fighters. These are the only two fighters we really want to see fight each other. Aside from, you know, the UK really want AJ and Fury, and we all want Wilder Fury 3. But
and Wilder Joshua.
You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest fight.
We want Wilder Joshua.
We do. That's heavyweight shit. So that's always a different ball game, a different stadium. You know what I'm saying? But nobody else is looking at this fight like that. Nobody with the bag is looking at this fight like, oh, I will pay for this. Motherfucker Dubai and all that.
Willing to do whatever to come in with that. Jerry Jones willing to do whatever he need to do to make that happen.
Jerry Jones ain't willing to do shit but sit back and collect half that gate.
And put on that fake ass smile.
And that's why he willing to make it happen.
Goddamn, put that porcelain smile on them, combat.
Yeah, for real. Put that porcelain smile on their ass.
And that's why he willing to make it happen.
You know what I'm saying? But it's tough. We'll see what happens with
half that gate.
Shit, like we'll see, man. Crawford's in a tough position. Spence is in a tough position too, because we really don't want to see him fight no one but Crawford. But I really like to keep Thurman fight for Spence. I think that'll be a great
line them all up. Everybody that dunked them, line them all up.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I like that, but Spence gotta say fuck it and fight Thurman. But I don't think he will, because Thurman kind of shitted on him. So he like, fuck you now. You know what I mean? I understand it. I don't like it. I think that's a fight that would be great for the people. I think that's a pay-per-view fight. That fight could possibly do 400, 450 pay-per-view buys. You know what I'm saying? Him, Spence and Thurman, I think, could do about 400.
I mean, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Crawford got a hope Spence get knocked off, because if let's say Spence get Thurman and Pacquiao, he knocked both of them off. it'll be hard for Crawford to get anything other than 30%, bro.
I mean, I think he can still get 60-40, man.
Nah.
Yeah, because Manny Pacquiao's damn near 66. He's got both feet out the door in retirement as a politician. So the one that really, he's a champion in recess though. So you trying to tell me he defeats Manny Pacquiao and Keith Thurman? Both of those individuals has no belts, but they just names in there. That's gonna boost him up against 70%.
But you gotta understand, if he fights Pac-Man, that's gonna do numbers.
Yeah.
So that's more on the number side. We all know that Spence is the favorite versus Pac-Man. You know what I'm saying? If he could get the stop, that'll be excellent.
Yeah, that, bro.
You know what I mean? But
yeah. Oh nah. It was like you had went out. But nah, man. If
he gets Pac-Man, that's tough for Crawford, man, because Spence gonna be on top of the world.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be hard for him to get 70-30, bro. I'm telling you.
And that'll be crazy because
and his Bob too. 70-30, man.
But we also got to account if we saying that Spence is gonna get Pac-Man and Thurman, which he probably won't fight neither one of these motherfuckers, then we gotta at least say that Crawford probably stops Porter. You know what I'm saying? Because that's like the best scenario versus the best scenario.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if Crawford were able to stop Porter, then that adds on to his cachet as well. That's still not as big as Spence stopping Pac-Man and then fighting Thurman and winning, but that still gives him more than what he would have if he were to do nothing. Just wait on it. You know what I mean? So like I said, it's tough, man. It's tough. We'll see what Crawford does. With his contract is coming up soon, and we got to just see what happens with that. You know what I'm saying? If he resigns,
he needs to fight before October. His contract expires in October. He needs to fight before then, though.
Yeah.
And he needs to fight a big name somehow. Somebody out there. He needs to fight a big name, man.
It ain't too many.
I was hoping it would be Manny Pacquiao. I was hoping it would be Manny Pacquiao, Keith Thurman. But if it's Sean Porter, cool. Let's go ahead and fight Sean Porter. I was thinking Manny Pacquiao because Errol Spence doesn't have Manny Pacquiao on his resume.
Right.
I mean, just because Manny's a legend and, he's older. But then, it became a little bit less inviting when they put him a champion in recess and the title was given to Yordenis Ugas. Now it provides Errol Spence an easy entry to fight Yordenis Ugas to pick up that WBA strap. So like Dion said earlier, now it really becomes interesting if he defeats Yordenis Ugas, which I don't think is going to happen, but it has to happen if he's undisputed. But he defeat Yordenis Ugas, it may be looking like a 70-30 fight.
Yeah. Because I think Ugas will fight Spence. Ugas has been wanting to fight Spence for a little while. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
I thought he pulled out. I thought he said, "No, I ain't taking that fight."
I don't know, maybe, but last time I checked, he said my first fight will be a unification fight. He wrote that shit down on Twitter somewhere.
He might have.
This was at the beginning though, so he probably was just talking. It was I mean,
he might
as soon as they mailed him the belt.
He might as well cash out.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, I mean, he has a beautiful wife, girl, whatever. He's much older in the game. He's probably never going to get emailed 2 championships again in his life. So he might as well cash out.
I'll be
honest.
You
gotta do something because I think Thurman will beat him. Shit. People down on Thurman, but I think Thurman will beat him.
It's only one person that I like if he does get a tune up, I need to see him fight Lipinets.
Lipinets about to fight Ennis.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying. Yeah, you're right.
Let him defend that fucking WBA. Give Josecito his shot because he's been fighting everybody for PBC. Let Ugas fight Josecito. Give him some of that Latino crowd, even though he's Cuban. Give him some of that Mexican crowd.
Figueroa Jr. Omar Figueroa Jr. He coming up though.
Stop it.
He's He 140.
Stop it.
140.
Figure eight. Look.
Nah, he done came up to 47, bro. He number 4 in the WBA ranking.
He already whooped his brother. He just whooped his
brother.
As
long as they bring their sister with him, I'm good. They got my support.
Ira.
They got my support.
With that skin
I'm about
color
to move over there just so she can train me.
How bad? You got to get some goddamn pictures of her. Goddamn.
I know, man. I'm like, God damn, that's ooh.
Put that glassware on her. What you say? I was watching you live. Pull that glass piece out on their ass. Goddamn.
For real. Put that glass on her. Zoom in. Shit.
You know
Sir, can you put that away? It looks like you're taking inappropriate photos, sir. She bad though.
Goddamn, she looking too good out there.
You know who not to get too far off topic, but you know, damn, Yadina's Uga's girl is bad too, dog.
Is she?
Ooh.
She Cuban too?
She better than she Cuban. She better than Figueroa's sister.
Okay.
She the truth.
Okay.
But that's not gonna help them get that shot though. You know, I don't know. I'm curious to see if you know who Ugas is gonna fight. You know, that means something because ultimately we're trying to move closer to a unification bout between Spence and Crawford. But what is this other title like? Why didn't Manny Pacquiao fight either Crawford or something like that? Like it just puts it far and far away when I see this shit.
Hey, Combat, you know what though? Like this is my thing. This is what I think happened. I honestly think Pac-Man was really considering that Ryan Garcia shit, and the WBA was like, no, fuck that. Because why would he now fight Crawford? The WBA would have let him hold on to that belt for another 3-4 months if they knew they were going to have the Pac-Man Crawford fight. Like, they wouldn't have stripped him. No way they would have stripped him knowing that fight was coming. So I think that Crawford now. I think he's looking at Crawford now out of spite. Like, fuck y'all. Nobody protected me from getting stripped. So I might as well go try and get another fight with him. You know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't protect me, so why would I fight Spence for y'all? So I'm just gonna go fight Crawford. Or what we've been hearing, he probably gonna fight Mikey and get a nice little check out of it. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly who you finna fight.
You know, and that's I got mixed feelings about that fight.
Open back up too.
I got mixed feelings. How y'all feel about Mikey Pac-Man? Because I got mixed feelings, man.
I mean, it's a good fight for both of them, man. It's, you know, the reason I say it's a good fight for both of them, Mikey gonna get his payday, like, because it seems like that's all he's in it for right now.
He been like that too.
Yeah, I mean, even after leaving Bob, that's all he's been in for, payday.
Credit to him, because he's a fighter. They should get paid. Fuck it. But,
yeah, no doubt. And you know, it's a way safe. It's a more safer opponent for Pacquiao.
Yeah.
Mikey is a safer opponent for Pacquiao than anybody else with a belt.
Yeah. But Mikey ain't got no belt, so Mikey is nothing but a payday for Pac-Man.
Yeah,
and it's the other way around for Mikey.
All it is.
So we both see that, and that's what it's like. Because Mikey could go fucking fight Crawford too. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But at the same time, okay, let's say Mikey fights Pac-Man and gets over that hurdle. You go into the negotiation versus Bob. And he's still holding that grudge with Bob with that. So how likely are you going to get?
Mikey beat Pac-Man. He looking for Spence, bro. Straight up.
I mean, but why would we want to see anything different from the first fight?
Honestly, I think that was Mikey. I think Mikey had a bad night. You know what I'm saying? And I think
Mikey was gonna have that same night. He was gonna have that same night, no matter what night it was.
Yeah, against Spence for sure. But I just think when I'm looking at Mikey, I just think Mikey had a bad night. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't to take nothing away from Spence, because he did what he's supposed to do. But just looking at the fight, seeing how they were after the fight, You know what I'm saying? There was some acknowledgement, like, yeah. And that was his first time up there. You know what I mean? I think he'll do better the second fight. I still think Spence wins. I think a in shape Spence, a focused Spence could possibly stop Mikey. And that's saying a lot because Mikey not a kid that you just gonna stop. Like that's what I'm. Every time someone says a welterweight is getting stopped, I have to tell them like, when is the last time you saw two top welterweights fight and somebody got stopped? It don't happen often.
Hearns Hagler.
Yeah, shit. I was shitting in my diaper when that shit happened. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So that just don't happen at welterweight when you get two top guys in there. So I'm always hesitant to say, oh, this guy's gonna stop this guy, or you know what I mean? Not at welterweight. 154, you could bet your ass on somebody getting stopped.
Hey, Mitch, you said the focus Spence. Why wouldn't he be focused fight Mikey though? He was moving up 2 divisions.
Hey, look, man, we done been through this. I said,
it's a lot of shit I respect from you, Mitch. But it seems like you're getting a little excusatory right now. You know what I'm saying?
not. I'm just giving it to you. Like
he was coming off Carlos Ocampo, bro. He was coming off a damn 1-round stoppage, Carlos Ocampo, and yeah, I'm feeling some type of way because I never got my reimbursement for my money for driving up to Texas to see the motherfucking main event shut down in 1 round.
Listen, there's only a few times that you can actually believe a fighter. You know what I'm saying? Usually it's when some shit happens and they're kind of humble. So when you see a nigga have a crash and all that, and then nigga say, yeah, I was kind of fucking off. This is like a new start for me and everything. That's when I tend to believe the fighters. You know what I'm saying?
So from the time he
faced Crawford. When Crawford got hurt by Kavaluskas, Green Machine,
yeah,
nobody really acknowledged it. And then a couple months later, Crawford was like, yeah, so what? He called me with a good shot, but what happened after that? You know what I'm saying? So that right there was acknowledgement, like, oh, yeah, he hit me with a good shot, and I whooped his ass afterwards. You know what I'm saying? So everybody,
he wasn't saying that he was fucking off in training or whatever, but
no, I'm just saying that's what I believe.
Fight, it's no excuse for you know what you saying, like, okay, if he's serious, he could stop Mikey Garcia. Dude, he had close to a year off.
You right. You right, bro. I'm not arguing against it, but don't think that I'm giving niggas excuses. I'm not giving niggas excuses.
Man, I think he fought the best he possibly can against a smaller fighter than Mikey Garcia, and he gave what he gave, man. 39-0 though. 39-0. 4 division champion.
Hey. I've said it before. On that night, Spence was trying to stop him. You know what I'm saying? So just the same way we look at Devin Haney and say, motherfucker, fuck your shutout, fuck your pitch out. You supposed to whoop Gambo because you said it the whole time leading into it. So you can't switch it now. You know what I'm saying? That's the same way I look at Spence. I'm looking at like, oh no, nigga, you tried to get him out of there. Derek James was yelling at Robert and Pita to stop it. You know what I'm saying? And there was a point where it got a little ugly, but Mikey the whole time he was like, I'm straight, I'm good, which he was. He was getting his ass whooped, but it wasn't like if somebody would have stopped that fight, like Mikey could have kept going. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't in him. That's what I'm saying. Like he was trying, it wasn't in him. So when you see that it wasn't in him, and then he say, shit, I was kind of fucking off. You know what I'm saying? Not fucking off, but not necessarily all the way in like I had been previously. When a fighter talks that way, that's when I believe him. I don't really be believing these fighters before the fight. After the fight,
coming off a car accident,
hindsight in it, that's when I think when you find a little grain of honesty out of these fighters. You know what I'm saying? That's when I find it.
All right,
after all the shit is over.
Now when
there's no reason to lie then. So I'm not giving excuses because he should have got Mikey the fuck out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Now, when I said 2 weeks ago, Al told, I ain't even gonna say it because I can't even get it off. I'm laughing about it too hard because y'all gave me all the hell in the world for saying it, but It looked like it coming to fruition right now. World Combat.
What?
When I said Mike had told Earl, hey, don't beat him up too bad. We can still make money off of him.
God damn.
Hey, it looked like it's coming to fruition right now. So hey, that's all I'm gonna say.
But the same way Spence shouldn't have had that fight with Porter shouldn't have been that close.
No.
You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't have been that close, but it was.
Hey, because
that was before the accident, man. So
yeah,
you know
it was.
saying?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That was before the accident, man.
And I'm watching the Danny Garcia fight, and there was a point where you look at Spence, and he was like, "Damn, he just took 2 rounds off." You know what I'm saying? Like I call it how I see it. Like I fucks with Spence, but when you look at that fight against Danny, it's like shit. He possibly could have got Danny out of there if he didn't fucking. Not to say that he gassed out, but there was a point where he hit a wall, and he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna climb this wall slow." You know what I'm saying? And he kind of laid off the gas a little bit against Danny. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, because it
showed everything into account.
It showed looking like Al making a little bit more money off Mikey after that Spence fight.
Man, I think Mikey good though. Like that's you know what I mean. I don't think niggas is just stopping Mikey like that. Like straight up.
Mikey a tough dude, man. Mikey ain't no pushover for real.
Yeah. Right. But he was the smaller guy. We gotta acknowledge that. But I just don't. You know what I'm saying? That's the same with people
overhyping Spence, though, man. I ain't sold on Spence like that.
I think all these guys are a bit overhyped. I think Crawford's overhyped as well. For the people who like to hype these guys, I think those people are overhyped. I think the ones who come into it with this real knowledge of this game and who watch it, you know what I mean, objectively, there's certain things that we acknowledge about both fighters. You know what I'm saying? I can acknowledge that Spence ain't been 100 out there because he said it, and I can also acknowledge that Crawford just hasn't had the opponents at welterweight, and that's not a knock to him. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody to blame. You can't blame Crawford, but that's just what it is. And that's how we measure the guys. We measure these guys really by competition and how they perform. Crawford has checked the performance box because he's stopping these dudes.
Yeah, my bad.
But he's supposed to.
I need a new Cadillac convertible.
You know what I'm saying?
Why you not high on Spence like that though? World Cup at?
He just needs to. Like, I just knew Spence was doing some shit outside the ring before the shit even took place.
No,
he had a car accident. Like, I heard all the inside shit. I just didn't say shit about it because I didn't. At the time, people was riding real high on Spence. You know what I'm saying? He's coming off one of the most marginal Olympic teams in boxing. Real talk.
God damn.
I mean, real talk. But then, I knew he was fucking off in the streets, but people was just like hyping him up so much that I didn't really want to go to war with people who just couldn't see it for themselves. This is shit people was telling me behind the scene. So I'm asking myself, I'm like, so why so-and-so and so-and-so ain't doing shit about it? He said they can't do nothing about it because ultimately, you working for the fighter. Yep. And then the car accident shit happened. And I was saying to myself, well, that's what they've been telling me. And, a lot of shit that I hear behind the scene, I don't put it out there like that because I'm not.
Nah, you don't supposed to because you need to be able to still get in these fights, man.
Yeah, you don't want to. If you got a top tier name out there in this organization, yeah, you don't want to sit up here and take that damn access away by putting some shit out that may be true. You can put some true shit out and still get blackballed for it.
Sure can.
For sure. Like first time I heard this shit about Spence combat was Big Boy Nate. I don't know his last name, but he's TMT. Yeah, he TMT, and that was the first time I heard that, and I was like, God damn, bro, why you saying that shit out like that? But they asked him a question, who would he choose? Why would he choose this person over that person? And he broke it down straight up. And I was like, God damn, you got to respect that. You know what I'm saying? you can look at it and say that wasn't his spot to say, but he was posed a question and he said, "This is why I would probably favor Crawford," and that was that. You know, that was the first time I'd heard about that.
And they was on here talking about Nate was hating and all that. And then I'm saying to myself, man, that's what people been telling me behind the scenes, that he was out there doing what he was doing. I mean, and they didn't think to look at the PBC broadcast when, you know, Gervonta Davis was out there, Adrian Broner, Errol Spence, and all
they
them
were cutting up that night. They had a good night that night.
Yeah, and Errol Spence was fucked up. He told me, I initially started boxing in 2015. I had my first, you know, and Adrian of all people, the sober that night, he's like, nigga, what are you talking about?
Like, come on, Earl.
Hey, you know you was messed up if AB the most sober one.
I know, man. Like, what are we saying, bro?
Listen.
That's why I'm not sold on Spence yet, because I just think that there's some better opposition out there. Like over 18 of his fights, man, he was fluctuating in from welterweight to super welterweight, you know, and then he decided to settle down. But yet people are comparing his freaking welterweight resume to Crawford. But I'm saying to myself, he was fucking off in welterweight division forever, and then decided to settle down for some title bouts. And here you have Crawford, who's been, you know, going from division to division to division, and they say he fought one of the most weakest unification, but it still don't matter. That's just like the props I give Carissa Shields. You know, her depth of opposition as far as legitimized, you know, tough opposition is always going to be questionable. But then when it comes to boxing, boxing doesn't have a huge depth 1 through 10 of killers. It's never going to be that way. It's going to be 1 through 5, possibly pretty strong, but you just ain't producing. The sport ain't producing a lineup of killers like that. And Errol Spence still has a ways to go for me. I want to see him move up to 54. I want to see what he's able to do at 47 and then 54 before I'm actually sold on him. But right now, I think Crawford is the better boxer, to be honest with you. I think Crawford beats Spence.
You entitled to that. You know what I'm saying? You entitled to that. Some people feel otherwise. Some people think it's 50-50. You know what I mean? So that's just what it is. But for me, as far as I get what you're saying about how people kind of nitpick Crawford's opposition. I mean, that's just what it is. I don't really nitpick it, but when you compare it to what, like you said, Spencer's been there longer, so obviously he would have to have done more at welterweight than Crawford. I just think that's just 2 + 2 is 4. I just think that's simple. And then when you look at Porter, Danny, Mikey, first, you know what I mean, a bum ass, a beat up, not a beat up Kell Brook, but just a not so good Kell Brook. You know what I'm saying? Green Machine, Jose Benavidez. I think those guys Spence has beat the shit out of most of those guys that Crawford has fought at welterweight. That's just my stance on it. That don't mean one is better than the other, but I can't sit on a panel and then some nigga come on the panel and try to explain to me how Jose Benavidez is good or how Green Machine is good. And I'm like, nah, I can't go for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand some people like Crawford, but you're not gonna get any points trying to explain how his opposition is better than what they actually are. That's where people lose me at. That's when I'm looking at it like, no, you just a Bud fan.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You just like Crawford, which is cool. You entitled to like who you like, but you're not gonna explain that to me by telling me that these other guys are better than what they really are, because those guys aren't that good in comparison to the opposition that Spence has fought as of late at welterweight. That's just my stance on it. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that either one is better than either one, but one has clearly, to me, fought the better opposition at welterweight. But you could also say, well, Crawford has clearly got the more accolades. He's been undisputed, you know what I mean? Champs in 3 divisions, you know what I mean? So that's just where you go with it. You know what I mean?
Errol Spence last fight with Chris Van Heerden, right? Was at super welterweight. This is in 2015. And then his first solid sustainment fight was Alejandro Barrera at 146 and a half. And then Chris Algieri, Leonard Bondu, and Kell Brook. You know? So we're looking at his entire time basically going back and forth between welterweight and super welterweight. And he decided to settle in to the welterweight division right before Chris Algieri. So you take Chris Algieri, he had 3 fights before Kell Brook. He had Alejandro Barrera, Chris Algieri, and Leonard Bondu, and he stepped in there with Kell Brook. That was in 2017. Of course, he won that title. Between that, he had Lamont Peterson, Carlos Ocampo. All right, even though Carlos Ocampo was 22-0, give me a break. They pulled him from the barrel. And then he steps in there with Mikey Garcia. So you look at the amount of competition in between the first title he won, Lamont Peterson, who had 3 losses already, and defeated by Danny Garcia. Just a note.
Oh, that was close too.
Ocampo and Mikey Garcia, right? So we take that for what it is, and then he steps in there with Sean Porter for the challenge for the unification. So you look at those names, I just don't see shit being great ever since he decided to settle into the welterweight division. I just don't see it, bro. I mean, I don't see it at all. Lamont Peterson, Carlos Ocampo, Mikey Garcia moving up in weight, and then he stepped up. He stepped in there to face Sean Porter for the unification, and Danny Garcia. That ain't greatness to me.
I feel you. It's good though. I would say that's good. Danny, at that point, Danny was a bona fide welterweight. We know Danny was probably better at 140. You know what I'm saying? But Danny, since he's been at welterweight, for what it's worth, he's been the top 5 welterweight the whole time.
Correct.
For whatever reason, like maybe they just put the motherfucker there. You know what I'm saying? But he's been there the whole time. Him and Porter. And as far as Kell Brook was too when Spence fought him. You know what I mean? I just want to see Spence. I want to see Crawford get in there with some of these guys. I think Crawford whoops these guys. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't think he stops these guys like he stopped these other dudes he's fighting. You know what I'm saying?
He fought one common opponent, like we said, Kell Brook. He fought one common opponent, and Kell Brook.
Yeah.
You know, people can't say he was damaged goods from Gennady Golovkin, but give credit to Errol Spence for fighting him closer to the date that he came back down and weight to fight Errol Spence. So he had 3 fights at 54 before he stepped in there with damn Terrence Crawford. That's what I'm saying. These people need to just stay on code, so to speak, to say, okay, if you're going to give Errol Spence the credit for Kell Brook, you have to give Terrence Crawford, because he had 3 fights at 54, which were all wins.
Yeah,
all wins. He got
Against
smashed in 4 rounds, bro. 4 rounds.
He did. But I'm not a big Kell Brook fan. Especially after he went to 54 and then came back down. I knew what time it was with Crawford. You know what I'm saying? I knew Crawford was going to dispose of him. You know what I'm saying? Decisively, way better than Spence had done, because I think Spence fought a better Brook. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is with me. I just think Brook was better when he fought Spence. Not that he wasn't. One side of his face had been broken and recovered. Spence did break the other side. You know what I'm saying? But that was a good fight. Brook was getting off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Brook had that 1-2 going. You know what I mean? He did his shit. Spence mowed him down. You know what I'm saying? He broke him down. You know what I mean? So I think that Brook was far worse than the Brook that Spence fought. But I still can't sit here and say that was the absolute best Brook, because he did come from getting stopped by Golovkin, which another fight he saw some success in. You know what I mean? His face just couldn't hold up. He should have never went in there with Golovkin, in my opinion, but he did, and that's what it was. So You know what I'm saying? I don't give credit, man. Take credit away from the other. I just call it how I see it. That's all. I think Sean Porter would beat the shit out of Kell Brook right now. I think Mikey Garcia beats the shit out of Kell Brook right now at 147. I think Danny Garcia beats the shit out of Kell Brook.
Beat the shit out of
147. At 147.
I ain't
right
going
now. Not beat the shit out of him, but win an easy fight. It won't be a close fight. At what, 8-4? I'd say both of those guys beat him 8-4 right now at welterweight. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be like somebody got robbed. You know what I'm saying? I think they all beat him easy right now at 147.
I think Kell Brook got more success. He has more success with Mikey Garcia at welterweight, to be honest.
Exactly.
I think he has better success. Hey, let me ask y'all this about 54, man, because we really was talking about a fight that probably would never happen anytime this year. But who do y'all think Jermell Charlo, man, should fight if he's able to unify against Brian Castano? Who would y'all like to see him fight at 154? Charlo.
Knock Lubin out again and then move up, because Lubin has been waiting at that number one spot for a while, and he'll probably activate it just to get a shot.
I still want to see what Hurd for real.
Yeah, I'd like to see I'd rather him fight Hurd, man, because he was such a live wire. When Hurd had the titles, he was just talking so much shit. The damn Hurd, man.
Hey,
I want to see him and Hurd, man.
Where is Hurd, bro?
Hurd on top of the same mountain Keith Thurman was on playing that motherfucking flute when he was out of the sport.
Playing that fucking flute. Look, man. I don't listen. Like I said, if I had my choice, just because Hurd has not been around, I would probably say, just for the fuck of it, give me the Harrison fight again, just for the fuck of it, because it'll entertain us in and out the ring. Or go ahead and give Fondura a shot, you know what I'm saying, and do that. But
you want the Towering Inferno to get his shot already. I don't think he earned it yet myself, but I think he should fight one of the bigger names you just mentioned. He should fight like a motherfucking Hurd, you know, Lubin, all them other names, but get a title shot for all the belts. Sebastian Fondura, not yet, man.
I mean,
I don't think Lubin is on their level. Combat.
I agree with you. I agree.
Okay.
Throw him in there with Erislandy Lara.
Man, Erislandy Lara will box circles around Sebastian Fondura. And from what I hear, he's moving up to 160.
Throw him out there.
Huh?
Throw him in there. He got the WBA world. So if he wants, throw him in there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I truly think that, you know, some of the Erislandy Lara fights we've seen in the past that was absolutely ambient orientated. I think that'll be one with Sebastian Fondura. He boxing the shit off of him, because there's no way that Lara is gonna stand on the inside and try to box this dude. He's gonna box him on the outside, man.
You're gonna have to fight at one point, because Fondura be on he'd be fighting like he a little guy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but check out the fight, bro. I always say this. Check out the fight he had with Daniel Lewis. Dude has like he's like 5'10", and he has like a reach of 71 inches or something, and he was touching Fondura up, dog. I was like, what am I looking at?
Yeah.
Because like we said before, even though Fondura is big like that, he's slow in the feet. So all you got to do is turn him and keep turning him. Yeah, you'll have success version.
Yeah, Erislandy, you know he can outbox Fondura, but I like the fight. I heard he's moving up.
Intriguing fight. I think that's an intriguing fight.
I mean, you know,
Lara's moving up.
Yeah, Erislandy was a favorite fighter regardless, though. So
Lara at 160 at this age.
I know, right? I know.
God damn, he better see something.
He fucked Golovkin up.
Huh?
He'll fuck Golovkin up.
See, I'm not. I don't like Golovkin, but I don't see Lara doing nothing.
He'll fuck Golovkin up.
He might box him a little bit, but I don't see him winning. I don't see him.
Yeah, he'll beat Golovkin, bro.
I see Golovkin stopping Lara. At 160, I see Golovkin stopping Lara, nigga.
No,
let's go.
I don't see that.
And I don't really fuck with GGG, but Lara at 160, hell no.
I'm telling you, I like Lara. I like Lara boxing circles around Golovkin.
At 160, a place where he ain't been yet, with a motherfucker who been there the whole time, the whole shebang.
I feel
you, bro. But hey,
he been there for the whole motherfucking itinerary of his.
He fights Jamal every day though. What you mean?
Yeah.
Who? Lara?
Yeah, they in the same camp.
Yeah, but that ain't 8 ounce. That ain't 10 ounce gloves though.
Yeah, and well, the 10 ounces changes over at 154 anyway.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Right.
He already
the 8 ounces at 47.
8 ounces is
no, but I'm saying sparring. They sparring with 16s on and shit. Like they sparring with bigger gloves.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
I like Lara, bro. Hey, if it happen, if they make the fight, bro, I got you $50 on the cash app.
I'm not betting on no fucking Golovkin, but I think he'll beat Lara.
It's shit I waste my money on, but I ain't betting on no motherfucking Golovkin.
No, not Golovkin. Hell no. He ready to go, but I don't think Lara's the one to do it.
Hey man, y'all, yeah. Hey man, I like all them Cuban guys, man. Cause them Cuban guys, boy, they had to fight to live, bro. So I got to like all of them, man.
Yeah, respect to the Cubanos. You know what I'm saying? But
you got to fight to live, bro. Cause
better not go to 160.
It ain't guaranteed you get across on that boat, bro.
Man, I'm telling you.
I fuck with all of them just off that.
Yeah, I ain't mad at you for
it. I just want to 160. I just want to see someone, because Sebastian Fundora has moved himself up in the ranks in front of Jared Hurd and Julian Williams.
Sure.
And really, if I look at who he's fought, Sebastian Fundora was just coming off that win over Nathaniel Gallimore, and then he just recently fought. What was the fighter he just fought, man? That he ended up getting a stoppage. Was Nate the last one? No, he had to fight somebody else. Anyway, he's sitting at number 2 in the WBA, which Madrimov is the one that's in front of him. So we might see him facing Mikhail Soro. You know what I'm saying? Of anybody that's holding the belt right there. Soro's holding that WBA gold right now. So besides that, he's not up in the top 5 on any other sanctioned body.
Who he draw versus?
Jamonte?
Sebastian Fundora.
Jamonte Clark.
Yeah, okay.
Meek Mill face ass. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought Jamonte won that fight, to be honest.
Yeah. Man, I saw Jamonte get knocked out the ring like B-Hop and get back in that bitch and keep going, boy.
Who did that?
I don't like how he get hit, but he got his ass. I forgot who it was he was fighting. Somebody knocked Jamonte Clark out the fucking ring, and he got back in within the 20 count and kept fighting. I said, I don't like how he get hit, but I like how he fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, he had fought Habib
through the ropes.
He fought Habib Hamed in December World Combat.
Yeah, Habib Hamed was that I don't want to say African, was he?
I think so.
Yeah, he was a brother, but anyway, I thought he was going to do better. I thought he was going to perform better, man, but no. Sebastian took him out early. So, yeah, I'm curious to know who he's going to fight. I look at Tony Harrison. I was like, Tony Harrison, he can outbox him just like Erislan DeLora. But Jared Hurd, man, I don't know, man. Like
him and Hurd to be a firefight.
Man, I don't think Hurd can make 154, man.
He's still there.
I know, but it's been so long. He ain't really fought since, and he was dying to do it then.
Man, I was the first time. Look, I finally saw Hurd at the MGM Grand last time I was on deck, and I was like, okay, cool. He finally pops his head out of seclusion, right? So he walks up in the media room. I say, "Hey, what's going on, champ? I was wondering, can I get an interview?" He's, "I'm not doing interviews right now." I said, "All right, cool." So I kept an eye on him to see if he was just, trying to stay away from that question on what you're gonna do next. So nobody interviewed him. So finally, he left the motherfucker and went into the hallway. So I let him get out that motherfucker. So I won't seem like I'm stalking him and shit. Went out there. The other media got a hold to him in the hallway or whatever, the MGM Grand. And then when I got up there, I just asked him point blank. I was like, "What you what's going on? 154? You staying here, or you going to 160? What?" He said, "Yeah, y'all have to stay tuned, man. Y'all." I never understood what this. You have to stay tuned, nigga. Are you staying at 54? Or are you not?
Man, you gotta stay tuned, baby. You gotta stay tuned.
What are you talking about? I've been staying tuned for a whole year. This nigga's at 154, dog.
Yeah, stay tuned, nigga. Just tell us what you don't really know right now. You still considering, you weighing your options, nigga. Don't tell me to stay tuned, nigga. Fucking commercial, nigga. It's a cliffhanger, nigga.
Telling all of us to stay tuned. I'm like, man, come on already, man.
Nigga hit you with the cliffhanger, man. Fuck out of here.
Like boxers always say, "Hey, big fight news, come, big fight news." I'm like, man, come on, just tell us when you're fighting again.
Man, he ain't gonna do nothing but fight Dennis Hogan or somebody, man.
Yeah, you're right. I just thought, man, Jared Hurd, the way people used to say he was a weight bully. I just thought he was that dude until he got beat by J-Rock, and he's never been the same, dog.
Yeah, I
thought he was a weight bully, man. That's what I thought. I thought he was good though. I thought he was good at what he was doing because he walked through.
I still thought Lara beat him though. Nah,
he fucked Lara up, man.
But Lara was fucking him up too though.
Lara was boxing, but I had him whooping Lara. But Lara was boxing.
Yeah, he was boxing. Yep.
I didn't think Lara won though. I thought Hurd won for sure. I didn't think it was super close. I thought Hurd pulled that out.
That's one of the other exciting divisions outside of 47. The expectations, in my opinion, we already know 35 has that potential, but it's some goofiness is going on down there. But besides that, we have to see what's going on at heavy and 168 and heavy. That's it.
Yeah.
68, man. 68 ain't gonna shake out, man. Them guys got
Canelo gonna shake that shit out. That's what he gonna shake that motherfucker out. That's what Canelo gonna do.
I want to see what Darrell gonna do after that bullshit he gave us the other night.
Hey, you know what? I thought Darrell won that fight, man. And I don't really rock with Darrell like that, but I thought he won that fight, man.
But he was pressing Darrell though.
Yeah, he was, but that happened in boxing though. You know what I'm saying? You have to understand he's fighting at the elite level. I looked at it again. I thought he pulled it out too, man.
Yeah, I thought Darrell won. It was an okay showing by the other dude, by the young dude. Was it Kyron Davis? Kyron or Kyron?
However you said, he gave a good showing of himself.
Either way, you blame his parents for being different.
I thought he could have done more. I thought there was a point where Darrell kind of just took the fight from him and won the fight. Darrell was going to him the whole time. He was not walking him down, but he was, you know what I'm saying, he was pressing forward, and Davis was just, you know what I mean, just pity patting. You know what I mean? A lot of that shit was caught on the gloves. None of it was really like super effective. Nothing really hurt Darrell. You know what I'm saying? And I thought Darrell did enough to really win that fight. I was kind of like, damn, that's fucked up, man. When you see an older fighter like that get up and get ready for a fight and go through a camp and then get a draw in a fight that I thought he won, I was like, that's fucked up. And I really don't rock with Darrell and them boys like that. So,
hey, man.
I was like, damn.
I ain't mean to cut you off, man, but
no, I was going to go ahead. You got it.
How the fuck David Lemieux still in the top 5 in all these sanctioned bodies?
Lack of depth, bro. Lack of depth, like I was saying, lack of depth, man.
Bro, they got him number 3, and they got him number 3 in all these sanctioned bodies, bro.
Hey, He is a name we know at least.
They might as well go ahead and make him and Daniel Jacobs live on the zone. They might as well.
Oh my God. Come on, man. Come on.
They might as well.
Come on. Cruise control Jacobs.
Yeah, they might as well. Fuck it, man.
That nigga sleep at the wheel. Hey, man, I'm pissed off. I've been pissed off with him since he fought Canelo, to be honest with y'all. Because I thought he did okay against Triple G.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I thought he did all right against GGG. And then going there with that bullshit with Canelo. I said, man, hey, maybe Canelo got some shit that we just don't know about. Maybe they get in there with him and just it's just something he got that we don't know about on the outside, man. Because when they get in there with him, it's like they don't really be trying to do too much, man. I don't understand it.
He got that damn I don't know. I just had a comedic word on my tongue about that shit, but with Canelo right now, man, he is like this, like on that whole nother level of superstar power. You know what I'm saying? You in there with a dude that's on a whole nother level. So, I mean, you talking about Daniel Jacobs, man, is one fighter that I don't support at all. After, he stepped into the hallway and said, he's touching ends.
That's what I've been waiting for.
He said, I came at the right time. So when he said that, I said, okay, damn, this is gonna be a nice ass fight right here. Shit never came to fruition. Daniel Jacobs has some subpar performances. I remember him fighting Selecki over there in his hometown, sold little tickets. Then he stepped in here with Canelo Alvarez after proving that he can show up. He stopped Gennady Golovkin 23 fight knockout streak. He gets in here with Canelo and don't do enough. Mm-hmm. Then he say, "Well, I want to make goddamn Gabe Rosado eat his words, nigga. He was hungry. He was hungry when he left the bout.
Yes, he was. No blood.
You still had played around with the nigga. Like, man, come on. He wasn't even bleed.
Came out the fight dry and shit. When the last fight Rosado came out dry?
Came out super dry, like I'm good, y'all. When we stepping out the club, when we going to the club, okay, cool.
That shit had me tight. I was with you on that combat.
Oh, you already got the booth? Word out.
Get the sparklers, get them bitches, bring some drinks.
For real, just like goddamn Gamboa was after the Haney fight. We going? We good? Showers on, my friend. Okay.
Man.
I bet you Gamboa one of them niggas you gotta watch, boy.
Yeah, for real.
Gamboa one of them boys you gotta watch.
Listen, I tell people all the time.
Wearing linen suits and shit all the time.
I tell cats all the time, man. Gamboa, y'all think he can't speak English? Go ahead, continue to believe that shit. Gamboa be over there talking to your girl. Shit.
I'm telling you, man. Got on linen suits and shades all the time.
Gamboa looking like country grammar, nigga. That Band-Aid. That motherfucker looking just like Nelly on their ass.
Yo, man.
Cause man, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I ain't gonna go too far into it. Man, that night in Atlanta, I had got into Gervonta Davis' after party.
Okay.
Oh boy, them boys were throwing some real money in there, man. Them boys were throwing some real money in there, man.
Yeah. I bet they was, man. I bet they was. Shit.
I mean, it was some real money to get in there for real. Shoot, I think the general admission was $100. The skip line was like $150.
Yesterday they was charging $500. The valet park. It was a private party. At the one of Don King's mansion down here in the A. It's All-Star Weekend and shit. So it was motherfucking a big party at one of his mansions, right? So I go up in there. I ain't have to pay shit because I was media.
Yeah.
So I get up in there and it was a lot of women up there. I ain't gonna lie, there was a lot of women up in there, but also it was motherfuckers just how they goddamn mine and shit. You know, charging $500 to valet park your shit. I mean, I didn't pull up. I couldn't pull up in the actual compound itself. I had to park at another location, catch the shuttle down. But for VIP parking, you know, it was $500 for them to valet park your shit VIP.
Man.
500, and it costs to get up in that motherfucker too. But
Yeah.
this is what puzzles me about that lifestyle, y'all, is that in order for you to have a lifestyle in a mansion like that, you have to have somebody clean that shit up, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you
Like,
do.
it's amazing to look at. I was like looking at this shit. I was like, it's people that actually live in a house this motherfucking big.
Yep.
I'm like, who cleans this shit? You can't be in there by yourself, man, and your kids without a maid or motherfuckers to come over there and clean your house. You can't live that way, man.
I don't know how Rick Ross do it in that Evander Holyfield house. I don't see it.
No, you got a staff. You got to have a staff for shit like that.
Yeah, he got a staff, man. I'm pretty sure that he has a staff, bro.
Yeah, a few motherfuckers on payroll to handle that for you.
I wish it would have been more boxers up in there though. Like,
Me too, bro. Yeah, man.
Trevor Bryan was up in there. U.S. heavyweight champ right now. He the one beat Romain Severn, so it was his party. And then you had some reality show people up in there like DJ Self. He was pretty cool though, cool cat though. And they had a lot of reality show, some females up there from some of the shows now here in the A2.
Yeah, man. What do you think Trevor Bryan go next, man?
He said, he's trying to fight Anthony Joshua Tyson Fury.
Come on.
Hey, you gotta aim
I'm just
high,
saying. You asked me where he's trying to go. All I'm doing is pointing you in the right direction, Dion. You know what I'm saying? You asked, hey man, it's down there. He said he was going down there, Sean. Right, yeah, down there to the corner. Yeah. I ain't gonna walk you down there. So you can be disappointed. I'm just gonna point. Hey, he said he was going down there, right down there.
We need to call him back, man. Realistically, who he want for real?
I don't know, man. It's not up to me to question the man. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Don King just put you on with a $12 pay-per-view, bro. Come on, man. I ain't trying to trash you or nothing, but who realistically we think we gonna get with you? I mean, you Fury and Joshua, that's 2023, 2024 sometime. So you mean to tell me you gonna take you a real hiatus?
Hey, I can't put nothing past Fury, man. That motherfucker.
No, I'm talking about Trevor Bryan.
I'm saying Fury will fuck around and fight Trevor. That's what I'm saying.
That's the truth. He will. He'll fuck around and face him, man.
You know what I mean? So shit.
He said, like I asked him, who would you want to fight first? He said Anthony Joshua, of course, because Anthony Joshua is unified champion, of course.
Yeah.
He said he was the one that was supposed to be first before Andy Ruiz.
I could believe that.
He said I was supposed to be in that spot.
What happened? Why didn't he get that? They just
he said they select Andy Ruiz probably because he's short, and they didn't think he'd be a threat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because Trevor Bryan is tall. He big boy. So yeah.
That cherry was poisoned that night, boy.
I wish I would have put money on that shit like I started to, because I sure called it, bro.
Yeah,
I sure called that shit.
Man, that was the perfect time to make some money. Goddamn it!
Yeah,
like Douglas, Mike Tyson. I think it was around the same odds, right? It was 41 to 1, right? Something like that.
It's crazy.
Either way it goes, some people got paid for that shit.
Somebody got the big bag off of that shit. It wasn't obvious, but AJ be looking sweet sometimes, man. Especially the first time coming over here.
Hey, Mitch, I remember when people kicking me out of groups. I was like, man, y'all overhyping this dude. Like, he robotic as shit. He's the best heavyweight champion. You respect the UK champ. I was like, dude, it's just not entertaining to me yet.
I know what group you got kicked out of too.
Yeah.
Cause they ready to kick me out about Canelo Alvarez. So I already know what group you on.
Hey man, fuck him, man. Shit.
But yeah, man. I just knew Andy Ruiz with the fast hands on the inside would give AJ a lot of trouble, and I saw that from when he fought Takam, and that referee would never let Takam work on the inside. That's what gave me that notion that if Andy Ruiz would just let his hands go when they on the inside, because AJ has no inside. No inside. The only inside he has is hoping the referee gets in there quick enough.
Yeah. They all got their little, you know what I mean? Their little areas of where somebody can get in there and whoop that ass.
Oh yeah, but you know, we gonna see, man. Just it's March right now, man. All three of the top heavyweights need at least one fight this year, even if it's not each other.
I think
all three of them can't go without fighting this year.
Yeah, they can't. They're gonna fight. It's gonna be heavy. It's gonna be loaded on the back end, like in the middle to the back end of this year, man. Because it's three of the big heavyweights are tied up. They're looking for Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua to fight, but yet Fury's attached to Deontay Wilder's, adjudication is going on right now. So it's gonna take a minute. In the interim, you have the Trevor Bryan, you have the
Muhammad Char. Manuel Char.
Yeah, Manuel Char. Whenever he feel like that's who he really supposed to fight next. Trevor Bryan, Manuel Char. You know what I'm saying? Let's look at Robert Helenius and Andy Konoski. They're gonna get their rematch. F.A. Jogba. He's gonna be back in there. F.A. Jogba.
I want to see who they gonna throw him to.
Yeah, I think he's a bit overrated right now until he get his shit together with head movement and shit,
I mean, because I really want to see how that's gonna shake out with him, with him, Tony Yoka, Frank Sanchez, and all those mid-tier guys. I'd like to see him and Charles Martin for real.
Who in Charles Martin?
Effie.
Yeah, I mean, I watched that fight. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about. Yeah, I watched that fight.
That can headline a Showtime event.
I think Charles Martin can knock out F.A. Jogba, to be honest.
I'll be there to see it.
All trunks, you better wear the right size trunks, man.
Yeah.
That was some bullshit against AJ. That nigga can't move, nigga can't pivot.
Man, that was all a motherfucking plan.
Yeah, that was all the plan, man. They sold that belt, man. He sold that belt.
Sold that motherfucker.
Because Zali Zhang ain't shit after what I seen him and Forrest do last week.
You didn't get that fight to Forrest though. Forrest is tougher than people give him credit for, man.
Forrest came on back, but I mean, you got knocked down 3 times, bro. And they like Zali Zhang like that, so they wasn't gonna give him the decision like that. But I did felt like Forrest fought back enough to edge him out though. But I don't agree with him calling out Joshua after a draw.
I mean, who's Joshua fighting though? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, still, I don't know what that's about. You just put up a draw, man. A draw, you were knocked down 3 times. What makes you think you call out Joshua like that?
Hey, if he can get a little bit of people to sip on that motherfucker, they get intoxicated. I just want you to put yourself closer. You know, he's just trying to get people to sip on the Kool-Aid, dog.
Hey, to his defense, if you get dropped 3 times and get a draw, nigga, you won.
You did win, then you, because goddamn it, last time I checked.
Because I'm watching the fight, I'm like, damn, Forrest. Every time that man touch you. But then I saw Zane fading about round 4, and he couldn't come back. He was fading. He just kept on fading.
D Hodges, what up, fool? D Hodges in the chat.
What's going on, D Hodges? Then they talk about Hergovich and Michael Hunter gonna finally do what they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
I hope
what y'all boys think of Hergovich, man? Because he's been hyped up like a motherfucker. So
I mean,
what y'all think?
For real, goddamn. He just like his alias, man. He's like a big ass piece of rock. That motherfucking, you know, you put enough oil under that bitch, it'll slide forward a little bit, give you a little movement. He's stiff as a motherfucker, dog. He just needs some more opposition. You know, he's not. He doesn't do it for me just yet. You know, he's stiff. You know, he is a rock solid individual, but yet this is boxing at the end of the day. So it's gonna come an opponent in there to make you move your motherfucking head. You know, I don't think he's the quickest one, the quickest heavyweights out there, but this is not the weight class to be testing your damn chin. You know, being what's his alias? The Man of Stone or whatever it is.
Hands of Stone.
No, I don't think it's Hands of Stone. I think it's another. Let me look it up right quick. I forgot what his alias is.
Stone Man.
Yeah, Stone Man. That shit. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just ready to stop talking about these fights and see them for real. Cause this shit need to be shaken out, man, and it don't help, none that he signed with Rematch Room. He'll probably go through Chisora.
What's wrong with rematches, man? It guarantees you're gonna see your opponent again, so you can fuck off the first one and go in there and win the second one.
Just fuck it off.
I guess that's the plan with Dillian White, but I think Dillian White gonna go down again.
Oh man, he was winning that shit easy though.
Yeah, but I saw him fading. Man. I saw him fading, bro. He was fading fast after he had knocked out.
Fading, but it wasn't like old boy was doing something to him. He just was fading just to fade. Like then he got caught.
But he always faded. He faded in the Joseph Parker fight, but Joseph Parker wouldn't come forward. He faded in the last Chisora fight. Chisora just didn't come forward.
Okay.
Dillian White always fades. He I'm gonna tell you the round he always fades in. He always fades from round 6, between 6 and 7. If you would drown Dillian White every time, bro. If you can make it past 6 or 7 and you up your work rate 8, 9, 10, he ain't gonna be there in the 11. He ain't doing nothing but holding on. Just like in the 12, right? Just like in the 12th round when he got Joseph Parker. He had Joseph Parker doing some WWE, holding on to the rope and everything, just throwing it weight all the way over on the rope, just wasting the time.
But Joseph Parker, you know, he's a survivor, though. He survived. He fought to survive against Anthony Joshua. And then he had a quick turnaround and fought to survive against Dillian White.
Yeah, and then the Reeves fight, even though you was joked up, you still faded. And Reeves really could have got that. He could have upped his work rate and got you out of there.
That's true.
That's true. You know, I mean, that's all I'm saying. I just want to see these guys mix it up, man. Because if you look at Hergovich's record, yeah, he got Eric Molina on there, and you got the cool dude that was fighting on Errol Spence, Mikey undercard, the little heavyweight.
what's his name? He fight cooler than a mug. Greg Corbin. Man, you can't even tell Greg Corbin in the ring. He be fighting cooler than a mug, man. I was like, God damn, Greg Corbin, you. I'm talking about you checking angles and you cool. Man, come on, man. What is this about, man?
That's why we need Wilder back in there, man, and shake some shit up, man. You know?
They don't want to get my boy. They don't want to do right by my boy, man.
They need to get Bronze Bomber back in there.
Is he gonna take a fight? Is he gonna get in there?
Man, he got to get his fight. It ain't no taking no fight. He got to get his fight. Fury need to stop all that bullshit, man. Get my man that fight like he's supposed to. You trying to get out the fight. That's all it is, because you know that third time it ain't even finna be no BS to it. You avoiding that third fight. Everybody know you avoiding that third fight. You don't want that third fight for real, because you know everybody gonna be on them gloves. Everybody gonna be on the gloves.
I don't know what's up with that shit, man. I gotta defer to World Combat Sports on that. I don't know what's happening. I know they in court for some shit. That's what I'm trying to ask Combat. Like, is Deontay gonna take a fight? And meanwhile, can he take a fight? Meanwhile, or
no? Because if you take a fight, in the meantime, you forfeit your rematch clause.
Okay.
No, we want our fight. You know what fight we want?
We want that Fury. We want that retribution.
Fury ain't happening then.
No,
we want that Fury. Let's just talk. Let's just talk, bro.
Yeah, you missed that conversation on what we said earlier.
No, I was listening.
Okay, yeah. You know, ESPN is the only one hyping that fight because that's the only money fight that they have on their horizon.
Eddie Hearn been saying. Eddie Hearn said, "I'm gonna make an announcement next week, nigga. It's Sunday."
You know, I'm telling you.
Hey, Eddie Hearn smoking that same shit your icon, your avatar smoking.
Hey, that boy on that peyote, goddamn.
For real.
You know, them boys know they got to do whatever they need to do. Only way Tyson Fury and Joshua next is if they got $30 million on the step aside.
Damn. I don't know Wilder taking step aside though. I heard he wasn't though. He want this motherfucking rematch.
I'm just saying 30 million. The 30 million it's gonna be somewhere near 30 million on the step aside, even if he do take it.
I think he'll take a big step aside.
I haven't heard anything on no step aside, bro.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying the number gonna have to be somewhere there.
I think he'll take it. It got to be a condition that he gets the winner. He'll take it if he gets the winner.
Hey, because
he ain't want no winner, dog.
No, hear me out. It can't be that because that's how they got Ortiz with the WBA the first time with Klitschko and Joshua. And you know that was supposed to be Ortiz fight. That was Ortiz with the mandatory. That's how they got over Ortiz with that. So now
Ortiz don't hold weight like Wilder though. He don't hold weight like Wilder though.
Bruh.
I'm saying
Yildirim
got his.
What's going on with it?
What's going on, man? How you feeling, champ?
Just getting out that gym, man. Feeling good.
That's what I'm talking about.
You stop by Popeyes and get one of those Popeye chicken sandwich with extra mayo and shit?
Nah, we don't need that.
Nah, I ain't touched none of that.
Leave that shit alone, champ. Leave it alone, champ.
Nah, I ain't touched none of that stuff, man.
Let that food go, champ. Leave it alone, baby.
I meant to scoop that hat off of you. See what was the going price in the parking lot, man. I didn't see you around.
I need that 34 million for that.
34 mil, damn. We're talking about people on. See your circle of people, man, are different type of income than the people that I hang around with. Different type of income. You heard us up there talking, man. You know, and I know. I think the conversation was they're talking about step aside money. I didn't mention it, but you know, whatever the case going on with Wilder with his step aside money, I told him I don't think he'd ever take that step aside outlet, even though if he was guaranteed a winner, the fight. I don't know. You tell me. I might
We
be
don't
wrong.
want no, we don't. That ain't. No, that shit won't happen at all. We want that body.
Yeah, we want that body.
We want that
That's
body.
fair.
Yeah, we
That's
want
fair.
that body. We want that
That's
body.
fair.
I can go with that. I can go with that.
Yeah,
We want that body.
but yeah, we want. Yeah, we want
I
that
hear
body.
that, man.
We want that body. The one he be talking about. Everybody's. Yeah, man. That man. It all this. It should be. Should be some news coming out soon though. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, hey, that sounds like my
that shit don't
homeboy
look
from
good
the
for
T, man.
the other way.
That sounds
Okay.
like a T-Town home. That sounds like one of my T-Town homeboys.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Who you talking about, D?
Man.
Who that is on the chat with the C?
That's Tay. That's Tay Jones.
Okay. Hey, boy, you sound like Deion Nicholson, boy.
Oh yeah, that's my partner right there.
That's my partner,
my
man.
partner.
That's why I
That's
said
like-
you sound like one of my T-Town homeboys.
Oh,
I'm
for
from
sure. Yeah.
Tuscaloosa,
D
bro.
on my dog, man.
Yeah, I'm from Tuscaloosa too.
Oh, okay. Shit, I'm gonna have to holler at you when I'm out there then.
Oh yeah, no doubt,
We
man.
getting
You
ready to kick off camp soon.
know, okay.
I'll be down there soon. We get ready to kick off camp in a few anyway.
That's good then. Yeah, Deontay, man, me and Deontay grew up together, so yeah. Yeah, we want that body though.
Oh,
I
okay.
agree with that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we want that body for sure.
He said he knew Deontay when he was knocking cats out on the playground.
Oh yeah, 5th grade, baby. That right hand been platinum since 5th grade, baby.
Yeah, D like I say, D was always one of them type of guy. He was just one of them guys. He wasn't like no bully, nothing like that. But if you fuck with him, he gonna knock your ass out.
Oh yeah. Sure. I seen bro beat a nigga ass with a hair brush. So I know.
Oh shit!
I ain't gonna put all that business out here, but yeah.
Yeah.
Do tell.
No,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna do that.
Oh yeah. Oh, I already trust me. I know. I done seen some shit too myself, so I know.
Yeah. Tell you, hey, ask bro about that though, bro. You gonna be tripped out laughing. He gonna tell you about it. I already know he gonna be animated in the mug telling you about it.
Oh shit, you know how D is, man. He gonna be animated with it, bro. He gonna be like, where you heard that at? I done did a lot of things.
Did you hear anything else without mentioning no name? Did you hear anything else about that sparring without mentioning no name? Or you still waiting on that spar? You on that name we was talking about last night. That might be coming down here.
Shit, they come back down here. We gonna they come back down. They come down here. We gonna get that work. Period.
Okay. I'm gonna try to find out when that
work.
Might be.
Period. But I had a good. Shit, man. Yeah, that's gonna be. That mean it'd be good work. You know what I'm saying? One thing he can punch, man. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
You can't. You gotta get that work regardless.
Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm
definitely gonna try to be in the building on that one. They might give us that Devontae Davis damn demands though. They nobody, no recording, cut everything off, no phones and all this other shit.
No steals.
Yeah, no steals.
We let them record with the other guy. You know what I'm saying? No, we let them record with the other guy. You know what I'm saying? Shit,
I ain't seen nothing out
there.
there
I can
with
say
though.
when the camera comes on. Oh no, I don't think they're gonna post it though. You know what I'm saying? Nah, we all said don't post it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you.
I ain't gonna post nothing. They follow me. I wouldn't do nothing. Me, I don't never post no sparring anyway, so I don't really care about no sparring.
Mm-hmm.
But that goddamn uppercut I hit him with, oh my god. That shit lifted that nigga off his feet.
What's the name you give it? Dungo?
Yeah.
You give the Dungo?
Yeah. Nah, it was worse.
Nah, that was a hook. Nah,
it was worse than. Yeah, that was just a right hook. But yeah, this right here was just an uppercut. I think we was coming out of break, and he was holding. One of those shots right there. It was good work though, man. Good work. Definitely
Yeah, I
good
just
work,
if you tune in, if you look at the Donnie Hall show, I just seen his mom drop through. So I haven't really looked at it because I've been on here, but I'm gonna check it out once I get off. I'm gonna see what she had to say. If she said anything about him coming down here for the sparring and shit.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I just happened to see his mom on an interview today, so I was like, okay, let me see if she, talking about the sparring that her son just had. So I'm gonna check it out after I get off here though.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it was good work. The first day, you know what I'm saying? I probably got the best on, but we ain't really go. We only had did 3 rounds the first day because he only did 6 rounds. He went with me and another guy, and then we did a full 8 on. We did a full 8 on what day that was on Saturday. He looked a lot better. You know what I'm saying? He actually looked like he had a fight coming up. You know what I'm saying? To my defense, so I'm not in the best of shape right now, even though I got one coming up myself. You know what I'm saying? But shit, at the same time, he was fighting in different spurts, and I had my spurts. You know what I'm saying? And I want to say towards after the 5th round, 6th round, 7th round, shit, I was tired of hell. You know what I'm saying? And he put some work in though, but he ain't hurt me or nothing at all. But shit, like I say, I know one time the sparring had stopped because I think he said something about a low blow, but everybody in the gym said it was a body shot. So I don't know, but like I say, man, it was good work though. You know what I'm saying? He ain't get the best of me, I ain't get the best of him in that last one. You know what I'm saying? But shit was good. It was good work. He
I
said
respect I respect the sparring aspect because some boxers have code that they stay on. They keep it, how you put it, respectful.
Oh yeah, it was cool. Yeah, it was good work. Like shit, he DM'd me, he said, bro, you a dog. You know what I'm saying? He told me that straight up. I told him don't get it fucked up. I said, you a dog too, but shit, this my house though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you got more
I
than
got,
one
like I
of
said,
those.
I got a different style. And then of course the guy he fighting is like, my height, my size. So I was just showing him different things. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And certain things that I do for us with my defense and my style. And he was like, bro, what the hell was that? Because I was throwing body shots off of it. So when we sparred the second time, only thing he kept doing was pulling. And so when I seen him pulling, I knew he wasn't gonna come back with nothing else. So I started letting him walk forward to try to bait him in to come forward. Even when my coach telling me stop going backwards. So I started going forward. Then I noticed, what I'm saying, he was ready for that. You know what I mean? But I did it different ways. You know what I'm saying? I did it different ways. My style, I use my style different ways. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff that I was working on, rolling, slipping, stuff like that. But he got a hell of a jab, though. I gotta give him that. He got a hell of a jab. Because he's tall and long, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He got a lot of snap on him though. He got a lot of snap.
And you do the step back in next month, right?
Yeah, next month.
Supposedly. Okay, so
Yeah, that's what they're saying right now. Next month.
that's what's up.
Do some of the states
I'll be
open
on.
it back? I was about to say, does some of the states open it back up, help you guys choices out?
Yeah, it does. Hell yeah, it does. Cause like I actually could have had fought on that Canelo undercard, not the one that just passed, but the one before that. I could have fought on that undercard, and I would have definitely had did it. But shit, I wasn't in no shape, and then I just had a surgery too. So you know what I'm saying? I definitely would have. And the dude who fought, shit, that would have been some good little money right there.
Okay.
Yeah, it would definitely open it up. It definitely help it out. But then now I think some states don't have the marriage law or nothing like that no more. So that's definitely gonna work out in a lot of people's favor.
That's what's up, man. Damn.
Yeah, that is, man, because I can only imagine how the pandemic has affected a lot of guys like that, man. Especially a lot of guys with
It
long.
definitely affected me because Yeah, I mean, shit, it definitely affected me because hell, it'll be 2 years since I fought in Tuscaloosa. That's the last time I fought. You know what I'm saying? It'll be 2 years in August. You know what I'm saying? And then like right after that, of course, I think D had his 2 fights. They had one. What was it? December, then February, November, then and then February. So you know what I'm saying? So like right after he fought, shit, I was trying to fight again. Hell, I couldn't get because everything shut down. Matter of fact, this time last year, this week,
This
matter of
week
fact, this
last
upcoming
year.
week right here,
This
when
week
everything had shut down. Yeah, this week right here. This the week right here. I think Tuesday or Wednesday make a year. Everything has shut down, especially in Georgia. So you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, that's about right. Yep, that's
yeah,
true.
it was around it because I had got engaged last year on the 5th. So it's the 7th now. So I know it was like maybe like 3 days later because I didn't go to work like a Wednesday or a Tuesday, well, something like that. And we ain't go to school no more the rest of the year. So I know it's this week right here. But long story short, shit, like man, it messed up a lot because I was supposed to fight, I think 2 weeks after I had got engaged last year, so like late March. Then they canceled that. Then hell, you know, everybody was pretty much on lockdown to down there by April. So you know, I started getting back in shape and stuff like that. Then they started putting fights back on TV. What, back in like June, something like that. So then I had that injury, so I had a fucked up year last year. And everybody else did too.
Yeah.
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 Hey, we were talking about earlier about the heavyweight, right? Trevor Bryan. You know, he's the fighter who just finished off the Romain Stavern on the Don King card.
Yeah.
Where do you see him in the heavyweight division?
We'll take that a little bit.
But you know, when I ask him about who you want to fight next, he said Joshua Fury.
Of course, he don't want that smoke.
Yeah,
Hey, look, 99.9 people who say Deontay name, no deep down inside, they damn what they lying.
They're scared of that boy.
Nah, they don't want that right hand, bro.
99.9 and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, and some people who got hit with the left foot, they'll say shit, but I don't none of them problems.
No. Because I remember when he was doing it when he was like 6'5", about 160.
But he's the easy touch though. He clinically depressed. He's on it. He's on his way out of his career. He should be easy.
Shit.
Man, nah, he ain't.
That's what Pug Mike was saying.
But you know, Pug a hater though. You know what I'm saying? Pug been a hater. And then at the same time, when you don't have a lot of what's the word? A lot of body damage, shit, you can fight as long as you want to.
Damn sure can. But yeah, we all want that Fury. We all want that Fury body though.
Yeah, they got to, man. It has to happen, bro. Seriously, it has to happen.
I mean, Fury gonna go down in one of the most irrelevant heavyweights of all time, bro.
Say irrelevant?
Yeah, I can say that. The reason why I say it like that is because you a 2-time champion and they never defended now one time.
Oh yeah, but shit, you let the other opposite people tell it. He was the best thing since Muhammad Ali. I'm just saying that's what they're gonna say.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from, but to me, bro, if you're a champ, you got to defend that bit.
Yeah,
you gotta defend it, but also you can't have one of the biggest boxing matches ever against a person that you say, that's not even qualified to be on that level. So he ain't never had the opportunity to get on the magazine. But yeah, he get defeated by Fury. Fury is co-op on the fight of the year. How can that be? How can you have somebody, get awarded for being fight of the year, defeating a fighter who you say that wasn't shit? How do you get awarded from that? That's my how are you awarded for that shit though? That's all.
Because you're on ESPN.
Yeah, you sign with ESPN, you get the benefit of the doubt, and you know you got the colorful protection.
Yep.
I guess that's what it is, but we shall see, man. We should come to the motherfucking head this year.
Oh yeah, man. We're gonna have some good news in a couple days. So shit, you know.
Motherfuckers, you know, they wanted to see him pick up the first L. Then he out the sport quiet. They want to hear him talk. He talked. They want him to be quiet. And then he's not in the ring. They want to see when he coming back.
Yep.
They can't make up their mind, man.
Yep.
Like, when is he coming back?
Yep. Yep. That's exactly what it is.
It ain't nothing for him to do. World Combat. You know, they boy Canelo ain't fighting nobody. He might as well fight. He might as well fight the whole Sesame Street crew.
Shit, wow. Hey, Deontay need to come back and call out Canelo for real.
Yeah, you should
take all that momentum away. Hey, I'm calling out Canelo.
We won't never hear the end of that.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? That's the name. Call out Canelo, goddammit. You want to make a splash in this motherfucker returning? I want to fight Canelo. That's my only fight I want.
We'll never hear the end of that.
They're gonna be mad. Like they mad at Gervonta Davis for wanting to fight Barrios. Now the people on the other side of the street, you know what I'm saying? They talk, well, why won't he fight Regis Prograis? I'm like, damn, how many times y'all gonna keep moving the goddamn goalposts?
I'm telling you.
That's crazy.
They want to take a hard fight, man, just to see him in some controversy.
But then to see this what it was one page, you know what I'm saying? I'm cool with him, you know what I'm saying? So I talk my shit to him all the time. I said, so bro, let me ask a question.
Shout out Mitch.
So I said, bro, what's the problem? Because he posted on his page. I said, what's the problem with Tank fighting Barrios? He was like, why won't he fight Regis? I said, well, you ain't asked my question. What is the problem? He said, because Barrios don't have that belt don't mean anything. Ramirez is the real champion. I said, okay. I said, but does Regis Prograis have one? He said, no. I said, so what's the problem with it? He said, because Tank he'll get the belt and say he's a 3-time world champion. Which I said, well, he will be. It's not his fault that all these belts is out here like that. Yeah. And then he was like, no, I can't say that. Well, he like, well, why he won't just step up? If you think about going forward, he should fight Regis Prograis. I said, well, ain't this shit funny? Now I said, why you ain't tell Canelo that same goddamn shit you just told me?
Thank you.
He ain't had shit to say. Come on, man. He fighting everybody. Who the fuck is he fighting? Had shit to say.
He fight anybody he choose to.
Exactly. So like I told him, well, if you wanted to fight Coach, why you ain't go up and fight Andre Ward? He ain't gonna do that. He went back down. You could have fought Caleb Plant. You could have fought Benavidez. Could have fought Charlo. He ain't want to do it. And then come to find out, he requested to fight Yildirim. That shit wasn't mandated.
I thought Yildirim had a promissory note from way back when.
How he have a promissory note? How he have a promissory note when
cause the pandemic?
But then look. Now Yildirim lost it down to the dog, right? What's his name? Yeah. What's that boy's name? He lost to him, but Canelo and the dog was on the same path. They had the same fight dates. They recently just fought on the same day. He could have picked the dog. I think that would have been a better fight than Yildirim.
I agree. I ain't
gonna say he would won. He had what had won. I ain't saying that either. But he would have put up a better fight than fucking Yildirim. And Yildirim coming off a loss.
And Yildirim had got stopped by Darrell. Eubank, and he got stopped by somebody else too. Now
that's what I'm saying. So he could have fought the dog, Darrell. He could have fought Darrell. They was on the same fight date path. But they didn't do it. But they can come tell me, Well, Tank he don't need to fight Barrios. But shit, nigga, tell Canelo to, and I was saying that on his page because I know he's, you know what I'm saying? I know he's another race or whatever. And I wanted to see what he was gonna say. See what I'm saying? So I pretty much baited him to that. Like, bro, how you gonna tell me that? But then you get mad when I say Canelo ain't fighting nobody. So that means Canelo and Tank doing the same shit, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
it just, man, they pick and choose who they let do what, man. I don't be liking it. I keep them on cold about it.
Canelo is on the.
I just want people to
Canelo has a different pilot, though. Canelo has a different group of people pushing him than Gervonta Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there ain't nothing to be mad about then.
Nope. He has a different group of people pushing him. But like you said, I think the post that I put out as far as, you know, Jake Paul complaining about Canelo and shit like that. I think you mentioned like, okay, it take for him to say that, but somebody else said they got a problem with it. You remember that post I put out about Jake Paul saying, you know, why you hate me so much? You get mad because somebody have a picture of my face on a shirt. Yeah, you tell them get the fuck out the ring and all this other shit.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Shit. But they get mad. They get mad if another group or another group, a group on YouTube or certain individuals on YouTube say that. But shit, he just said the same shit them niggas been saying all along. That's crazy. Everybody can't. I mean, everybody ain't lying. They just in denial.
Yep. That's all it is. Everybody can't be lying though.
Everybody can't be lying now.
But you know how they do though.
Everybody can't be lying. That's crazy though. I'm glad you said that. That's funny though, because I was talking about that earlier. I was like, man, everybody can't be lying now.
I just think a lot of people won't speak up about it because, you know, of what he's trying to do. Mitch said, I heard Canelo say he wants to unify Bridgerweight. Hey man, why you bullshitting around? He might find him. You might find him up there, you know, campaigning for a minute.
Yeah, he might go to cruiserweight and take M'Baku and might get it to Tavita since Tavita got caught by Dorticos. He might go and take them 2 fights and then go on up there. I can see it. Now the clenbuterol limit is gonna be somewhere near sky high, but you know, I can see him doing it.
Now you know you got which color fighting this Wednesday night.
Yeah, I was gonna get into that. I was gonna ask Scotty about the upcoming schedule.
Yeah, he got Brian Norman this week.
Who is his opponent? I know he was waiting. Let me look him up, man, because I know last time I talked to him, he was like waiting on an opponent. Let's see.
Hey man, I know y'all hear my neighbors jamming over there, motherfucker. I'm out on the front patio listening. I mean, screaming with y'all, man. But my neighbors get there and be getting it up.
Benjamin Whitaker coming off a win with DeAndre Smith and Barano.
You fought DeAndre
Smith.
Yeah, I know who that is. He DeAndre Smith from here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, damn, he coming off win DeAndre Smith just September last year.
Yeah, DeAndre should have won that fight too.
Yeah, I thought that was him. Yeah, I know that dude. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian gonna knock him out though.
So they're going for an 8-rounder. Okay. So they should be already be over there, right? They're in Michigan, Connecticut, so they probably be over there Monday. I don't know how the shit going over there in Connecticut. They still in the bubble, right? So
Yeah.
No, I guess so. I don't know. I'll call Lil B in the morning. I mean, his daddy just got his Facebook page back today, so he had a Facebook jail.
what? Or he
Yeah, I
pushing
don't know
somebody
what
else?
yeah, you know how it be, yeah.
Yeah.
They be quick to put you in Facebook jail, but
It'd be people reporting you, bro. It's not too much. You can be saying
your boy,
some shit, but it'd be
Brandon Lee
people
back,
reporting.
man. Your boy
Huh?
Brandon Lee back on the tent.
Brandon Lee. Man, that sucker.
That's that World Combat boy. And then Victor Padilla back.
Oh, Brandon Lee. I'm thinking about the other guy. I'm thinking about the Brandon can't Figueroa. That's what I'm thinking about.
Nah, I'm talking about Brandon Lee. Yeah, he back with 10-round welterweight.
Yeah, I like old Brandon Lee though.
Yeah, Brandon Lee, he come to play, man, for real. Let's see. He got a pretty decent, it's okay card, you know what I'm saying?
Something for good for win tonight.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Your boy Saran for side back Friday night. And then we got the rematches this weekend. You got Jessica McCaskill and Cecilia, and you got Estrada and Chocolatito.
Excuse me.
Some snoozes. I watch everybody though, bro.
I do too, man. I ain't gonna lie. I can't watch everybody, but I tune in where I can.
I watch everybody, man. I don't miss nobody. I told you, man. I'd rather support the prospect than them guys that get a belt and they change up, man. Hey, I'd rather support them prospects, man.
Yeah, I agree. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? I agree.
Oh yeah, B gonna knock him out. Yeah, B gonna knock him out.
And then Benavidez this weekend. I want to see what Benavidez gonna do, man. I want to see what. I hope he gonna come on out here and don't be playing and shit. Hope he on weight.
Man, Benavidez knows that's the fight I'm really looking for. Him and Ronald Ellis. I'm really looking forward to see that fight.
He got to be on weight, bro. He got to be on weight. You can't show up Saturday not on weight, bro.
Oh, he already on weight.
Okay, I'm just saying at this point, you know, a guy ain't gonna take fighting you seriously because they not gonna feel like you on weight. You just got to be on weight, bro. That's the more professional. I mean, I ain't telling you nothing you don't know because you are a boxer. But that's how come I respect Mr. Gary Russell Jr. and guys like that, man. Them guys ain't never been weight, man.
Yeah, because they have discipline in between.
I'm old school about that, though.
Yeah. Them cats are disciplined in between fights, though. Hey, did you stay all the way to the main event last night? That tell or not?
No, I left after Amaretto or something like that from New York. I left after he fought.
Okay.
Did you stay to the main event?
What now?
Did you stay to the main event?
Yeah, sort of, kinda. Sort of, kinda. We are on live, so I really can't disclose what exactly my focus was, but you know, shit.
Oh yeah.
I was in the area. I ain't get in till like 3 something, man. I went out to that they had that party out at Don King's mansion, that private party out there. So I went out there and took some pictures and shit. I thought it was gonna be more boxers and celebs out there, but it was other. You know, it was cool. The party was cool and everything, but
yeah,
it was packed up in there, but it wasn't. You know, it was okay. It was okay. I played that. It was okay.
Right.
They were selling. They was just promoting a lot of edibles and this, that, and the other shit like that.
Nothing wrong with that.
But yeah, man, I love this. I love this part. This is my favorite part of the year, man. I get to see boxing every weekend, and I get to see baseball every day. So this is my favorite part of the year.
Shit.
Oh yeah, I love watching that baseball now.
My boy Tim finna go for the MVP this year. I'm ready to see him do it.
Oh yeah.
So baseball outside of eating hot dogs and drinking Coke, what they do again?
Hey man, them guys some good athletes, man. Them guys they don't make magic on the field like the older guys, but they play good baseball, bro. And the reason I say that,
For real?
Yeah, they play good baseball, bro. Like for real. I mean, you just ain't got them guys like Ricky Henderson that you know.
Yeah, because I don't see too many people stealing base these days.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You ain't got them type guys, but them guys they feel the ball and they throw and catch, and you know they do what they do.
Yeah, you gotta watch more.
Play baseball, but they not giving you the Ozzie Smiths and the things that we grew up watching. They ain't giving you that.
Yeah, you gotta watch Mookie Betts for all that now.
Yeah, Mookie Betts give it to you. Tatis Jr., Tim Anderson, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. The Mariners got 9 brothers on the team, so they play with a good little pizzazz. You know, the Dodgers are always gonna be. I mean, they the defending champions. They're gonna be pretty good. The Marlins gonna be pretty decent this year. So I follow.
So?
Yeah, the Marlins gonna be decent this year, bro. They update staff. They got a few farm arms and they got a free agent pickup. Jeter gonna make sure they straight, bro. You in Miami. Yeah. He gonna make sure that team do something.
Right.
To Deontay, do he attend baseball games?
I know he came to one Braves game.
Exactly. Next.
Come on, man.
Don't do that, man. I bet on baseball every year, so I like it.
Betting on baseball and actually giving a fuck about it is different.
I do. Actually, baseball was one of my best sports.
Yeah. That. I'll be honest with you. If you can play baseball, you'll be a hell of a boxer because your hand-eye coordination is on point.
Shit, man.
It's on point. Hand-eye coordination that's second nature to you. That's all baseball teach you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with hand-eye coordination and stuff like that, but who really needs to be concerned about that? The infielders, the first baseman, first, second, third baseman, the catcher, and the pitcher. All the ones in the field, they have time to think about it. Damn, if it's a ground ball, they just got to have the speed to go get it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that difficult. Shit.
Nah, it's definitely.
Unless you're a first baseman got to be on point now.
Yeah, because he's going to have to stretch.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. First and second baseman, man, they got to be on point for real. But besides that, shit, the rest of the motherfuckers go sit in the dugout and wait till the changeover.
Man, don't do that, man.
I'm telling you, man, he's so disrespectful.
I don't see no motherfuckers running up the damn fence like Bo did and making that shit, look interesting, come out to the park.
I mean, ain't no athlete like that no more, though, bro. I mean, you got some, but Bo was once in a generation, man. Look,
definitely was. Definitely was.
I mean, I knew when I saw Ricky get off the base, I knew it was a high possibility he was gonna steal that motherfucker.
Oh yeah, it was a rap. That's what I tell my baseball player to this day, man. Y'all need to go on YouTube, Ricky Henderson, man. Y'all think y'all doing something now, man. Y'all ain't doing nothing.
And you gotta know how to slide on the back end too, boy. For real.
Yeah, man. But what fight on the schedule that's on the schedule, man, that y'all most anticipate, man? I'm ready. I'm ready for this 20th, man. I really want to see what Virgil Ortiz gonna do with Hooker, man. I want to see him get him. I want to see him get him out of there by 8.
He can't let Hooker stay around just as long as Ramirez did.
I think it's going to decision.
The decision? You like that decision?
I think Hooker might get stopped, bro. For real.
I don't know, man.
I think Hooker might get stopped.
Hooker proved to me he was a dog when he fought with Ramirez, though.
He is a dog. Never said he wasn't a dog, but shit. I never said he wasn't a dog. I'm just saying we all saw what happened with Ramirez at 140 now.
Yeah.
He moving up to a cat that, you know, they got a lot of hype behind him. Robert Garcia, he in the Robert Garcia stable, right?
Yeah.
He is.
So then Maurice Hooker changed. Maurice Hooker's over there at what? He trained with Bo Mac them now, or that was an old camp.
I don't know
who he's training right. I don't know who he's training with right now. I mean, I don't think they doing a good job. I mean, promoting the fight, but when does the zone ever do? But neither here nor there.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm looking forward for the Benavidez Ellis fight. Whoever Teofimo clean up Cambosis, I want to know who he fight next. Gervonta Davis. I already seen Mario Barrios fight on his undercard in San Antonio. So I'm really looking forward to that fight because Barrios is tough, man. He's a tough dude.
Yeah, I know it.
I mean, but he right there for Tank, though. He a tough dude, but he right there for Tank.
Yeah. I think that fight potentially can go to the distance as well.
I disagree, man. Tank getting him out of there.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, it's a difference. That when the weight classes, trust me, it's a big ass difference. It's a big difference for a reason. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference for a reason. And Barrios, he don't probably spar bigger and stronger people than Tank. You see what I'm saying?
You're right. You're right.
Fight at 40. And then of course, by him fighting at 40, so he's sparring 54, 60s, and 47s. See what I'm saying? Guys who hit probably a lot harder than Tank. So it's a big difference now.
Yeah, I just think Tank gonna be coming up underneath him too much to where it gonna overwhelm him, man.
Yeah.
That's the thing, you know. Yeah, Tank, he's short and he compact, but there's a difference when a guy coming out from up underneath you like that.
Right.
That's how he doing. He just getting up underneath them guys and just digging. And they just ain't able to stand in the kitchen like that.
Right. I agree.
And then Tank he done got a taste of it, man. He done got a taste of it, you know.
Taste of what?
He got a taste of that good money, man. Shit, he made good money for Leo.
Yeah, he did.
That's
he has the money genius himself pushing him. Floyd Mayweather. He's a smart dude, man. So of course he's gonna sneak in there and get that WBA world title off Barrios.
I would.
Yeah, he come a 3-division champion. You can't take that away. And he's still young.
And then you ain't got to be in a rush to get up there.
True.
You done already been champion, so you ain't got to be in a rush to get up there. Cause he gonna clean. Hey, I really want to see him and Gary Russell Jr. for real.
Well, Gary have to commit.
Yeah.
To just moving up. Period. Like he didn't even fight.
He ain't got him fight
once. What?
They at 30.
Who?
Gary Russell Jr. at 30.
So he had a fight at 130 already?
Ain't he the champion
right?
at 30?
I thought he's at 26.
Yeah, 26, bro. The champions at 130 is Oscar Valdez,
okay,
WBA,
you're right.
Gervonta Davis, and then JoJo Diaz used to be. It's vacant now. And then WBO, Jamel Herring.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. I stand correct.
That's what them hot dogs and goddamn soda do to you, dog.
Nah.
Run, slide. Okay.
Hey man, you can't hit on baseball, man.
Love it.
Motherfuckers be breaking wrists for goddamn because they don't know how they'll come up on off their chest in time and shit, man.
It's some good fights gonna be here next April 3rd. It's gonna be some good fights here.
Oh yeah, April gonna be good.
Yeah,
There's gonna be some good fights in the A too around that time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. April 3rd. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was just looking at it.
Let me see the schedule.
I need to go. I need to see what y'all got going on over there, Scotty. I mean, World Combat.
Yeah,
I need to go. I mean, the April 3rd, man, that's gonna be kind of hard because I ain't gonna lie. I want to watch Jameer Herring and Carl Frampton at the crib.
Yeah, man. I don't want to see that fight, man.
I gotta see it, man, because I gotta see.
I gotta see it up, man.
See how Shakur gonna pick either one of them apart. That's how come I gotta watch it, just so I can break it down.
Man, I'll fight Carl Frampton.
12 rounds. Tyrone McKenna. Man, that card is so light. Damn, that shit light.
Yeah.
Jameer Herring and Carl Frampton shit. It's in Dubai. It's light as fuck, boy.
Mm.
I'm looking forward to April 10th. Conor Benn back in action. Conor Benn is entertaining, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He fighting Samuel Vargas.
Yeah, that's gonna be nice.
Yeah, I like Conor Benn, man. It would be good if he had some power though.
What about that kid that fought on that kid that fought on what was that? What's that? Dang it. The kid that fought on Top Rank all them time. The white kid. I forget his name, but he was pretty decent.
Clay.
Clay. Yeah, Clay. Yeah.
He's doing MMA right now.
Oh damn! Why he stopped boxing?
He didn't stop boxing. That was always what he was doing. Like he was switching it up from MMA to boxing, right? So he, from my understanding, his last boxing bout, he lost. And then he scheduled himself for MMA bout or whatever. Cassius Clay Collard, I believe his name. If that's the same one you was talking about.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
And then also you got down here in Atlanta, which I'm still trying to get a hold of media wise, but Jake Paul and Ben Askren is going down in here in Atlanta.
Dang. How many PPVs you think he's gonna sell, man?
Jake Paul fighting down here?
Yeah, he fighting down here, man.
8-round cruiserweight.
Yeah, he's fighting down here, bro.
Jake Paul fighting?
Yes.
Who he fighting?
I thought I told you that yesterday.
Who he fighting?
Ben Askren. Dude from the UFC, right?
Yeah. He's still signed with the UFC. You remember the one that got knocked out by Jorge Masvidal with that flying knee? You know what I'm saying? In 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, he never been knocked out with punches. People need to understand that. Ben Askren has never been knocked out in his MMA career via punches. The only time he been defeated was via submission and knocked out by Jorge Masvidal with a flying knee. Nobody's never knocked this man out. And he came over there 18-0.
Right.
He came over there 18-0. He never been knocked out anything. So on paper, from what it looked like, Jake Paul, he's gonna have a tougher fight than what he's saying, because he said he's gonna knock him out in the first round. But people need to understand that Ben Askren, he may look goofy, but he's a tough dude. I'm gonna tell you. Let me look this up right quick. I'm gonna tell you. I'll tell you where they fighting at.
It can't be State Farm.
Why?
you think that fight big enough for State Farm, bro?
That shit can be at Magic City. Who we talking about? God damn it! We talking about Jake Paul and Ben Askren. That shit can be on the side of the highway.
They could be on there by the Jamaican chicken spot right there by the stadium.
For real. I mean, like we're talking about Triller. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know where they putting on this fight, but it can be anywhere, dog. Like I don't know. I'm still trying to find out the people who's running this shit, but it's going down in the A, and I've been trying to damn get some media shit to it.
Gotta get them steals.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I don't even need to be by the ring for this one. I can just sit up in the stands and take pictures because the shit's so well lit in the ring. It'll be easy.
Yeah,
the way they have it set up is real nice.
Yeah, because I like you had got some steals from Tank Davis and Gamboa, didn't it? I think I remember seeing you having some steals for that fight.
Yeah, I did, but at the end of the day, they was just being so strict, man. They were being so strict on that night though, for real. Like it was hard to, like, in the place that I was to take steals. It was difficult to stay there because I saw so many people on the floor.
Yeah.
So when I started seeing motherfuckers on the floor, I started walking down in the floor. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get some pictures down there.
Yeah, because Shaq New was there.
Were you there, Tay, or not?
No, I wasn't there.
Oh, okay. You was at the other one.
Mm-hmm. No, you talking about the Tank fight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, because I was in the mid level.
Yeah, I was there. I was down there. Who I was sitting? I was sitting. Which color had got my tickets? What's his name? Showtime president. Espinoza. Yeah, he gave my tickets.
Okay. All right.
I think he mad with me right now though.
You weren't supposed to tell that.
Yeah, I think he mad at me right now though. After Rollins had won that fight, when they robbed old boy, I had hit him.
Nunes.
Yeah, I had hit him on Twitter. I said, hey, yo, good brother. What's this about? I just called you, but you need to pick up that phone now. We gotta talk about this one. Everybody was laughing. I was like, man, I did call him. I'm dead ass serious. I did call him. I was like, man, that's some bullshit. He lost that fight, man.
Yeah. But Nunes went in there with Coleman, didn't last, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that.
I was looking. I know. I'm just saying. I was looking for Nunes to step up that night, man.
But see, that just goes to show you that Richard Coleman is not the boxer as Rolando Romero is. You know, he's a much more polished boxer. That's why he was, the world champion the right way.
Right. And that proved a lot. See, they won't say that part, but that's the part that people miss right there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can appreciate that, man, because I ain't gonna lie to you. I damn near told my man cave up when Povetkin got Dillian White out of there.
Yeah, we was
pull my shit up, boy.
We was I mean, it's crazy, man. We was in Miami when it happened. I think everybody else was probably shooting. No, I think D just had woke up, and I was watching it outside, and he had got knocked out. I ran upstairs and said, D, you won't believe what happened. He said, what day? I said, shit, boy, goddamn Dylan White just got knocked out. He was like, damn, for real? He was like, yeah. I was like, yeah. He was like, shit, I told you. He said, what I tell you? Because he did tell me. He said, bro, I'm a strong one. I'm a powerful person. I'm telling you what I know. My mama always told me I was anointed. He said, my grandma always told me I was always anointed. He said, everybody who spoke bad against me after that fight, everybody who talking bad, something gonna happen in their life. He said, with these fighters, they all gonna get knocked out. Kawanaki got knocked out.
Yeah.
White got knocked out.
Brazil should have got knocked out.
Yep.
Brazil just looks. Oh man, that dude.
And then he said a statement the other day. He said, "But they all talk bad about me." And then look what happened. He said, "I told you it was gonna happen."
Hey, that shit don't look easy, huh? You know, goddamn Deontay knock him out in 2 minutes 17 seconds, but goddamn Otto Wallin go the distance with him.
Exactly.
Shit ain't that easy, is it?
Exactly.
And Dominique and Brazil look like, oh my god, he looked bad, dog.
Yeah, he looked terrible, man.
He had motherfucking Abel Sanchez in his corner too. I was like, what the fuck? Why you look so bad with Abel Sanchez in your corner, dog?
Yeah, who don't look bad with Abel Sanchez? Shit. Triple G, man. Look, man, we know, man. We ain't got to go through all that.
Yeah, I see David Benavidez dropped a video. He 170 right now.
Okay.
We got way in at 168.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just want him to be there, man.
Oh, he'll be there. All he gotta do is go run and swim. He'll have all that off.
Yeah. Yeah, 168 right now. So,
but he don't look that big in person. But when I met him, he just had fought too. He just had fought Porky Medina when I first had met him.
That was a good fight too.
Oh hell yeah.
Well, man,
when you have a weight camp though, that just takes away because you can go in there and spar and get your training in, and then you gotta do cardio and shit, man.
I just lost like 12 pounds in 1 week just from sparring.
Dang.
Getting around then, boy.
Just from sparring. Yeah, we did 8 Saturday morning, and then even though I did a 3 with him on Thursday, I still did another 4 or 5 with somebody else.
Damn.
And it was crazy because I initially wasn't gonna start sparring until March 10th. I was just gonna spar for a whole month straight, but now that I done got that out of the way, shit, I might spar like 2-3 times this week, and spar 1 time next week. Just keep it going. Mm-hmm.
And you say your next one's gonna be 8, right?
Nah, they don't want me to do it. They want me to do it 4 because because I had to lay off, then I didn't get a fight at all last year. Then I had surgery, so they want to make sure everything is everything. But
I don't blame. Take care of yourself.
I hear that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with it. I ain't tripping.
I mean, shit. Motherfuckers still can go down in 4, Yeah.
Go down 1 or 2. Goddamn, keep the showers running in that bitch.
This one right here gonna be 1. Yeah, this one right here gonna be 1 for a fact. Yeah, this one right here gonna be a 1.
Yeah, we locked in. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make sure of that though.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, you ain't never tell me, man. I couldn't make the fight, man. How my boy TJ looked the other night, World Combat.
He looked sharp, man.
TJ?
It was a good card out there, man. He had a fight in there that was tough. Him, Carlos, and some other cats from the gym, they all had pretty tough fights. I'm gonna be honest. Like they had some tough fights for it to be regional and Fight Club. They had some tough fights, man. Okay. And I just put out a short video of TJ. He said, he thought he did good, but good ain't good enough.
Yeah, that's him. That's him. Well, hey, TJ is he teammates with Cello at Central.
Oh, you talking about little TJ?
Yeah. Fight out of Open Liger.
Yeah. I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
He just had matter of fact, my trainer was in his corner for his last fight. Him and Coach Jason, they both was in his corner.
Okay, yeah. Shit. He from T-Town. He went to Tuskegee, but he started fighting out of Open Liger. So
yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, yeah, he from the town too, you know. So I know if you boxing and you from the town, bro, I know you.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I keep up with everybody. I keep up with Dion. I coach Vecchio.
Oh, Vecchio, he up here now.
Okay, yeah, I coach Vecchio.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know all them guys.
I like Savage, man. I like Savage.
Lil Key Eric, all them boys, man. Yeah,
I
all
fought
them
him in
boys,
the
man.
amateurs.
You know me.
Yeah, I fought Kieric in the amateurs.
Okay, yeah. See, all of my guys.
Yeah, I fought him in the amateurs, man.
So that let you know I know what I'm talking about.
yeah, for sure. I fought. Matter of fact, right after, I fought him. Damn, that shit was a long time ago. I fought him. I guess when he first had, he might have just went with Coach J. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was somewhere longer than I don't know, but shit, I fought him in the amateurs. I stopped him in the amateurs though.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, see, he still was good though.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know that I know them guys. So you know.
Yeah.
So you know, I ain't just somebody out here that just talking about it.
Yeah, he was trying to come. He was trying to come to Atlanta and get some work. I told niggas straight. I said, "Boy, you too big now, boy."
That man want that payback.
I ain't retarded, boy. See, that one thing about me, boy. I know who to spar, who not to spar, boy. You ain't finna get me home, no sir.
Yeah, man. They got a couple of more two more young cats that just hit the gym, man. You know, I'm ready to see what they gonna do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm just glad, you know, that I'm just glad the gym able to put the shit on more than just Alabama football.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, I just hate it's a travesty we can't get my boy to fight in T-Town. So if folk really could have came out, man, but you know, it is what it is. My boy deserved one right here, man. He deserved one for the whole town to come out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But you know, they talking about going ahead and putting this sportsplex in here. Shoot. I know it's a far gone reality, but shoot, Deion Nicholson can open that mug up.
Yeah.
We can throw the whole shit on. Shoot. Because we got enough fighters now.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, y'all do got a lot of fighters now. I just thought about that.
There's a nice stable coming out of there right now, man. I just hope all of them just stay focused and make it happen. Because, you know, the town deserves to be known for something other than Alabama football.
Yeah, I see Cuz got his hands on a lot of fighters down there now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shoot. Cause he in there every day. If you in there working and you keep the doors open, somebody gonna walk through the door.
Oh yeah. Most definitely. Most definitely.
Somebody gonna walk through the door.
Yeah.
Cause I know I wish if I had enough money, I know exactly where I put a gym at. And I know bro ever take you to a Pop's church?
Yeah.
That little grocery store right next door?
Right.
Perfect spot.
Oh yeah, for sure. So you know he getting ready to open up one down there too, though.
Okay, well, I ain't know. I just need to wherever it is, I need to know where it's at.
Yeah. He gonna open up one. I don't know how soon, but I know he just he got a lot of some land down there he just purchased and they're gonna start working on it soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good then. Shoot, we need them, bro. Cause we got guys that can change their lives walking through a boxing gym, bro. We got the right market for them.
Shit, just like he did here.
Yeah. Yep. Shoot, I tell World Comeback all the time, man. Y'all see the ones on TV, but I just seen some that went off that was off camera that were worse.
For sure.
I saw some growing up that were worse. Shoot.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's almost time to fight again, man. I can't wait though, man.
Yeah, had to fix the little man his dinner.
Oh yeah. He said he hungry.
Now these kids go, man.
Hmm.
Motherfuckers need to learn how to cook.
Shh.
Gotta make it happen for them.
I got home from the gym today, man. Shh. I had my stepdad with my pops. He had bought me a speed bag, so we had put that in the garage. Shit, I ain't ate since I got home, man. I'm still sitting here. I just be so tired when I leave the gym sometimes, man. I don't even want to eat nothing. I think that's why my weight be coming off fast too, cause my body still be burning after I work out. I just don't feel like eating. I be like, man, I ain't even hungry. I just look in the refrigerator. I be like, man, forget this. I grab water and go lay down.
That good, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's good your mind's still set to that clock.
Yeah,
It
man.
ain't even
Once you get older,
because I can go eat. You know what I'm saying? I can definitely go eat. It just, man, I just be so tired that I don't even want to go eat. I don't feel like cooking nothing. You know what I'm saying? Then, you know, my fiance, she ain't here right now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm shit. I can cook, but I don't feel like moving all that stuff around, man.
I hear that. Shit.
Yeah, cause mug gotta stop doing all that crashing in between fights too, man. It just ain't healthy.
What crashing in between fights?
You know, I'm talking about, you know, crashing to make weight.
Oh yeah. Everybody's mindset different though when it comes to that.
Oh yeah.
I said I can't see how these motherfuckers vegan. That shit ain't easy.
Man, listen. Last night I had the worst night. Remember, you know, I ate that vegan wrap you had? Well, I see why I ain't vegan, boy. My stomach was on 1,000. Man, my stomach was on 1,000.
Food don't stay on you long, bro.
Golly, boy, that shit hurt.
It don't stay on you long. You eat something and you about an hour later, you better be next to the red room.
Yeah.
That's the first time I actually really had the opportunity to just sit down and eat a vegan wrap or whatever. I just don't see. I guess I went so long with just eating meat and just eating the normality of nutrition, whether it be fish or whatever. I'm always expecting it in a sandwich. So for me to eat a sandwich that's full of kale and all that other shit, I was disappointed, man. I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
Man, my stomach was killing me. Boy, I was up about 4 in the morning.
Yeah, I was drinking a lot of fucking water, all that shit, man. That's different though, man. That's the lady told me, you know, shit was delicious and all that, but if you watching, I won't be dropping through for sure. I will not be dropping through and ordering another. I can't do it.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna definitely, man. This All-Star game. How's the All-Star game? I'm not even checking that shit out.
I'm not either, man. Yeah.
I just want to know if the East gonna win or not.
Oh, you got a wager on it?
No, I ain't wager because it's kind of bullshit the way it all played out. It's so quick, man.
Yeah. Man, I'm just ready for these fights, man. You know, like I said, this is my favorite time of the year, man. Baseball and boxing.
Oh, yeah.
I watch track, man. Motherfucking track and field, dude. Boxing, MMA. But that baseball though, that shit. You know, each his own, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit. If I had the choice to be a vegan for a year or look at one baseball game, I'd be a vegan for a year.
Boy, you need to quit, man.
Yeah, you need to quit that, man.
But yeah, man, we gonna reconvene, man. About Wednesday night, man. We gonna see what Brandon Lee do, man.
Yeah, he should be solid though. Brandon Lee is a solid dude, man. So yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Until next time, man. Those of you that tuned in, appreciate you stopping through. It's been 5 hours. Easy. Damn.
Yeah,
That's
man. And I've been here with you the whole time. I caught when you first came on. I was working on my car and everything.
Yeah, I thought you was gonna then show your face or whatever. That's why I was still talking about MMA.
Nah, I had to let you get that off, man, because like you said, that was a big card for you for MMA, man. I ain't want to come in. I just wanted to know, just how people were gauging that Brandon Adams win on last Wednesday night. And how it benefits Charlo or whatever, because you know how they try and move the goalpost. So I just wanted to get
you never asked Tay that though. You asked Tay about that?
Now, hey Tay.
Yo.
Did you catch Brandon Adams knocking out Bobachuk?
No, I didn't catch it. I seen the highlights.
Okay, yeah, man. What you think about how they gonna move the goalposts on Brandon Adams win? As it relates to how Charlo beat him.
Say that again now.
I said, how you think that people are gonna react to it? That win that Brandon Adams got over Bobachuk as it relates to how Jamal Charlo beat him.
I mean, what can they say? That fight was at 54, wasn't it?
I thought it was at 60. Nah, it was at 54. I think he did go down. You right.
But see, he a natural 154 though.
Okay.
Yeah, he a natural 154. So you know what I'm saying? Shit. At the same time, he been a natural 154. That shows what he can really do. Maybe look, the other brothers should fight him now.
Yeah, and then that dude was high up in the rankings too.
Oh yeah.
They brought Brandon Adams in there to get the work did to him. They brought Brandon Adams in there to get the work did to him, but it backfired on him.
Right.
They didn't think it was gonna go down that way though, man. But that just goes to show you boxing can change. I mean, they always talk about you have a puncher's chance, which is not always the case, but in this case, yeah, it worked out that way.
No, he definitely did. Yeah, he definitely had a puncher's chance. Definitely.
I don't know if he ever gonna be popular though, man. He seemed like a solid dude.
Yeah. Hey, and since we going back over fights, what you thought about the Forrest Zhang fight?
I ain't see that.
Oh, it was the big Chinese heavyweight and Forrest.
Jared Forrest.
Jared Forrest, yeah.
Yeah, I ain't watched it.
The same one that was on TV. He fought Carlos Takam with the distance.
Yeah. But nah, old buddy had got dropped three times in the first 3 rounds and fought back to a draw.
Dang.
You know, he was like a chemical. His job in the his job in the government. He was like a he was a chemical something. Some high end job he had. A submarine chemical something. Yeah, he's a little smart motherfucker, dog. His parents are both freaking high level FBI, I think. Yep. That's crazy.
Yeah, I never knew that.
Yep. I asked him, I was like, why are you in boxing? Shit.
Shit, he don't even know why he in boxing.
He probably don't. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, his parents was what FBI for like over 20 years or something like that.
Man, I'm finna run to the corner store, give me something to drink, man. I'm thirsty.
Yeah, pick that 40 ounce up, man. For real. Appreciate y'all pulling up, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, I ain't gonna get no photo, man. I don't even drink.
Drink that St. Ives, man. Goddamn calm your spirit down a little bit.
Nah, maybe when this wedding come up in a month, but other than that, man, I'm chilling.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, for sure, man. Bomb squad out. You know what I'm saying? Salute to you.
Yes, sir.
I'm out.
All right, brother.
Yep. Salute to everyone that pulled up, man. It's been 5. It's been a nickel, as they call it. Be sure to turn up and tune in to World Combat Sports at a later date, y'all.